Je comprends très bien que
I understand that the member for Timmins, James Bay, will be leading us in our national anthem today.
Timmins, James Bay.
Oh, Canada, our home on native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est pour le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est tout exploité des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened, que l'on ouvre les portes. Thank you very much. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The honourable member from St. John Rothsay.
Earlier this month, our community, the Atlantic region, and Canada lost an extraordinary business leader. Irving Oil Chairman Emeritus Arthur L. Irving passed away on May 13th at the age of 93. Arthur Irving was one of Canada's greatest entrepreneurs. Under his leadership, Irving Oil St. John Refinery grew to become the largest in Canada. He led the expansion of the business in northeastern United States and recently Ireland. Today, Irving Oil employs more than 4,000 people, including 2,500 in St. John, and the company has been named one of Canada's top 100 employers for 8 consecutive years. Arthur Irving's legacy spans not just industry, but also conservation and community. He served for 30 years on the board of directors of Ducks Unlimited and has provided transformational support to many healthcare and educational initiatives, as well as community infrastructure throughout the region. His legacy is lasting in his commitment to making Atlantic Canada, Canada in our world, a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, this year Prévost, a flagship business in St. Clair, will be celebrating its 100th anniversary. It all started when Eugène Prévost received an order for wooden coachwork for the 100th anniversary celebrations. And over the years, his hard work and craftsmanship gained great reputation. And the federal government called upon his business in 1943, thanks to this high reputation, in order to fulfill a contract to build buses to move soldiers and war factory workers. Prévost now has more than 1,000 employees who are building buses for municipalities throughout the world, for celebrities, and for political parties during election campaigns. I'd like to congratulate Eugène Prévost on his vision. I'd like to thank all of the artisans who fill us with pride. St. Clair is now celebrating its 200th anniversary, and I'd like to congratulate the company and everyone who works for it, as well as the president of the group, François Tremblay. Thank you.
The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Just like you, I'm an avid runner, Speaker, so it brings me great joy today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Ottawa Race Weekend. Just past weekend, thousands of people participated in the 50th season of the Ottawa Race Weekend, running through this magnificent, beautiful capital city of R on both sides of the Ottawa and Gatineau, on both sides of the Ottawa River. Speaker, this is just not a run, but it's a weekend-long festival of fitness, really encouraging Canadians to be active. People of all abilities are able to participate, even young kids running 1 or 2 kilometer races, not to mention thousands of people running the marathon. It also raises money for important charities. Just last year, over $1 million were raised. I want to thank the staff, all the volunteers for making Ottawa Race Weekend such a success over the last 50 years. Thank you, Speaker.
L'honorable député de Jean.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to tell you about an exceptional 9-year-old. Mademoiselle Gisèle Fortin. For 3 years, she's been spending every Monday night mastering karate. For Gisèle, this is particularly a challenge because she has cerebral palsy that affects her legs, but with the help and support of her parents and her karate instructor, Jean-François Laforge, Gisèle has been overcoming these obstacles. In April, Gisèle participated in the Quebec Open, a major karate competition, and she received the silver medal in the physical challenge category. Despite moments of doubt, Gisèle has embodied perseverance, discipline, and determination. She reminds all of us, as Xavier Dolan said, that everything is possible for those who know how to dream, work hard, and never give up. Congratulations, Gisèle.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Economic Development Agency for the Regions of Quebec is investing in our Quebec businesses. Let's see some examples. In Lévis-Lobinière, $1 million for JL Leclerc et Fils for it to improve its productivity and green transition. In Bellechasse-Lévis, $1 million for Plate 2000 so that it can grow while reducing its ecological impact. In Mégantic-l'Érable, $2 million to help Fruits d'Or to increase cranberry and blueberry production in Quebec, and $1.5 million to Diffusion Saguenay and Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord for a new immersive show. Unlike the Conservatives, we are supporting businesses in our regions. The Conservatives want to bring back austerity. Quebec Conservatives should honestly tell their businesses that they want to cut their financial support. We will create new jobs and grow the Quebec economy.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Nose Hill.
Many people talk about toxic masculinity, but fewer celebrate the type of masculinity that lifts our nation up. We should recognize men who day in and day out, without selfish motivation, go to work to be independent and contribute financially to their families. Men who do the emotional labor of lovingly disciplining their kids, spending time with them, and loving them enough to give them a stable home, no matter what that looks like. Men who are humble in their power, who overcome their weaknesses, and who sacrifice their own desires to support others. Men who defend others from harm. Men who respect women. Men who teach their sons the importance of personal responsibility and earned respect. As we prepare to celebrate Father's Day, to my husband, Jeff, thank you for gifting our children with the greatest gift they could have got, one hell of a dad and role model. And to the rest of the men who are out there who fit this bill, or who are trying hard to get there as they walk through the trials of life, we see you, we give gratitude to you, and happy Father's Day.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, May is Lupus Awareness Month, and I'm honoured to raise awareness for the 1 in every 1,000 Canadians living with this chronic autoimmune disease. Lupus, sometimes called the disease of 1,000 faces, is characterized by its diverse symptoms which make diagnosing it a complex and lengthy process. Lupus patients struggle with physical and psychological impediments impacting daily activities, employment, and social relationships. Unforeseen costs such as home modifications and medical transport exacerbate financial stress. Access to health care is hindered by long waiting periods for specialists and medication costs. The disease's unpredictability further complicates matters. Often, disability policies don't recognize lupus, leaving patients vulnerable and unsupported. It's for this reason that we must ensure equitable access to health care, treatment and supports for all Canadians living with lupus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Millions of children worldwide suffer concussions every year while playing sports, increasing the likelihood of developing mental health problems and chronic traumatic encephalopathy. CTE is a debilitating disease that can cause sleep disorders, mental health issues, and even dementia later in life. Concussion Legacy Foundation Canada's campaign, Stop Hitting Kids in the Head, aims to raise awareness and to reform youth sports to limit the number of head impacts suffered by children before the age of 14. Ils sont à Ottawa aujourd'hui pour sensibiliser la population à ces enjeux. Nous devons protéger l'avenir de nos enfants, non seulement.
We must ensure to keep them in good health and to make our future athletes as good as possible.
Champion Tim Fleiser, for your leadership on this very important issue. Merci.
The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Experts from almost every single industry and sector across this country have now had the time to read through this Liberal NDP budget spending spree, and they are nearly unified in their condemnation, especially over housing. This past Monday at Human Resources Committee, Conservatives directly asked industry experts how likely is the government to hit its housing targets. Her response was not a chance. Wow. This Prime Minister's refusal to address the housing crisis has real-world consequences. One mother was recently quoted in the media suggesting we're having to choose between paying a bill or getting food, and that can be really hard. It makes things really difficult, and I just don't see any end in sight. Mr. Speaker, there is something this Prime Minister can do. He can allow his caucus a free vote on our common-sense Conservative housing plan that builds homes, not bureaucracy. After 9 years, the only question left is whether this Liberal NDP government prioritizes practical public policy over partisan politics.
The honourable member from Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, it is with immense pride that I rise today to congratulate Markham's own Michelle Lee on qualifying for the 2024 Olympic Games. Michelle Lee is the most successful Canadian female badminton player ever, and her achievements have brought tremendous honor and pride to our community. Her journey from our local community center to the world stage has been nothing short of inspirational, being the first Canadian to win individual gold medal in women's single. As we celebrate Asian Heritage Month, it is particularly fitting to recognize Michelle Lee, whose heritage and success bring immense pride to Markham and to Canada. Her story is a powerful reminder of the diverse contribution that Canadians of Asian descent make to our nation. Congratulations, Michelle, and best of luck in Paris. We all cheering for you. Make Canada proud. Yeah.
The honourable member from Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More Atlantic Canadians are hungry and homeless after 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister than ever before. Folks back home are spending way too much of their family income just to put food on the table. According to the Salvation Army Insights report, an astounding 87% of Atlantic Canadians are facing food insecurity. That's up by 13% in just 7 months. Last year, the Salvation Army Food Bank in Gander supplied a record 3,742 households. Based on the past 4 months, that number will be close to 5,000 for 2024. According to Salvation Army volunteers, there's a sharp increase in the number of seniors looking for assistance to put food on their tables. Sadly, many of them once donated to the food bank and are now unable to do so, as they barely have enough money to feed themselves. One thing is certain, Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government is out of touch, and Atlantic Canadians are out of food and money.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, it gets more and more obvious just how out of touch the NDP Liberal government is. After 9 years of this Prime Minister's high spending and tax hikes, Canadians can barely afford necessities. That doesn't matter to the NDP Liberals, who went ahead with hiking the carbon tax by 23% anyways, and they won't.
I'm sorry to interrupt the honourable member. I'm having difficulty hearing the honourable member's statement. I'm going to ask all members, please, to carry your conversations outside or to keep them a little bit lower. The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, it gets more and more obvious just how out of touch the NDP Liberal government is. After 9 years of this Prime Minister's high spending and tax hikes, Canadians can barely afford the necessities. And that doesn't matter to the NDP Liberals, who want to hike the carbon tax by 23%, and they want to keep on raising it year after year. Only Conservatives understand that Canadians need a break. With summer approaching, people are trying to make plans to go out and see all the wonderful destinations that we have to offer in southwest Saskatchewan. Places like the Jean-Louis Laguerre Regional Park in Willowbunch, or the Great Sandhills in Leader, or maybe Harvest Eatery in Shaunavon. That's why this summer we're calling for the removal of the carbon tax, the federal fuel tax, and the GST on gasoline and diesel until Labor Day. An average of 35 cents a litre taken off of gas prices would save Saskatchewan families up to $850 this summer. But even if the NDP Liberals refuse to support this common sense initiative, Canadians can be ensured that after they vote in a carbon tax election, Conservatives will remove the carbon tax for good.
The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 women put their names forward to run for the Conservative nomination in my riding of Aurora, Oak Ridges, and Richmond Hill. And you know what? None of these women made it onto yesterday's ballot, but 2 men did. Really. This example is not the exception. It demonstrates a lack of support for women and women's rights throughout the Conservative Party. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. Recently, we saw the chairperson on the Standing Committee of Status of Women summarily removed by the Conservative leader. Was she too progressive, too strong? And anti-choice caucus members, one who recently shouted that women who get abortions are needing redemption, forgiveness, and God. Truly appalling. And their leader refuses to answer questions or make a commitment to proactively defend access to abortion, instead pointing to a written statement. Not good enough. Canadian women deserve a leader who doesn't just make hollow statements. We need and deserve a leader that proactively supports. Luckily, we have that leader and that party. Thank you to our Prime Minister.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, society as a whole benefits when women and gender-diverse people reach parity in roles such as elected officials, policymaking, and in international relations. We know that as policymakers, women prioritize issues that benefit society, including healthcare and education. When women take on roles as political leaders, they shape politics and bring forward often ignored issues like ending gender-based violence and expanding reproductive health. When women hold political power, governments are less likely to go to war and more likely to uphold human rights. Mr. Speaker, it is time for positive change. Women account for only 30% of those elected to Parliament. Today, I call on all members of this House to challenge existing colonial and patriarchal systems and to lift up women and gender-diverse individuals taking on vital roles in politics. When Parliament is representative of our communities, everyone benefits.
Then I have
the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, Sainte-Thérèse will be celebrating its 175th anniversary this year. It is a town of arts and culture. It was founded in 1849 and has always cared deeply about these fields. It has a piano-making factory and quite a number of festivals. It also cares about education and the media. For example, the newspaper Voix des Midi was founded there in 1937. And in 1967, the Sainte-Thérèse Seminary was converted into Lionel Groulx College. Sainte-Thérèse is also proudly represented by many community organizations and local small businesses, which are part of the warp and weft of this community. I would like to congratulate all those who have contributed to Sainte-Thérèse. It is a unique and exceptional place. Happy 175th birthday.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
The race to replace the Prime Minister is on, and global jet setter Mark Carbon Tax Carney is leading the field. While hardworking families struggle with the cost of living, Carney's been busy cozying up to Liberal Party elites in luxury rooms far away from the everyday struggles of hardworking Canadians. So the Finance Committee has called Carney to testify so he can come clean with Canadians. The ball is now in his court. Will he have the courage to testify, or will he keep campaigning behind closed doors? Canadians have a right to know, how much will he increase the Prime Minister's carbon tax, or why he couldn't name 1 cent of inflationary Liberal spending he would cut. Canadians need to know why Carney works for an investment firm that has $20 billion invested in the PRC. Is it because he can make bigger profits thanks to Beijing's lack of environmental and labor standards? Carbon Tax Carney attacks Canada's oil and gas sector when he needs to earn a vote, but his company invests billions in oil and gas projects in other countries when he needs to earn a buck. All this to say, if the next Liberal leader wants to campaign for the job, the least he can do is come clean with Canadians and show up and testify.
The honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Speaker, it's Steel Day on the Hill, and I'd like to welcome all those who have come to Ottawa today to support this very important industry. I was born and raised in this steel town, and that's why I'm so proud that this government has consistently stood with steel workers in the steel industry. When I was first elected, the Algoma Steel was in bankruptcy protection. Tenaris Tubes had a handful of people working there, and the blame was squarely laid at the former government's feet for inaction on cheap dump steel. We turned things around. We introduced a new trade regime that has strengthened our steel industry from 2016 on. In 2024, in this year's budget, we've also announced the Border Services new Market Watch Unit to monitor unfair trade practices, increasing trade transparency, and helping the Canadian steel industry remain one of the best. In 2018, when Donald Trump put 232 tariffs on, we stood strong. We will always have the steel industry's workers' backs. Thank you very much.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had a revelation. In an interview with the Halifax Chronicle Herald, he said that when people ask him for even more money from the government, he simply answers, and I quote, "The second they do so, inflation goes up by the same amount." Wow. Why had I not thought of that in the past? Spending too much money causes inflation. Incredible. Will he unveil even more revelations and say that budgets do not simply balance themselves? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the Leader of the Opposition is that he didn't listen to the rest of the sentence in the interview. That explains that we decided to invest in services, invest in support for Canadians, service that will help, like dental care. 2 million seniors have signed up to dental care. Over 100,000 have already obtained, since the 1st of May, dental care. Over 10,000 dentists have already registered and signed up, but the Conservative Party continues to be against dental care and to discourage dentists from registering. We are here to help Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Now, I understand the Prime Minister's logic. It causes inflation if the government spends money by directly sending checks to Canadians. But if they send it to fund red tape, it doesn't cause bureaucracy, apparently, Mr. Speaker, unless it comes with shattered promises and unrendered services, Mr. Speaker. It's true what the Prime Minister said. Finally, spending money that we don't have adds to the inflationary fire. Will he finally recognise that it's time for a common-sense plan, dollar-for-dollar approach to repair the budget and reduce inflation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party voted against dental care in the name of inflation. They also voted against dental care for vulnerable people that haven't, for some of them, who haven't gone to the dentist for sometimes decades. Is that inflation? No, it's not. It's help for Canadians that are finding it very hard to pay for groceries, for example, who are concerned with the cost of living. We are sending direct aid, and the Conservatives are blocking it as much as possible. That's what it means to be here for Canadians.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has had a revelation. In an interview with the Halifax Chronicle Herald, he told how he responded to people asking for him to spend even more government money. And he said, and I quote, "As soon as you do that, inflation goes up by exactly the same amount."
Oh.
Right? Right. Why didn't I think of that? My goodness. Spending money you don't have actually causes inflation. In the middle of having epiphanies, has he also realized that budgets don't balance themselves?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party has been using that approach about concerns on inflation to stand against things like national food programs for kids or dental care for seniors. They have stood and objected against and even campaigned against dental care for seniors over the past many months. But we've delivered to over 100,000 seniors of the 2 million who've already registered for dental care the support that they hadn't gotten in years or even decades. But he stands against it with some made-up excuse around inflation when delivering services delivers for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He calls his own words a made-up excuse, Mr. Speaker. You can't make this stuff up. He said that when people ask him, can you send us more benefits or send us an extra $1,000 a month? Well, he responds, as soon as you do that, inflation goes up by exactly the same amount.
Oh, boy.
Right?
Right. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, that is exactly why over the past years we've been focused on bringing down inflation by supporting Canadians, and it is working. For the past 4 months, Mr. Speaker, inflation has been down in the Bank of Canada target range, while we continue to increase supports for Canadians, increase dental care for Canadians with Conservatives that campaigned against, supports for seniors, supports for young people, increased investments in childcare, bringing childcare fees down to $10 a day. These are the investments we're making that do not add to inflation, but add to Canadians' well-beings as they're making ends meet. That's what we stand for, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, he finally, for once, thought about monetary policy. He said as soon as you spend more, inflation goes up by exactly the same amount. Right. And he is right for once. But repeating the same costly promises that he has already broken does not change that fundamental monetary rule. So will the Prime Minister acknowledge that, yes, the economy is about numbers, that people pay their rent in numbers, their gas in numbers, their groceries in numbers, and that the numbers are too high?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Fundamental difference in perspective between the Conservatives and this Liberal government. The macroeconomic situation of Canada is one of the best in the G7, one of the best in the world. And the independent credit rating agencies continue to give us AAA scores. The federal government is doing well, but Canadians need support. So we are choosing to deliver supports to Canadians with this solid fiscal position. Dental care, a national food policy, national disability benefits, help for housing and investments in the kind of supports for Canadians that he has stood against every step of the way, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in order to put an end to the terrible violence in the Gaza Strip, will the government and the Prime Minister reiterate Canada's commitment to calling for a ceasefire and a food and humanitarian convoy to Gaza? But will it also support the Arab League in its creation of an international peacekeeping force that would be deployed in occupied Palestine until the creation of a functional Palestinian state? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are very concerned about the violence happening in Gaza through the devastating actions of the Israeli army in Rafah, for example. As we have done since December, we continue to call for a ceasefire. We're asking that there be a significant increase in humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza, and we're working with our partners and allies and friends in the region to establish a process through towards a two-state solution with a safe and recognized Palestinian state. Yes, we're working in that direction, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't have to say yes or that he agrees. I would like to ask him a question nonetheless. Does he recognize that short-term peace or sustainable peace in Gaza will require the intervention of an international peacekeeping force, so that there is a wall between the terrorists of Hamas and the Israeli government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for months now we have worked with our G7 allies and other democracies in the world. We have also been working with partners in the region, the government of Egypt, the government of Jordan, and other countries with which we are working in order to try and find a solution, a way to be back on track towards a two-state solution that would be approved, that were rejected by Hamas and Netanyahu. We have to continue to work towards a two-state solution as rapidly as possible, and we'll continue to do that work in this direction because it's necessary to do so.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
The women and children killed in Rafah cannot be forgotten. We can't look away. And while the leader of the Conservative Party is a cheerleader for the brutal Netanyahu government, this Prime Minister is offering little more than thoughts and prayer. He can take action right now. He could impose a two-way arms embargo. He could sanction Netanyahu's war cabinet. So will the Prime Minister take concrete action today, or will he keep on walking away?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are horrified by the civilian deaths caused by the Israeli strikes in Rafah. We need to see an end to the violence, to the humanitarian tragedy ongoing, which is why we are continuing to put pressure on the Israeli government to cease its military operations in Rafah, why we're calling for more humanitarian aid to get in, why we've been calling for a ceasefire since December, Mr. Speaker, including in votes at the UN, and we will continue to. We need to see more humanitarian aid in. We need to see hostages released. We need to see an end to this violence and a path towards a two-state solution once again.
I would just like to ask all members to not take the floor when they have not been recognised by the Speaker. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Embargo now.
Yes, the Prime Minister said he was horrified by Netanyahu's strike on Rafah. But when asked what he intended to do about it, he ran away. What he could do today is impose an arms embargo and sanction Netanyahu's war cabinet. Will this Prime Minister finally act to save lives, or will he simply continue to save himself? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we have worked actively to promote and establish peace and humanitarian aid. We are in amongst the biggest per capita donors to UNRWA, and we will continue to be here to help through humanitarian assistance, through medical help, and through food aid. And we will do the work that is necessary to continue down a path towards a two-state solution, despite the efforts of the Netanyahu government in ruining every prospect of a two-state solution. We will continue to be here. We will continue to find peace.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Because of this Prime Minister's incompetence and the incompetence of the Liberal Mayor of Montreal, the time one has to wait for a building permit has doubled and rents have tripled. In Ville-Marie, the Mayor of Montreal's municipal riding, it takes 540 days to get a building permit. What is the Prime Minister doing? He simply gives her $95 million more to build bureaucracy and red tape. Why not impose financial penalties on municipal politicians who are hindering the construction of housing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, instead of targeting elected officials, as the Leader of the Opposition is doing, we are choosing to invest to reduce bureaucracy and red tape, to accelerate processes. And that is exactly what we are doing through our 179 agreements to accelerate housing that we've signed with municipalities from coast to coast to coast. This to deliver more housing more quickly. These are agreements that the Leader of the Opposition wants to simply cancel, and that will not help building faster housing, and that's not what we saw when he was Minister for Housing. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Housing cost half of what it does now. The Prime Minister not only doubled the cost of housing, he also disperses amounts to build more red tape that blocks construction. I have a common sense plan in Bill C-356 that will be voted upon this afternoon, that will cut taxes on construction, that will sell federal land and buildings to build housing, and that will also give significant bonuses to municipalities who streamline housing more rapidly. Will they vote for more housing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have a concrete approach. We work hand in hand with municipalities and provinces. We invest in building more housing in the most comprehensive and ambitious way. Contrary to this member, when he was Minister for Housing under the Harper government, he built 6 affordable housing units for Canadians, and that's not the kind of approach that will help. The plan that he's proposed is very, very weak, according to experts that have analysed it. We have a concrete plan, and he refuses to invest to help Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When I was a minister, we built close to 200,000 housing and apartment units. The average rent was $973, half of what it is today. He works in partnership with municipal officials to double the cost of building a house. My common sense approach will increase housing, will give a bonus to municipalities that go beyond an increase of 15% in building houses. If not, they'll be penalised. Why should we not pay for results? Are they going to pay for more bureaucracy or for more results? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are undertaking efforts to put an end to the housing crisis through an achievable and ambitious plan. Now let us talk about experts. They said that his bill was a very flaccid approach to housing with many loopholes. That's why the opposition leader did not want to have a debate on his non-plan. He doesn't want to debate it because he lost 800,000 apartment units when he was Minister for Housing, and he only built 6 affordable housing units. I would like to ask all members to please not take the floor when I have not been recognised by the Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
When I was Housing Minister, we built almost 200,000 houses and apartments, with the average rent being $973 for a one-bedroom apartment. But this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing, which has doubled 9 years after he and the NDP took power. What is he doing about it? He's giving $500 million to the Mayor of Toronto, who has just jacked up home building taxes by 20%. Why does he reward local government gatekeepers that block the homes that Canadians need?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are leading on the efforts to solve this housing crisis with a plan that is ambitious and concrete. Meanwhile, after having his housing bill panned by experts as being, quote, exceptionally weak response to the housing crisis riddled with loopholes, the Conservative leader chose to repeatedly delay debate in this House since October on his bill. That's because he just doesn't care. When he was minister, he lost 800,000 affordable apartments and only built 6 affordable homes.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, the number is closer to 200,000, but the Prime Minister's never been very good with numbers, right? So the Prime Minister cites the government-funded bureaucrats and liberal academics to bolster his approach, which has doubled housing costs in just 9 years. partly because he gives money to municipalities and politicians like Winnipeg, where they just blocked 2,000 homes right next to a government-funded transit station built for those homes. Why won't he accept my common sense plan to give bonuses to those municipalities that permit more building and penalties to those that stand in the way?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we criticize rightly the Leader of the Opposition, who, when he was Housing Minister, only built 6 affordable homes for Canadians across the country. But it is understandable, Mr. Speaker, because he was part of a government that took the federal government out of the building of affordable housing. They chose that the federal government had nothing to do with housing across the country. That's why for 10 years of non-involvement of the federal government, that leaves echoes. We've stepped up and invested in communities, invested in partnerships. We're getting the homes built. We're delivering for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Sure. Housing costs have doubled since he became Prime Minister. They were half when I was Housing Minister. Housing costs have gone up 40% faster than wages, a bigger gap than in any other G7 country. Why? Because he's building bureaucracy and not homes. Why won't he accept my common sense plan to require municipalities permit 15% more building, sell off 6,000 federal buildings to build homes, and cut taxes so builders can build?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just like when he was Housing Minister, his solution is to do less to help Canadians, to invest less in supporting municipalities as they build housing, to get out of the way and leave Canadians to fend for themselves. That is his political philosophy. It is a political philosophy. It's just not the one that supports Canadians. It's not the one that is delivering for Canadians as we step up with the most ambitious and achievable housing plan this country has ever seen. We will continue to be there to invest in housing accelerators. We will be there to continue to take the GST off of purpose-built apartments. We will be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Belleville-Chambly. In mid-March, the NDP had a motion adopted in support of Palestine. It was a rather balanced one, and the Liberals decided not to recognise the Palestinian state through it. Today, while supporting a two-state solution, like the Prime Minister has just said, is he ready to add his country's voice to other countries that officially recognise a Palestinian state? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is very urgent to establish a credible path towards long-term peace, and so we are against the Netanyahu government's efforts to reject a two-state solution. In parallel, Hamas, a terrorist group, controls regions of Gaza and have not given up the fight and have not freed all hostages. Canada is ready to recognize a Palestinian state at a moment that's the most conducive to long-term peace, and not only at the very end of a negotiation process towards a two-state solution. The Honourable Member for Belleville-Chambly. International relations doesn't go through with this kind of rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. We have to be concrete and we have to be strong. Is the best time to recognise the Palestinian state not now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for decades, Canada's position has been eminently clear and continues to be eminently clear. The only solution for peace in the Middle East is to have a safe and recognized Palestinian state next to an Israeli state that is safe and recognized. That's the only way. Our position for a long time has been that this recognition of a Palestinian state needs to come at the end of this process. We today recognize that it's not necessarily at the end of this process that we will recognize the Palestinian state. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Not a chance. That's what the president of the Residential Construction Council said when asked if this Prime Minister would keep his promise to build 3.9 million homes by 2031. So let's hear it from the Prime Minister. To reach that target, he'd have to build 550,000 homes per year. So yes or no, will the Prime Minister hit the target of 550,000 homes this year? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canada is facing a housing crisis, and we need to take real action towards it, which is what we've done with the most ambitious and achievable plan that this country's ever seen. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not to say we haven't had housing crises before, and it's not to say we haven't solved housing crises before. At the end of World War II, there was a need for massive new housing, and Canada stepped up and got that housing built. Indeed, when the boomers came of age, there was a need for massive housing, and we made investments, and the federal government helped build housing across the country for boomers. We are doing that now as we build housing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that was a wonderful history lesson, except it didn't answer the question. He promised he'd lower housing costs in 2015. He doubled them. He promised he'd double home building. It actually went down and is still dropping. But now he's promising 3.9 million brand new homes by 2031. That means he'd have to build 550,000 this year and every year. So once again, will the Prime Minister keep his promise to build 550,000 homes this year? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader Opposite speaks of 2015. Well, we took office with a commitment to get this government back, the federal government back in the business of building housing. We launched a national housing strategy in 2017 that put 2.5 million Canadians into new or refurbished homes, and we've continued to invest ever since. We're building homes on public lands. We're converting underused federal offices into homes. We're taxing vacant lands to incentivize construction. We're building apartments, bringing rents down with top-ups to the apartment construction loan program. We're scaling up modular housing. We're launching Canada Builds to lead a Team Canada effort to build more homes and more, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The question was not how quickly he could read off talking points written for him by his staff. The question was whether he's going to break yet another housing promise. Remember, he promised he'd lower housing costs. He doubled them. He promised he'd double the number of homes built. They went down. Now he's promising 3.9 million new homes by 2031. That means 550,000 new homes this and every year. Will he keep that promise? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition's criticism is there's too many measures in our housing plan. Housing should be solved by a simple one-size-fits-all solution, according to the Leader of the Opposition. That's perhaps how he managed to build only 6 affordable homes when he was Minister of Housing. Because yes, we have a broad range of initiatives that are delivering on housing, like topping up the Housing Accelerator Fund with $400 million, a new $6 billion Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund to help communities build. We're leveraging transit funding to build more homes. We're launching a housing design catalog. We're incentivizing more skilled trade workers.
The Right Honourable, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's announcing a catalog, everybody. Your rent is doubled, but hey, you've got a brand new catalog. Mr. Speaker, the question was, will he build 550,000 new homes, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
He mentioned the history lesson. Well, if he was housing minister, he should have known that the way we solved the housing crisis after World War II was by putting forward a catalog of homes things that builders could access to build extremely rapidly right across the country. So yes, that's one of the measures we're bringing back. And his mockery of concrete initiatives that are going to deliver for Canadians is exactly what's wrong with his approach. He'd rather mock and insult than actually roll up his sleeves and get solutions built for Canadians.
Order. The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Report after report has shown that women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces are not safe, and consecutive governments have failed to act urgently. Shamefully, a new report revealed that 5% of women have been sexually attacked at their military colleges in the last 12 months. Justice Arbour was clear. Now is the time to end the toxic culture that exists within these colleges. Women deserve a safe place to train and to learn. When will the Prime Minister act to protect women who are the future generation of the Canadian Armed Forces?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we absolutely agree that the culture at the Royal Military College needs to change. That's why we took action. We appointed the Canadian Military College Review Board last year to enable meaningful culture change at these institutions. No RMC cadet and no CAF member should ever be subject to harassment, discrimination, or misconduct. The Minister of National Defence will not hesitate to implement the necessary changes to protect cadets and all officers.
The honourable member for Rosemount-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, did you find last summer difficult? We remember the forest fires, the evacuations, the smoke in the sky, the heat waves, but hold on to your hats because the summer of 2023 may well have been the most pleasant for the next 20 years. The summer to come will even be hotter. The number of suffocating days will multiply, as will heat waves and heat domes. The climate crisis is real. Vulnerable populations and seniors are suffering. Will the Prime Minister get it through his head that continuing to support the oil industry is madness? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue with the most ambitious fight against climate change that Canada has ever seen. And we are delivering results. Excluding the pandemic, Canada's emissions have never been as low in 25 years. And we are the first federal government to achieve its emissions targets. It is possible to reduce emissions, to fight climate change, and to support Canadians and grow the economy at the same time. That's what we're going to continue to do to build a stronger, greener future for all Canadians.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the work of our government, Ontario is a leading manufacturing hub for the 21st century. Companies from across the world are choosing Ontario to build high-tech factories that are focused on delivering real climate action. The world knows that the economy of tomorrow needs to be built on sustainability because climate change is real. Evidently, the Conservative Party did not get the memo. Can the Prime Minister tell this House more about what the government is doing to make Ontario a global leader in electric vehicle production?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the whole world is embracing an economy based on renewable energy and clean techs. The member for Vaughan Woodbridge is right. Thanks to our bold investments, Ontario is now a global leader in EV production. We have the #1 EV battery supply chain in the world, thanks to investments from companies like Honda, Stellantis, and Volkswagen. These are thousands of good jobs and billions of dollars invested in Ontario that the Conservative Party is opposing for no good reason. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. This morning, a shocking article in La Presse says that children escorted by police to leave daycares because of homeless people and injection sites next to them. I'm quoting the director of the daycare. It's not normal to have to walk through with policemen around a daycare. Why, with the support of the Bloc, is this Prime Minister putting our children in danger by allowing violent repeat offenders take drugs on our streets. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, nurses, hospital personnel, and all patients and Canadians should be able to feel safe in their workplaces and in hospitals. This is our government has supported $1 billion in the healthcare system to make sure Canadians have access to the best healthcare possible. The difference between us and the Conservative Party is that while they seek to criminalize those who are most vulnerable, drug addicts, we are rolling up our sleeves and working at all levels of government to resolve this crisis. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, he didn't hear the question. It was in terms of daycares. Yes, because of the decriminalization in BC, nurses had to breathe in crack and meth fumes. But now I'm talking about Montreal, where his policies led to the liberation of violent criminals and drugs in the streets next to a daycare. Once again, my question, why is the Bloc and the Liberals, why are they not accepting our common sense plan to eliminate drugs and put criminals in prison? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, what the Conservative leader is proposing is a step back to policies of the Harper years, which failed in the fight against drug addiction. And even one of the government's Harper advisors recognizes that it was a clear failure. We're going to continue to be here to make sure, assure security for everyone, including for children in daycares, with a compassion-based approach, health-based approach, and keeping people safe. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Many Canadians want to go back to the days when children didn't need police officers at their daycares, Mr. Speaker. But after 9 years, the Bloc Liberal government is not worth the cost. The Bloc voted for $500 billion in inflationary bureaucratic spending and centralizing spending. This has caused 60% of consumers to say that they are in stress. When will the Bloc change its tax and inflationary spending on the backs of Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader has just explained that his approach is austerity. Austerity for a government that would make it hard for people. We have chosen to invest to help Canadians. For example, help seniors with dental care. And since the beginning of May, there have been more than 100,000 seniors able to obtain dental care across our country. This is an initiative that helps keep costs down and take care of vulnerable people. And the Conservative Party will continues to vote against it and even tried to block it across the country. This is shameful. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
About austerity, well, I think that the Bransfield family of 4 in Calgary can tell him all about austerity, because that's what they're living right now because of his housing hell, his carbon taxes, and his inflation. They said, quote, "We're having to choose between paying a bill or getting food, and that can be really hard. It makes things really difficult. And I just don't see an end in sight. Will the Prime Minister accept our common sense plan to axe the tax, fix the budget, build the homes, so that the Bransfield family and so many others can eat, heat, and house themselves?"
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the Leader of the Opposition who wants to take away the Canada carbon rebate checks that arrive 4 times a year in the bank accounts of the Bransfield families. Indeed, 8 out of 10 Canadians, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, are better off with the Canada carbon rebate as we fight climate change with the price on pollution. 8 out of 10 Canadian families from coast to coast in the jurisdictions where the carbon price applies are better off. That includes, most likely, the Bransfield family, and we will continue to be there for them.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. let's not be mistaken. I have the great respect for the state of Israel, but things have to stop. With this in mind, is the Prime Minister ready to support the ICJ and the ICC to adhere to international law and help all peoples who could be subject to arrest on Canadian territory? And is he ready to apply the Canadian sanctions regime to Israelis who openly commit crimes against humanity in the Gaza Strip? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada supports the independent work of the ICJ and the ICC. We are here to support the process and to ensure that everyone follows international law, including the rulings of these courts. We are here to support processes multilaterally to make sure that international law is adhered to. We are a country of rule of law, and we will remain so. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has announced a bunch of principles that seem very interesting, but never seems ready to accept terms and adopt and put forward cooperation with our allies, countries that have political will and policies that will help force Israel to end the violence in Gaza. Can he stop just giving us empty words and take action? We've just sent 10 proposals to do this. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, if we want to respect international law and the rule of law, we have to respect the work done by institutions that were created to support it and defend it. And yes, we do support these institutions, but we're not going to jump stages to declare an outcome or decisions of these courts. On the contrary, we are going to wait for them to do their work because this is what international law hinges on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years, the Bloc Liberals aren't worth the cost. The Bloc has not only voted for $500 billion in appropriations that are centralizing, bureaucratic, and inflationary, but they want to radically increase taxes on gas and diesel for Quebecers in the regions. Unlike the Conservatives, who want to cut taxes, we are proposing to give a tax vacation for Quebecers on gas and diesel. Will the Prime Minister accept my common sense plan to reduce gas by 10 cents a litre for this summer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Conservative leader has a problem. His messages don't reach Quebec. Quebecers don't want to hear his ideas taking a step back in the fight against climate change. It's something that Quebecers understand very well. So his solutions are attacking the Bloc or Quebec members or Quebecers themselves to try to take steps back in the fight against climate change. It will fail because the Conservative leader does not understand Quebecers and does not understand, in fact, most Canadians that know that climate change is real and we need to tackle it. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker. When Conservatives were in power, the Bloc was almost eliminated because we reduced government and allowed Quebec to have autonomy. Quebecers were in charge of their destiny, but they have centralizing powers and policies, and that is why these two parties are cooperating together. Will he finally accept to unite the country with a federal government that is smaller so we can have Quebec and Quebecers that are stronger? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if he knew history, he'd know that the Bloc has existed because of the Conservative Party. But let's put this aside, Mr. Speaker, to underscore the reality that we'll always be here to defend Quebecers. We'll always be here to work. Order. Order, please.
Hey, j'invite le...
I would ask the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Sorry. No, not that member. I would ask the member to continue their discussions behind the curtains, please. I will ask the Prime Minister to start again from the top. Mr. Speaker, we've just seen, finally, after months, the Conservative caucus in Quebec wake up and finally talk. The reality is that when we talk about the environment, the Conservatives in Quebec say nothing. When we talk about the rights of women, the Quebec Conservatives say nothing. And we have seen shameful behavior from the Conservative caucus in Quebec, from the Conservatives, because they refuse to stand up for Quebec values. They tackle other Quebec members. This is shameful. They should apologize to all Quebecers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, he has just gone off the rails. He's lost control. He is so angry. Why? Because he has just learned that Quebecers, the Quebec Liberals, are turning their backs on him. Why? Because he has there's a common sense Conservative team that will cut taxes, build homes, fix the budget, and stop crime. Why not accept this? There's still time to accept this common sense plan. Give people a tax break so Quebecers can have a tax-free vacation. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. True, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I do stand up as a Quebecer to defend the values of my nation, of my country. These values as a Quebecer and a proud Canadian. We want to defend the environment, tackle climate change, protect the rights of women. Yes, I will always be passionate when it's time to defend fundamental rights for Canadians. I'm here to do this. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party continues to propose Quebecers a step back, and in terms of climate change, they're denying it. They're taking a step back in terms of the rights of women. That's not what Canadians and other Quebecers want. I'd like to apologize to the member of Marc-Aurèle Fortin. It wasn't the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, this government knows that climate change isn't just necessary for the future of the planet. It's also how Canada stays competitive. Last year, $2.4 trillion was invested in creating our net zero economy. Can the Prime Minister highlight some of the steps the government is taking to attract clean investment to Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. The reason the world is adopting a greener economy, well, because Canada remains competitive, because we're investing billions in clean tech, and our plan's already working. Companies are building new factories and are creating thousands of well-paying jobs in Quebec and across the country. The Conservative leader doesn't have a climate plan and therefore has no economic plan. While him and the Conservative caucus try to bring Canada back to the Stone Age, we're remaining focused on a stronger, greener economy for all generations. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But of course, the NDP is keeping this costly Prime Minister in office for another year and a half while people starve and are forced to live in tents. Those Canadians who've been able to hold on to their homes, they can't afford a vacation, but maybe a staycation. So we're asking today that the Prime Minister vote for a motion we will introduce tomorrow, which will give Canadians a 35-cent a litre gas tax break until Labor Day. Will the Prime Minister axe the taxes so Canadians can have a staycation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party is proposing to eliminate the Canada carbon rebate. This is a rebate that arrives 4 times a year in the pockets of Canadian families that, according to experts, economists, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer, puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families in the jurisdictions in which it applies. This is more money in people's pockets while we fight climate change with the most effective plan against climate change Canada has ever seen. This is what the Conservative leader continues to rally against: affordability and climate fight.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Of course, the Prime Minister is doing neither. After 9 years, the NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and neither is his carbon tax, which the Parliamentary Budget Officer finds costs more to 60% of Canadians than they get back in phony rebates. Mr. Speaker, going into the summer, the Prime Minister plans to hike taxes again. Canadians need a break now more than ever. Can he put aside his wacko ideology long enough to give Canadians a break by axing all the taxes on fuel for summer vacation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's not ideology to understand that fighting climate change and growing the economy while putting money in people's pockets is a good thing, because that's exactly what this government has done. Excluding the pandemic, our emissions are now the lowest they've been in 25 years because of our plan that prices pollution and puts more money back in the pockets out of 8 of 10 Canadian families. The fact that he refuses to understand that you don't have a plan for the economy if you don't have a plan to fight climate change is yet another proof of the fact that his approach is not going to succeed for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, he ranks 62nd out of 67 countries on fighting climate change. This after he's brought in a 17-cent a litre carbon tax, a tax that he wants to nearly quadruple up to 61 cents a litre if, God forbid, he's ever elected. We have 2 million people lined up at food banks, a quarter of Canadians skipping meals because they can't afford food. 1 in 4 adults missing meals so they can feed their kids. For God's sakes, why won't he give Canadians a summer vacation from all his taxes and accept our common sense plan?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Conservative leader isn't focused on affordability. He's focused on ending action on climate change. If he was so concerned about the price of gas, he'd have a conversation with his friend, the Premier of Alberta, who just raised the gas tax by 13 cents a litre. Experts agree, including Premier Smith, that Canadians receive back more money from the Canada carbon rebate than they pay with the price on pollution. We are putting a price on pollution and putting more money back in the pockets of the middle class and people working hard to join it. That is joining the efforts we're doing on affordability, like dental care, like support for childcare, and support the middle class.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Our Atlantic Accords bill will allow for the development of offshore wind projects. By investing in renewable energy, we are investing in a future for Atlantic Canadians that is green and prosperous, one where we fight climate change and create jobs. The Conservatives are getting in the way of Atlantic Canada by opposing C-49. What is government doing to ensure that Atlantic Canada can contribute to the green economy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member for St. John's East for her advocacy on behalf of all Atlantic Canadians. We're equipping Atlantic Canadians with the tools they need to thrive in the economy of tomorrow. Offshore wind alone is expected to bring $1 trillion of investment by 2040. There's no common sense in opposing good-paying, cutting-edge Atlantic Canadian jobs. This is yet another example of the Conservatives blocking middle-class jobs because of their backwards ideology. While Conservatives Conservative politicians pen angry op-eds against investing in the Atlantic, we'll ensure Atlantic Canadians are not left behind.
The honourable member from Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, here in northern Manitoba, we've seen the wildfire season start much earlier because of climate change. Frontline forest firefighters are giving it their all, but they can't do it alone. The military has had to help with firefighting operations across the country in the past. But now military leadership is warning their capacity to help Canadians evacuate will be limited, calling that help wickedly wasteful. Let's be clear, we are facing a climate emergency. So if these domestic operations aren't a priority for our military, then what is? Can Canadians count on this government to call in the military when we need help?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am certain the member opposite did not mean to disparage the extraordinary women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces who continue to step up and show up for Canadians, as they did all through last summer, as they will through this summer, where and when needed. But we also recognize that wildfires are getting worse, that the impacts of climate change are having more and more impacts on floods, droughts, and wildfires. And we will continue to need to be there with the military, but also call on more resources from civil society and elsewhere to support in these times of emergency.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we have learned very bad news in my riding this year. For many years, we've had a Canada Day party in Victoriaville involving many municipalities, but for a reason we don't know, the Minister of Canadian Heritage doesn't seem to be giving any funds to the Canada Day party organization, despite the fact that there's members of the business community involved and many others. On July 1st, there'll be no Canada Day party. What does the Prime Minister think of this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am troubled by this information, and I will certainly follow up to see what we can do, because Canadians across this country should be able to celebrate our national holiday with all the festivities that we'll see in our communities. And I appreciate enormously that the member has brought this concern to my attention, and we will follow up with his office. This is the end of the question.
The honourable member for Montarville has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I believe that you'll see that there is unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House be shocked by the displacements in Rafah. We have already received a negative indication towards the unanimous consent with regards to the honourable member's motion. The honourable member from Montarville has a comment on the same point of order. Mr. Speaker, for all colleagues, perhaps everyone should be able to hear all of the motion before they want to say that they haven't heard it. Well, once again, it shows us the importance, and this is a public service announcement for everyone. We actually have to consult other parties before we claim that it may be unanimous consent, which will make this kind of process more efficient. As it is 3:20 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Bragdon to the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-49. Call on the members.
Merci. The question is as follows. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mrs. Valdez, moved that Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Bragdon, appuyé par Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Bragdon, seconded by Mr. Waugh, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources for the purpose of reconsidering clauses 61, 62, 169, and 170, with the view to prevent uncertainty and a lack of clarity caused by the inclusion of similar provisions contained in Bill C-69, an act to amend enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts which would insert unanticipated conditions and requirements beyond existing legislation and regulations through these clauses.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Qui participe en personne.
All those in favour of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kana.
Mr. Kana.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Culkin.
Mr. Culkin.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Ms. Jasic.
Miss Jasic.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakuno.
Monsieur Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attend
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
de poursuivre ses travaux. Informer la Chambre que
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended.
if you're not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 205, 205.
I declare the amendment defeated. And the next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Wilkinson, appuyé par...
Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mrs. Valdez, move that Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass.
Maintenant lu une troisième fois et adopté. Si un...
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognised party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
À la présidence. L'honorable...
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. I ask a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
La période...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamouter.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kana.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. We should inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Nobody's there. Nobody come running in. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 144, 144.
I declare the motion carried. Okay. Order. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-368 under private members' business. La question est la...
The question is as follows.
Mr. Viss moves that Bill C-368, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, Natural Health Products, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. The 10-minute period of members voting electronically is started. The House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row to my left.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Third row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlow.
Miss Idlow.
First row at my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pulis.
Monsieur Pulis.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
In the second row.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Premier rangée à ma droite.
First row to my right.
Monsieur Bauderis.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, the fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, and first row. And all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Mélanger.
Fifth row.
Donald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabia.
Mr. Rabia.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Quatrième row.
Fourth row.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
I'm having a hard time hearing the call. Third row.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmarchak.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Première rangée.
First row to my right.
Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. Si député n'a pas pu voter.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Reconnaîtra. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 171, 171. Nays contre 146, 146.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Health. La Chambre procèdera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-356 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Mr. Polyev, seconded by Ms. Landsman, moves that Bill C-356, an act respecting payments by Canada and requirements in respect of housing, and to amend certain other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disability. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votant par voie électronique a été activée et la Chambre procèdera maintenant.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started and the House will now proceed to the vote.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Fourth row.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Troisième rangée.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
First row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row. In the fifth row. In the fourth row. Third row. Second row. And first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in sixième rangée.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Bush.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième.
Second row.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée.
First row to my left.
Mandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Ravi.
Fifth row.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Catherine Mirage.
Fourth row.
Fano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Third row at my right.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Second row.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Madame Pittspat-Taylor.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
First row.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Bouleris.
Monsieur Boleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote électronique avant de...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its...
Je désire informer la Chambre que
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
vote due to technical difficulties, and we now use the raise hand function or stand in the chamber, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to register my vote as no.
Hardy, nay, contre.
Kilcannon, anybody else? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 203, 203.
I declare the motion defeated. A point of order, the Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following. There have been discussions that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practices of the House, during the debate on the business of supply pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, later this day, A, the time provided for consideration of the main estimates in Committee of the Whole be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 16 periods of 15 minutes each. B, members rising to speak during the debate may indicate to the chair that they will be dividing their time with another member. And C, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. Oh, no. C'est bien. Okay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 50 minutes. Daily routine of business, affaire courante ordinaire, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities in relation to Bill C-322, an act to develop a national framework to establish a school food program. The committee has studied the bill and, pursuant to Standing Order 9711, requests a 30-day extension to consider it.
Pursuant to Standing Order 9713A, a motion to concur in the report is deemed moved, the question deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, June 5th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for all questions. Presenting reports from committees, Calcando, anybody else? Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition on behalf of residents in Langdon. This community of 7,000 people has now been a year and a half without a post office. 90% of my residents surveyed said they need a post office within the area, and this one makes them drive 30 kilometers outside of it to the next post office, which 90% say that's much too far to drive to a post office. It's a year and a half, Mr. Speaker, that these residents have been without a post office. Much too long. They need a post office. This is too long, a year and a half. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, I have 2 petitions to introduce today. The first notes that Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis, with 3 in 4 people reporting that inflation is affecting their ability to meet day-to-day expenses such as housing, food, transportation, and clothing. They note that the workers' share of GDP has been eroding in Canada by falling real wages and the growing gap between labor productivity and compensation. And they call on this government to act immediately to close tax loopholes in offshore tax havens and implement an excess profits tax and use those revenues to address that cost of living crisis. The second petition points out that remote work is a vital accommodation to help disabled individuals, especially those with mobility impairments, stay in the workforce. They note that research shows that disabled individuals in the United States were 3.5% more likely to be employed than pre-pandemic because of the increased remote work. And they point out that people suffering or living with autism or ADHD and other necessities, that remote work makes it more likely they can participate and contribute their skills and talents. They call on this government to introduce legislation to permit employees the right to access remote work if their positions reasonably allow that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table my very first petition as Member of Parliament for Durham on behalf of my constituents and Canadians across the country who are concerned about rising auto theft. This petition is signed by Canadians who are concerned about Liberal bail policies C-75 and C-5 and their enabling of repeat offenders to continue committing crimes in our community. Thank you very much.
Great. Presenting of petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, it's an honour to table e-petition 4769, signed by 1,014 petitioners, sponsored by Chris Alemany from Port Alberni, British Columbia. In my writing, Mr. Speaker, he calls on the Government of Canada to dedicate and enact policy and budgetary resources to enable the Parliament of Canada to provide an open, trusted, federated social media presence for use by all member senators, officers, and other employees of Parliament as appropriate for communication to all Canadians. And he cites that traditional social media spaces have become sources of considerable controversy, harassment, misinformation, and strife, but free, decentralized, and federated alternatives are emerging. He cites that Parliament already provides a comprehensive suite of technical services such as email and web streaming to connect the people of Canada to their Parliament, and the government, academic, corporate, and individual entities around the world are creating their own social media presence using these same emerging technologies. And lastly, the Parliament should control its own communications infrastructure to ensure the ability of the public servants within its walls to fulfill their mandates and reach every Canadian in an equitable and easy way because of renowned Canadian media studies philosopher Marshall McLuhan said, "The medium is the message." Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have two petitions to present today. The first one is regarding the consumption of plant-based proteins. And this petition encourages Canada, or asks that the Government of Canada declare a Meatless Monday in order to address the overconsumption of meat, which is linked to various health issues, including heart disease and obesity. And also, the meat industry is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, and other environmental problems. And there were 1,000 people signed that petition, Mr. Speaker. And the second one is regarding climate change. And these petitioners request that the House of Commons ensure a taxonomy of sustainable finance in Canada is adopted, and that it exclude all fossil fuel-related projects, including CCUS for oil and gas, that it be aligned with the Paris Agreement, that it require eligible projects or companies to have a science-based and credible climate transition plan, and that it's linked to other regulations, such as fund naming and securities regulation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise to present a petition on behalf of folks who are concerned with the number of deaths across the country as a result of poison drugs, a crisis that is hitting my community particularly hard. Petitioners note they call on the Government of Canada to, first of all, declare a public health emergency with respect to overdose deaths. They look to have the government reframe this away from a criminal justice issue to a public health one. They call on taking a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to address this crisis, addressing root causes of poverty, addiction, housing, healthcare, among others, including in that multifaceted approach, the decriminalization of drugs. They go on to call for the government to specifically listen to and act on recommendations not made by politicians, but by social workers, frontline workers, nurses, doctors, and those directly involved in the drug-using community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition in which the petitioners are calling for the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to be amended so that convicted murderers, after serving their minimum sentence, would no longer be able to apply for parole year after year, as is presently the case. Rather, they would only be able to be considered for parole at the time of their automatic review. This is in recognition that the families of murder victims are traumatized by recurring parole hearings for convicted murderers whose likelihood of ever being released is close to nil.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to stand in this place and present petitions signed by so many Canadians. The first petition that I would like to present today is signed by a number of constituents and Canadians that share their concern that is among Pakistani Canadians regarding political unrest and socioeconomic turmoil in the country of Pakistan. There are concerns concerns about the reports of politically motivated acts of violence and threats against opposition parties and their followers. There is grave concern further about the recent arrest of former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan and the steps being taken by the Pakistani military and its agents to limit participation in general elections by the former Prime Minister and Pakistan's largest opposition party. Mr. Speaker, these petitioners ask for the Government of Canada to take concrete steps to support democracy, support freedom, and ensure that Canada does everything it can to support free and fair elections in the country of Pakistan. The second petition that I am pleased to be able to present on behalf of so many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is calling attention to the fact that in the 2021 Liberal Party platform, they promised to subject charitable organizations to a values test. They highlight how this was done before, much that targeted so many organizations that do good work in our communities and led to many organizations not being eligible for important funding. So, Mr. Speaker, these petitioners call to the attention of the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, and without the imposition of another, quote, values test, unquote. And further, these petitioners ask the House of Commons to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. And Mr. Speaker, that just sounds like common sense to me. Thank you.
I just need to remind honourable members to keep their explanations of their petitions as short as possible so everybody can get a chance to participate. And seeing there's no other petitions, we'll move on to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today: 2532, 2533, 2536, 2540, and 2544. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to questions number 2495, originally tabled on May 22nd, 2024, and the government's responses to questions number 2526 to 2531, 2534, 2535, 2537 to 2539, 2541 to 2543, and 2545 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately because of the pressure I received from my colleagues, Mr. Speaker.
Great idea. The undue pressure you were getting there. Is it a pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Bold of you to ask that.
Good idea. Let's do it.
There you go. And then finally, notice of motion for the reduction of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary... No? You just skip over that.
Yeah.
There you go. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
On notices of motions, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Very good. Anything else? Perfect. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government bills. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-70, Countering Foreign Interference Act.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Blanc, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this House and to you about Bill C-70 that would allow the government to take further action against the growing threat of foreign interference. The Countering Foreign Interference Act would strengthen the government's ability to detect and disrupt foreign interference and better protect all Canadians from the threats posed by hostile states. As an open and free democracy, Canada has long been a target of hostile states seeking Canadian intelligence to advance their own interests. Foreign interference is a deliberate attempt to subvert the fundamental values and freedoms that we all cherish as Canadians and that are the very essence of our free and open society. In doing so, these hostile states seek to advance their national interests at the expense of our own.
Foreign interference poses one of the most important threats to our Canadian way of life, our economic prosperity, our national security, and our sovereignty. As stated by the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, foreign interference threatens the fundamental values of our country and our national security. Over the years, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service has observed and investigated multiple instances of foreign states targeting Canada and Canadian interests. We know that foreign states target our country using any means possible. This includes, of course, human intelligence operations, state-sponsored or foreign-influenced media, and sophisticated cyber attacks, to name just a few. These hostile actors also engage in other activities such as spreading misinformation and disinformation to undermine public confidence in public institutions, mainstream media, or electoral processes. And how do they accomplish this, Mr. Speaker? They do so by cultivating witting, or in some cases unwitting individuals to assist them. Not only does this help to achieve their aims, it also enables foreign states to operate with plausible deniability on Canadian soil. We've also heard this recently at the public hearings of the Hague Commission, the Foreign Interference Commission set up, as you know, Mr. Speaker, with the support of all recognized parties in this House. We've heard from many witnesses that some foreign state actors monitor, intimidate, and harass diaspora communities in Canada. They attempt to silence dissidents and promote narratives that are favorable to their own autocratic regimes. Members from diaspora communities testified that they have either directly experienced or know others who have experienced the effects of foreign interference. This includes threats to them or to their families back home. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, whilst traditional interference in human intelligence operations remains the greatest danger to Canada, interference through hostile cyber activities is a growing concern. Thanks to the work of the security and intelligence community, we know that more and more states have built and deployed programs dedicated to online influence as part of their day-to-day operations. We know, for example, from the 2022 CSIS public report that foreign states are exploiting social media to influence their targets. For example, state actors use it to spread false information, divide public opinion, and generally interfere with healthy public debate and discourse. Through their online influence campaigns, some foreign states are trying to delegitimize the concept of democracy and other values that may run counter to their own ideological views. These are fundamental values that we hold dear as Canadians, such as human rights and freedoms.
Mr. Speaker, through their various attempts to influence Canadian elections and opinions, these hostile states seek to bias our policy development and decision-making. In so doing, they also seek to divide Canadians and sow discord in Canadian society. As parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, we all know that we are vulnerable to these very attempts as well. As we've heard during many debates in this House on this topic, foreign interference is a nonpartisan issue that is of deep concern to all parliamentarians. Indeed, foreign interference is a cross-cutting issue for all members of this House, not simply as parliamentarians, but as Canadians. And I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, through you, the many colleagues in this House who have worked with me and talked to me about how we can collaborate, not only on this legislation, I hope, but on other issues as well that will strengthen our democracy and the ability of our security and intelligence agencies to protect Canadians. These activities threaten the integrity of our political system, democratic processes, and social cohesion. While the threat of foreign interference is not new, these activities have increased in recent years, and as we know all too well, they continue to grow. As the former National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister, Jody Thomas, said, and I quote, "We cannot paint an overly optimistic picture. Things change, tools and methods change, our adversaries adapt quickly and find innovative ways to interfere in our affairs." With a quickly changing landscape, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that Canada is in a position to keep up with those who wish us harm. And we must ensure that we can hold accountable those individuals who threaten Canada, our national security, or Canadian sovereignty. Alors, Monsieur le Président, tous les exemples que j'ai...
Mr. Speaker, all the examples I've given show how urgent the need for action is. It is for these reasons that I'm pleased to speak for the first time to Bill C-70, the Countering Foreign Interference Act. Through this act, we strengthen Canada's toolkit against foreign interference. Combating this threat whilst defending Canada's interests, values and principles is an absolute priority for this government, and I hope for all parliamentarians as well. Above all, the government places a priority on transparency in its approach to fighting foreign interference.
To further increase transparency, this legislation would create a foreign influence transparency registry. Through this registry, all individuals or entities who enter into an arrangement with a foreign principal and who undertake activities to influence a government or political process in Canada would be required to publicly register these activities. By registering, individuals and entities would be more transparent about their connections to foreign states, and this would obviously support Canada's national security objectives. The goal of a foreign registry would be to promote transparency from all people who advocate on behalf of a foreign government or entity, as well as accountability from those who would seek to do so in a non-transparent or clandestine way. Under Bill C-70, the government proposes to have Canada's registry overseen by an independent Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner. This commissioner would be responsible for independently administering and promoting compliance with the Act. En fait, Monsieur le Président, l'ingérence étrangère.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, foreign interference is a complex threat to national security that requires a multi-pronged response. We recognise that the registry is just one more tool to help Canada adopt an approach to combat foreign interference. A foreign influence registry would build on the government's long-standing and ongoing efforts to protect our democratic institutions from the threat of foreign interference.
Mr. Speaker, CSIS continues to investigate threats and advise the government on appropriate actions. Many members here today have benefited from briefings from CSIS officials that are continuing to be held with different caucuses, Mr. Speaker, both in this place and, of course, in the Senate as well. These briefings are delivered to all parties at the federal level, and we're working with provincial and municipal orders of government to ensure that the best practices and defensive postures can also be adopted by these legislators as well. The RCMP continues to play an important and effective role in investigating criminal offenses related to foreign interference, including those targeting democratic institutions. But to equip CSIS to combat emerging global threats and keep pace with technological developments, further investments in the intelligence capabilities and infrastructure are also being made. Budget 2024 proposes to provide $655 million over 8 years and $114 million ongoing to CSIS to enhance its intelligence capabilities. The previous year's budget, 2023, also provided almost $50 million to the RCMP to protect Canadians from harassment and intimidation by foreign actors and to increase its investigative capacity and to cooperate more proactively with communities that are obviously at the risk of being targeted. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of confidence in the work that the RCMP does, that CSIS does, with their partners across the country, but I think we can all do more to continue to support these brave women and men who serve our country in this important way. We've also made investments of $5.5 million to build capacity in civil society partners to prevent disinformation, promote democratic resilience, and raise awareness about foreign interference. Le projet de loi C-70
Bill C-70 is the result of these consultations with Canadians across the country. This includes community organizations, diaspora communities, academics, the private sector, Indigenous governments, and provincial and territorial stakeholders. One of the key themes that emerged from the consultation was that a registry is not a one-size-fits-all solution and should be accompanied by other initiatives to strengthen Canada's response to foreign interference.
For example, Mr. Speaker, targeted amendments to the CSIS Act would better equip the Government of Canada to build resilience and counter modern threats that Canada and Canadians face. The CSIS Act was enacted in 1984, at a time when the prolific use and expansion of technology may have meant you had 2 fax machines, one for incoming faxes and one to send faxes. Today, digital technologies are part of every aspect of our lives and the critical infrastructure of our country. CSIS must be able to operate in a digital world that is constantly and rapidly changing. This legislation would also increase CSIS's ability to be more agile and effective in investigations by introducing tailored warrants for specific investigative techniques. It would also enhance CSIS's capacity to collect and use data sets. Amongst other changes, Mr. Speaker, it would enable a broader disclosure of CSIS information to key partners outside the Government of Canada with the appropriate safeguards. This information would help our partners, provincial governments, universities, the private sector, build resilience to emerging national security threats. It's important to underscore, Mr. Speaker, that these legislative amendments would continue to respect Canadian fundamental rights and freedoms with strong review, oversight, and transparency measures still in place and unchanged. Judicial oversight remains unchanged including for all new authorities that we're asking Parliament to consider. These proposals have been developed also considering the high expectation of privacy that the people of Canada properly have, including respecting all of their protections under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. L'Office de surveillance des activités en matière de sécurité nationale.
The National Security Review Office, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians also played an important role in CSIS's activities. Certain activities, such as the collection and retention of data sets, are also subject to review and approval by the Intelligence Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, Canada may be no stranger to foreign interference, but Canadians can rest assured that the government is using every possible tool at its disposal to protect them.
Committed, Mr. Speaker, to enhancing a whole of society resilience against malicious foreign interference and hostile foreign state actors. We'll do so through continued transparency and by upholding the confidence of Canadians in our democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, this is, I hope, a moment where this House and our colleagues in the other place can come together to work in a nonpartisan, constructive way to reinforce the legislative instruments that national security agencies should have to properly protect the national security of Canadians, to detect, to disrupt, and to defeat attempts at foreign interference. We think, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation would benefit from, obviously, the study in committee in this House, a committee of this House and in the other place. I have said to colleagues on both sides of the aisle here that have talked to me that we would work collaboratively with colleagues in terms of amendments that might strengthen this legislation. Canadians, I think, are expecting us to act in the national interest. It's certainly our intention to work in a collaborative way with all parties in this House and our colleagues in the other place to see if we can't take a significant step forward in terms of modernizing the legislative toolkit to counter foreign interference. We're moving forward with clear hindsight, Mr. Speaker, but a clear-eyed view of the road ahead. And I look forward to the debate in this House, to the discussion in committee, and I look forward to working, obviously, with all those that are interested in a constructive and positive way that we can reinforce national security institutions. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying it's been for me as the Public Safety Minister an extraordinary privilege to see the remarkable work done by the women and men who currently serve in CSIS, who work for the RCMP, who work at the Public Safety Department, who work at the Border Services Agency. These are agencies that are focused on national security and the security of Canadians, and they're doing very, very effective work to detect and disrupt foreign interference. But they have worked with our government and will be happy to work with parliamentarians, of course, if there are ways that we can modernize and strengthen the legislative instruments that govern their important work. And I think that today's discussion is an important start of that process. And Mr. Speaker, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the time today. Questions and comments.
Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Part 2 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, amends the criminal code to broaden the scope of the sabotage offense to include essential infrastructure such as transportation, information and telecommunication technology, water and wastewater, energy, utilities, healthcare, food supply, government operations, and financial infrastructure. My simple question for the minister is this: does the definition of essential infrastructure include, in his view, the construction of essential infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for focusing on what we think is also an important element, strengthening the criminal code provisions, as he properly noted, around sabotage. We're obviously conscious, Mr. Speaker, that lawful and peaceful protests there has to be an intent to harm as part of this criminal amendment that we're suggesting. But, Mr. Speaker, from my perspective, if the attempt in this particular amendment is to strengthen protections for that critical infrastructure, the building of that critical infrastructure, which is always a source of concern for national security institutions, should also properly be protected. And I would be happy to work with the committee, Mr. Speaker, should this legislation make it to committee, to find the right way to define that in the appropriate context.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister of Public Security for his speech. The Bloc is in favour of this legislation and will send it to committee. But I heard the Minister in his speech earlier talk about broad consultations with Canadians on this topic and his intention to collaborate inclusively with the opposition parties at the House. But my colleague from Trois-Rivières tabled a similar bill to protect Quebec and Canada from foreign interference. And there were 2 points that I find particularly important that should be found in Bill C-70, particularly the fact that public charge holders should not have the right when they leave their position to work for a foreign government, particularly if their new job is to influence decision makers. I would like to see this in the current bill. Another point we find very important and interesting to debate at committee would be the double recording. Foreign agents have to disclose their contacts in Canada, but should this also be the case for Canadians to divulge their relationships with foreign agents in their positions? Would the minister be open to supporting such a proposal? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Drummond, and I thank him for his openness and the openness of my colleagues at the Bloc to working with the government to bring this bill to committee and to study exactly this type of issue my colleague raised. Obviously, we are in favor of the legislation tabled by the member for Trois-Rivières, and it seems to me perfectly reasonable to find a way for public position holders when they leave their jobs under the Conflict of Interest or Ethics Act, if we could not look at what we do with this in terms of foreign countries. Also, those who do hold public positions right now, in many cases, they have very appropriate relationships in their official positions with diplomatic members, those who are accredited in Canada, abroad. So I'm not an expert in this area. I'm not sure how we strike the appropriate balance to allow foreign diplomats who are accredited to serve their countries in Canada to do their work, and how the government could have this type of international relationship while increasing transparency with respect to those who work for foreign entities. So I'm absolutely opening to discussing this at committee at the right time, and I imagine this bill will go to committee, but I'd like to find the best way to address the very appropriate issues that the colleague has raised.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for leading off debate on this bill and let him know that the NDP will also be supporting this bill at second reading. In fact, the Standing Committee on Public Safety unanimously agreed to start a pre-study of the bill tomorrow morning because we do want to get important work underway. I do want to note a couple of things, 2 comments. Number one, the amendments to the CSIS Act, especially with respect to the data set regime, follow a fairly scathing National Security and Intelligence Review Agency report, which had found that CSIS had repeatedly breached the statutory authorities given to it with respect to handling data sets. So again, good to see legislation bringing analog laws up to speed in a digital age. Number two, and I totally agree that foreign interference is very real. In fact, it has affected members of our caucus. That is publicly known. And it is something that we have to be on the watch out, not only at the federal level, but the provincial level, and indeed the municipal and Indigenous level. The question I have through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister is, creating a registry is one thing, but I can only surmise that in Canada, as in elsewhere in the world, that there are serious clandestine efforts underway to do this kind of interference. And so I know these actors are not going to be paying attention to a registry. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm curious, under existing laws, what success has Canada had both in terms of charges and convictions against actors who are going to completely ignore this type of registry? Because we want to make sure that we're being effective on the whole spectrum of dealing with this problem. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, and I thank our colleague from the NDP for his comments. I salute, obviously, the committee's decision to do a pre-study. We think that's very positive and will help our colleagues on the committee be able to judge what amendments are appropriate and how to deal with what is a series of complex legislative amendments. I certainly share our colleague from the NDP's concern, Mr. Speaker, around the appropriate handling of these data sets. To move a national security institution from an analog era to a digital era obviously comes with the required and appropriate safeguards that need to be increased, and these need to be understood and applied by CSIS at all times. So I'm happy to work with the agency or the service, but work with colleagues in this place to make sure that that understandable concern around the appropriate handling of this data and the privacy rights of Canadians in particular are respected. I'm glad he acknowledged, Mr. Speaker, that members of this House from all caucuses have been themselves targeted or affected by foreign interference, and it's a source of concern for every member of this House. And I also note his question, Mr. Speaker, around the clandestine work. I think that goes without saying, that people who are prepared to take injurious actions against the national security of our country may, and some of the briefings I have from CSIS officials, Mr. Speaker, you'll understand, give me perhaps a unique perspective, or a perspective that not many people can have, about the nature of the threat that some of these hostile state actors present to the security of our country. So I take his comments around their desire to comply with a registry. I take them with the seriousness in which he made them. The committee may have reflections on how those penalties might be strengthened, Mr. Speaker. We think that they're significant and severe, but we, again, will work with parliamentarians in this regard. And his comments around how do we disrupt and ultimately prosecute some of the very hostile, threatening actors that may be operating in Canada today is one that every government has struggled with. The ability to take intelligence information and turn it into evidence in a criminal trial is something that Five Eyes partners struggle with. I've had those conversations with our colleagues from the Five Eyes community. We're always looking at ways that the RCMP, which would have the investigative authority in terms of criminal activity in Canada, are able to work with their partners. But often, Mr. Speaker, the very intelligence information that CSIS would get from partners comes with caveats, and therefore the ability to turn it into a criminal prosecution remains a challenge, but we're very much focused on what we can do in that regard as well.
Before going to the next speaker, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac Kingston, Correctional Service of Canada.
Diana for York on diversity and inclusion, and the Honourable Member for Victoria on the oil and gas industry. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe you seek it. You'll find unanimous consent for me to split my time with the member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Agreed? Agreed. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their institutions to protect them from the malign threat activities of authoritarian states. Canadians expect the whole of the Government of Canada including its intelligence agencies and law enforcement, to protect our elections and democratic institutions from the coercive, clandestine, and corrupt foreign interference threat activities of authoritarian states. That's what Canadians expect, and that's why Canadians were so shocked when the extent of foreign interference in our democracy was revealed to Parliament and to the public. Justice Hogue, who is leading the Foreign Interference Public Inquiry, concluded in the inquiry's initial report that, quote, interference occurred in the last 2 general elections, end quote, and became so serious that, quote, it diminished the ability of some voters to cast an informed vote, end quote. She also concluded that foreign interference had a negative impact on the broader electoral ecosystem in the 2019 and 2021 elections, and that it undermined public confidence in Canadian democracy.
The government dragged its heels in taking action on the advice of CSIS and other national security entities that had identified these threatening activities years ago, before both general elections that took place afterwards.
Warned in 2018 by the director of CSIS of the existential threat from foreign interference threat activities of the People's Republic of China here in Canada. National security agencies advised the government to introduce a range of measures to counter these threats, including legislation. It took years for the government to introduce Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference. But finally, it has been introduced. So let me outline our views on this bill. This bill is divided into 4 parts. Part 1 proposes amendments to the CSIS Act. These amendments are the most significant changes to the Act in decades. As my honourable colleague, the Minister, pointed out, the CSIS Act was introduced in 1984, just after disco, but before the introduction of the internet, social media, smartphones, and so many other technologies. The amendments will allow CSIS to obtain preservation and production orders, as well as warrants to obtain information, records, or documents through a single attempt. They will allow CSIS to better collect, retain, and analyze data for intelligence purposes. They will allow CSIS to collect foreign intelligence for the first time and allow CSIS to disclose classified information outside of the government to provinces, municipalities, universities, and companies. Part 2 amends the Security of Information Act in the Criminal Code to create new foreign interference offenses. The bill creates a new offense of up to life in prison for a person who commits any indictable offense under the Criminal Code or under any other act of Parliament at the direction of, or for the benefit of, or in association with a foreign entity. The bill would create new offenses for a person to engage in clandestine activities at the direction of, or in the benefit of, or in association with a foreign entity that is prejudicial to the safety or interests of Canada, or to influence the exercise of a democratic right in Canada. Le projet de loi.
The bill makes it easier to prosecute foreign interference by eliminating the need for the Crown to demonstrate that harm to Canadian interests is the purpose of committing the foreign interference offense. If either the person committing the offense or the victim has a link to Canada.
2 amends the Criminal Code to broaden the offense of sabotage to include sabotage against essential infrastructure, which is defined as transportation, information and communication technology, water and wastewater, energy, utilities, healthcare, food supply, government operations, and financial infrastructure. Sabotage is defined as anyone who interferes with access to essential infrastructure or anyone who causes an essential infrastructure to be lost, inoperable, unsafe, or unfit to use, with the intent to endanger the safety, security, or defense of Canada, or the armed forces of an ally in Canada, or to cause serious risk to the health and safety of the public. And as the Minister pointed out earlier, Mr. Speaker, the Minister's views is that that essential infrastructure includes the construction of that essential infrastructure. The sabotage offence provided for in the bill provides an offence punishable up to 10 years in prison And for greater certainty, Part 2 makes it clear that it exempts legal advocacy, protest, or dissent that does not intend to cause harm. Part 3 amends the Canada Evidence Act and makes consequential amendments to other acts to create a general scheme to deal with information related to foreign affairs, national defense, or national security in federal court proceedings, and proposes amendments that will permit the appointment of a special counsel to protect the interests of non-governmental parties in those proceedings. The fourth and final part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, establishes the Foreign Influence Transparency and Accountability Act, which creates a Foreign Influence Registry and a new Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner. Any person under the direction of or in association with a foreign state or foreign government or any entity controlled by that state or government and who communicates with a public office holder or who communicates or disseminates to the public about political or governmental processes, or who distributes money or items of value or provides a service or the use of a facility must register. The bill creates an indictable offense of up to 5 years in prison and up to $5 million in administrative monetary penalties for failing to register or for providing false or misleading information to the Commissioner or for obstructing the Commissioner's work. These are tough penalties for failing to register, and they will have a deterrence effect on those thinking about acting on behalf of a foreign state or foreign controlled entity in a corrupt, coercive, and clandestine manner. For those who do act in such a manner, I expect they will not register, and these tools will make available to law enforcement and to other enforcement entities, such as the Commissioner, to hold these individuals accountable for their activities, either through the new administrative monetary penalties of up to $5 million, which have a much lower threshold for use, or through referral to the appropriate police of jurisdiction for criminal prosecution. The new Foreign Influence Transparency Commissioner would oversee a public registry containing information on individuals engaged in influence activities on behalf of a foreign principal. The Act provides for the Commissioner to provide reports to the Public Safety Minister and to Parliament. The Commissioner is appointed by Governor and Council, effectively by the Prime Minister, after consultations with the leaders of the House of Commons and Senate. But ultimately, the decision to appoint the Commissioner is a decision of the Prime Minister's alone. Mr. Speaker, in principle, we support this bill. Now that Bill C-70 has finally been introduced, the government and official opposition and other recognized parties in this House must work together to ensure that our democratic institutions and elections are protected from the threats of authoritarian states. Inaction and delay cannot continue. As Justice Hogue noted, the risks from the impacts of foreign interference will only increase as long as sufficient protective measures to guard against it are not taken. As our general election draws closer and as the life of this Parliament draws to an end, time is running out to strengthen the confidence Canadians have in our elections through legislation.
For this reason, Conservatives are proposing to work with the government and other parties in this House toward the expeditious passage of Bill C-70 through the House of Commons and in committee, allowing sufficient time to implement safeguards against foreign interference before the election.
Conservatives will work in good faith, Mr. Speaker, to ensure the rapid progress of Bill C-70 through the House while ensuring sufficient scrutiny of its provisions. We are willing to consider amendments to this bill, but we want this bill to pass. Mr. Speaker, the government has often asked the official opposition to work with them, and this is an instance in which we will.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice, and I'm actually encouraged to hear that the official opposition sees the merit to this bill. I think as a government, and the Minister has stated on many occasions, that foreign interference is something that we should all be concerned about, and we're far more effective if, in fact, we can act as one in many different ways. I understand that the member has not had the legislation itself for long, but my question to the member is, does he have any sense of any forms of amendments that he could see to the legislation, or as a whole, the principle of the legislation that he's quite prepared to see pass relatively quickly?
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I note that Part 4 of the bill provides for the creation of a commissioner. That commissioner is situated within the machinery of government, within the Department of Public Safety Canada. That commissioner is appointed at the advice of the Prime Minister. Perhaps an amendment that would strengthen the independence of that office would be to appoint the commissioner after the Prime Minister has consulted with leaders of the recognized parties in the House of Commons and in the Senate, and after resolutions have been adopted by both the House and the Senate. That perhaps is an amendment that would strengthen the independence of that office.
In comments, question commentaire, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And we know that it was very heartfelt because we know that he's been a victim of threats or interference. It was very interesting to hear from him, therefore. We can certainly improve this bill at committee. The Bloc Québécois tabled a bill to improve this legislation. For example, that the registry should consider universities, and that in addition, former public office holders could be forbidden from working for foreign agents for 3 years. What does my colleague think of these ideas? Does he think that this could help? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I do think that there are measures in this bill that will give CSIS the powers it needs to communicate information, to communicate classified intelligence to universities, to municipalities, to provinces. To ensure that they have that information to protect their interests at the provincial, municipal, university levels. We support that measure in this legislation because we think it's very important to give these powers to our intelligence and security agencies.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Canadian history is replete with examples where Canadians of different origins have had their loyalties questioned because of nothing more than their nationality. Italian Canadians, Hungarian Canadians, and of course the infamous example of the internment of Japanese Canadians who had their loyalties questioned simply because of where their heritage may have come from. And as my honourable colleague pointed out, Part 4 of this bill seeks to establish for the first time a registry of foreign influence. I know my honourable colleague is a strong proponent of free speech and making sure we have political freedom in this country. Does he think that Section 113, which defines the criteria upon which the need to register is set forth, strikes the appropriate balance to make sure that we are truly catching those who are working at the behest of or for their own benefit for a foreign state, as opposed to Canadians who are simply expressing their views that might or might not correspond with that of a different country?
A very quick answer, the honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank the colleague for the question. My father came here in 1952 from Hong Kong as a Chinese immigrant, only several years after the Chinese Exclusion Act was repealed. And even though that legislation had been repealed, the sentiments that underpinned that legislation still remained in Canada. And so I think we have to be acutely sensitive to diaspora communities. I note that this bill is agnostic when it comes to foreign states and foreign governments. It requires all persons to register, regardless of the foreign entity the foreign principal that they are acting on behalf of or in association with or at the direction of. So I think it is a fair bill that will ensure that there's greater sunlight and transparency, which I think is also an important tool to use to ensure that diaspora communities are not unfairly targeted. Because when information is made public, the bad actors are made known, and everyone else is understood to be innocent.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Point of order?
Sure. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, which would see this bill voted on at third reading by the end of day, Wednesday, June 12th. That, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, shall be disposed of as follows. A, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders later today, the bill would be deemed adopted at second reading and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. B, during the consideration of the bill by the committee, 1, the committee shall have the first priority for the use of House resources for committee meetings. 2, the committee shall meet for extended hours on Monday, June 3rd, Tuesday, June 4th, Wednesday, June 5th, and Thursday, June 6th, 2024, to gather evidence from witnesses. 3, the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions, and Intergovernmental Affairs, the officials from the RCMP and CSIS, the National Security Advisor, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister, the officials from the Department of Public Safety, and other expert witnesses deemed relevant by the committee be invited to appear. 4, all amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 9 a.m. on Monday, June 10th. 5, amendments filed by independent members shall be deemed to have been proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of this bill. 6, the committee shall meet at 3:30 p.m. on Monday, June 10th, 2024.
I'm hearing no or no's. So it was maybe it sounded good until I guess to that point. So I guess maybe the caucuses can go back and discuss maybe that program motion. On the same point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was not what was agreed to, but I'm sure we'll be presenting something similar in the coming hours.
Wait for the House Leader for the official opposition. Voila, the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to make it very clear that it was the NDP that said no to this very common sense motion to get this legislation passed.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, but we did have good faith conversations on this motion. We agreed up to a certain point. If the Conservatives want to reword it, they will find the NDP is going to be quite cooperative on this matter. I'd like to put that on the record.
I don't want to get too deeply into the discussion. The Honourable House Leader.
We should probably take these discussions offline so we can find out why the NDP are opposed to having this bill passed by a certain date. That was the key.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we have good faith negotiations behind the scenes, we don't engage in partisan jabs like that.
That's right. I would think let's continue discussions. Well, in the meantime, let's just go to the next speaker, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference. My colleague, the member for Wellington Halton Hills, has done a good job in outlining some of the key measures provided for in this bill, which I will not repeat. Needless to say, on the whole, the measures and safeguards provided in the bill, including establishing new foreign interference specific offenses, as well as the establishment of a foreign influence registry, are welcome measures and, frankly, long overdue measures. And it is on that basis that Conservatives are committed to seeing this bill move through the legislative process expeditiously. And it's disappointing to see that in our efforts to do that, we were blocked as a result of the NDP, who seem to want to hold up this legislation. It's imperative that this bill move forward as quickly as possible, because officials have indicated that it may take up to 1 year to implement fully the bill upon it receiving royal assent. And we need to have these measures, we need to have these safeguards in place in time for the next election. Time is of the essence. And so while this bill, Madam Speaker, is welcome, I must say, why has it taken the government so long to introduce legislation to counter foreign interference? The Prime Minister for years has been warned by CSIS and other agencies about the threat of foreign interference, the fact that foreign interference is on the rise, and the fact that it threatens our sovereignty, democracy, and the safety and security of Canadians, particularly those in diaspora communities. The Prime Minister, moreover, has repeatedly and very specifically been briefed about the most significant foreign interference state threat, namely the Beijing-based communist regime. As far back as 2017, the Prime Minister's National Security and Intelligence Advisor briefed the Prime Minister that agents of Beijing were assisting Canadian candidates running for political offices. Madam Speaker, that was 8 years ago, and it has taken this government 8 long years to finally come around to introduce legislation to counter that type of foreign interference. In the 2019 election, 4 top Liberals closely connected to the Prime Minister received a CSIS briefing, a classified briefing, warning them that one of the Liberal candidates, the now member for Don Valley North, was assisted by Beijing in winning the Liberal nomination in Don Valley North. Now, one of those top Liberals who was briefed, who had the requisite security clearance, quite appropriately, immediately informed the Prime Minister of the contents of that brief. And what did the Prime Minister do with that information? Think about it. The Prime Minister is informed that there is CSIS intelligence that one of his candidates was being assisted by Beijing, presumably because Beijing viewed that individual as someone who would best advance Beijing's interests in Ottawa. Did the Prime Minister seek to inquire with CSIS to learn more about the situation and what intelligence they had? Did he ask any questions? No, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister turned a blind eye and allowed that individual to stand as a candidate and get elected to the House of Commons. In her first report, Madam Justice Hogg concluded that there was no evidence that the Prime Minister asked any questions or provided for any follow-up. But even worse than that, Madam Speaker, is the conclusion that Madam Justice Hogg drew that the Prime Minister decided against disallowing that candidate on the basis of direct electoral consequences. In other words, the Prime Minister put his political interests and the interests of the Liberal Party ahead of countering Beijing's interference in our elections and in our democracy. I would submit, Madam Speaker, that that is a damning indictment of the Prime Minister by Madam Justice Hogg. But there's more, because following the 2019 election, the Prime Minister was repeatedly briefed by CSIS that Beijing interfered in the 2019 and 2021 elections. And what did the Prime Minister do upon being briefed? Once again, the Prime Minister turned a blind eye, doing nothing, and worse than that, seeking to hide Beijing's interference, to cover it up, in contrast to the very advice that he had received from CSIS that the policy of the Government of Canada to counter foreign interference ought to be one based on sunlight and transparency, and that the government should make foreign interference activities known to the public. The policy of the Prime Minister, in contrast, was a policy of cover-up. And, Madam Speaker, the degree of interference in the 2019 and 2021 elections ought not be minimized, as the Prime Minister has repeatedly attempted to do. Don't take my word for it. Take the words of Madam Justice Hogg in her first report from the Foreign Interference Inquiry. She concluded unequivocally that there was interference in the last two federal elections, and that such interference was serious. Serious insofar as it, quote, diminished the ability of some voters to cast an informed vote. Although foreign interference did not change the overall result of the election, she did note that it may have impacted the results in certain ridings, and that this interference had a negative impact on the broader electoral ecosystem. Those are very concerning findings, and the fact that the Prime Minister had been repeatedly briefed before the 2019 election, after the 2019 election, after the 2021 election, and took no action, downplayed Beijing's interference after it was revealed, thanks to reports from the Globe and Mail and Global News, demonstrates that this Prime Minister bears some level of responsibility for Beijing's attack on our democracy in the last two federal elections. And that brings us back to the timing of this bill. Why now? There is one reason, and one reason only, why these Liberals have finally seen fit to introduce legislation to counter foreign interference, and that is because the Prime Minister got caught turning a blind eye to Beijing's interference and attempting to cover it up. Had he not been caught, this legislation would have never seen the light of day. That is demonstrated by the fact that this bill was introduced on the first sitting day following the issuance of Madam Justice Hogg's report. The Liberals knew that the report was going to be incredibly damaging to the government, which it most certainly was, and this was their way of providing for themselves political cover. And so, yes, while this bill is welcome, this government deserves absolutely no credit for introducing a bill that, frankly, they have introduced having been dragged kicking and screaming after the Prime Minister turned a blind eye to Beijing's interference in our elections. Under this Prime Minister's watch, foreign interference has increased, and it is part of the sad record of a failed Prime Minister.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it's interesting to contrast this members to the former speakers in terms of contrast and substance within. What I would say to my member across the way is that, you know, international foreign interference is something that's been around for quite a while. Even when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister, and that particular member, I think he worked for PMO or maybe one of those conservative backbenches. I'm not really 100% sure who it was, but he was affiliated, and that particular Prime Minister did nothing. Absolutely nothing, just completely ignored the issue of foreign interference. We take it serious. And in fact, Madam Speaker, if you would allow me more time, I'd be able to expand on many of the things that we have done in addressing this particular issue. We have a minister that's put in a great deal of effort with working with professional civil servants and others to ensure that we have the legislation that we have here today. By the way, I believe the member across the way does support the principles of it, and we'll see it go to committee. I'm wondering if if he has any ideas in terms of potential amendments to the legislation.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we will look at the bill and we will scrutinize the bill. But on the whole, the measures are welcome. But that doesn't take away the fact that this bill has come too late. It has come as a result of this government dragging its feet for years. Under this Prime Minister, the best that can be said of him in terms of how he and his government have responded to foreign interference is that they have been asleep at the switch. But it may be worse, because there is evidence that at times the Prime Minister has been complicit. He has gone along with Beijing's interference because it has benefited the Liberal Party, and that is really quite disgraceful.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. No, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to stay seated if they have no questions.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. I guess this bill has come very late in terms of implementing anything before the next election. What is the impact of what just happened here in the House with the NDP not being willing to advance the bill in a more speedy way?
Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, it really raises the question if the NDP is doing the dirty work of the government. It raises questions about whether this government is serious about actually moving this bill forward in time for the next election.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
I think we see the problem with the Conservative caucus in understanding good faith negotiations. You don't do what that member has just done.
The Honourable Member knows that, yes, we are not going to enter into that debate. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton, perhaps more judicious.
Madam Speaker, the NDP Liberal government will be tested very shortly, and they've already in part failed that test with what the NDP did moments ago. They have a choice. They can move this bill forward expeditiously. We support that. This bill does need to be passed. It does need to receive royal assent as soon as possible so the safeguards can be in place in the next election.
The Honourable Member for Barry-Innesville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm just curious, this has been ongoing for a long time, as you're aware of this issue of foreign interference impacting our elections, impacting candidates, influencing elections, influencing candidates. How closely are the Americans monitoring what's going on in this country?
For St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I think I think our allies have increasingly become concerned that this country has been subjected to interference by the Beijing-based regime. In fact, last week, the U.S. Congress is scrutinizing the alarming national security breach at the Winnipeg lab, where agents of Beijing infiltrated our highest security lab under this government's watch. It was a massive national security failure that has drawn international concern.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A quick question. I would like the member to explain why the Commissioner should be independent.
Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Well, that is, Madam Speaker, that is an interesting question. The Commissioner is housed, as presented in this bill, within the Department of Public Safety. There may be merits to that from a resource standpoint, but it is something that does need to be further considered at the committee stage in terms of how the Commissioner should be established and whether, in fact, the Commissioner should be housed within the Department of Public Safety or independent.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, candour can be rather charming in small doses. However, naivete is always an issue because it comes from a lack of judgment. With regards to foreign interference, the government has shown itself to be very naive. This naive, coupled with this government's impossibility to admit and correct its issues, they want to hide what should be broadcast, even to the detriment of the common good. Therefore, I'm glad to see C70. I would like to say straight away that the Bloc Québécois approves of the spirit of this bill with regards to foreign interference. Through this bill, the government is letting us know that it has finally lost its naivete. That's a step in the right direction, but once again, as is usual with the federal government, it will be no doubt inefficient. I said it and I'll repeat it, we will vote for C70 at second reading. We hope that it will be sent rapidly to committee, but once it does reach committee, we will have to be vigilant, we'll have to be attentive, because this bill deals with fundamental questions. 3 reasons state that we should quickly improve our bills. First of all, the international context. We are currently in a period of high tension. There's a new Cold War before us, not always cold, but more complex, with more stakeholders. A more aggressive Russia, a more aggressive China. Influence, pressure, and disinformation campaigns are multiplying. We saw this with the Two Michaels affair 5 years ago in December 2018 at Washington's request. Canada arrested the CFO of telecoms giant Huawei. Meng Wanzhou is her name. But rather than go after the Americans, China had preferred to go after its defenseless little brother, Canada. As retaliation, the Chinese government arrested 2 Canadian citizens in China and took trade measures against Canadian and Quebec farmers and producers. All this to influence Canadian policy and get the government to back down. At the time, these were spectacular and extraordinary measures carried out clearly that were of the ilk of aggressive diplomacy. But make no mistake, Madam Speaker, they are also taking more discreet measure, and it is these that C70 aims to counter. Russia is saber-rattling and flexing its muscles to mask its decline, while China is in a different condition. It is in the final stages of its great national project to transform an empire into a country. Both are projecting their power and need to reduce international resistance. Hence, the campaigns of influence abroad, including here. I see the Honourable Member for Drummond has a point of order. Madam Speaker, we can hear chit-chat from two sides. Our Liberal colleagues are having loud conversations, so perhaps we should remind them that there should not be other chatter in the House. There's another disruptive issue. There seems to be a loudspeaker somewhere that is broadcasting English interpretation. I don't know if it's in the House or elsewhere. I think it might indeed be the earphones and earpieces in the gallery. So I'd ask all colleagues to also keep their chatter down. Could we perhaps check the earpieces up in the galleries? Because I believe that there is one of, well, I can hear it myself. There is an earpiece that is broadcasting. The Honourable Member. Point of order? Yes, a point of order. My apologies to my colleague, but given that it was already interrupted, Madam Speaker, I would like to ask that the daily adjournment hour be midnight for our next sitting second, pursuant to an agreement. Pursuant to the order adopted on the 20th of February 2024, the Minister's request to extend the sitting is deemed adopted. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for Drummond. Yes, it's rather distracting. As I was saying, the Chinese government arrested 2 Canadian citizens in China and acted against Canada and Quebec's agriculture, all that to influence Canada's government. These were spectacular measures carried out in full light that were the ilk of aggressive diplomacy. But make no mistake, they are also taking more discreet measures, and it is these that C70 aims to counter. Russia is saber-rattling to mask its decline, whilst China is in the final stages of its great national project to transform an empire into a country. Both are projecting their power and need to reduce international resistance, hence the influence of the campaigns of influence abroad, including here. To guard against this, we need the necessary antibodies. The second reason is the internal or domestic context. I'm going to tell you a secret, Madam Speaker. Don't repeat it to anyone. Elections are coming, Madam Speaker. When? We don't know, but they're coming. Sometimes the leader of the NDP is doing a bit of a bizarre dance before agreeing with the government. He puffs out his chest. His rhetoric suggests that elections will be called tomorrow morning, but then the balloon deflates. It could happen at any time. On election day, politicians keep their mouths shut so that the people can speak and vote. And in order to speak and vote, they have to be able to do so freely, without pressure or interference. That's what democratic expression is all about. But the election period is prime time for interference. It can be tempting for a foreign intervener to try and replace a hawk by a dove. It is vital to be equipped to counter foreign interference before the election period. Time is running out. Finally, there is a legislative context. Canada does not currently have the antibodies to fight the virus of foreign interference. It has no registry of foreign agents, for example. The various statutes governing the operation of intelligence agencies are 40 years old, before the digital age. Some of the MPs here were not born. They do not allow the mass of information that can be gathered today to be analysed and processed within a useful time frame. They are inadequate protection for secret operational information. Current laws do little to protect citizens against threats or intimidation from foreign states. The rules of the justice system have not struck the right balance between prosecuting, providing a fair trial, and protecting sensitive information. This is what Bill C-70 aims to correct, and that is why we support it in principle. In tangible terms, Bill C-70 amends 4 separate statutes. Part 1 amends the Canada Security Intelligence Service Act, also known as CSIS. The amendments clarify the collection and use of data, provide for the preservation and the production of orders, and allow for new search powers. CSIS Director David Vigneault has long called for a modernization of the CSIS Act, which was initially enacted in 1984 and has not since been amended to reflect changes in technology. This was before the internet. Technology has evolved, and so it's high time to modernize the CSIS Act. According to David Vigneault, there are 2 main authorizations that are required to analyze data, including authorization from the Minister for Public Safety to retain, process, or examine information. This is how the government describes the current process. And I warn you, it's Kafkaesque. So the entire process could require up to 5 separate applications to be made to the Minister, the Intelligence Commissioner, or the courts, meaning that CSIS would not be able to use data for 6 to 9 months. It is possible that it will be of much less intelligence value by then. If CSIS cannot assess the data set and make the necessary applications to retain it within the timescale set out in the Act, it is obliged to destroy all the data. 6 to 9 months, Madam Speaker. Information is communicated instantaneously. I would remind you all that an election lasts 5 weeks, so 6 to 9 months isn't really pertinent in that time frame. But that's not all. Second of all, CSIS cannot share information outside the federal government. C-70 would allow that, which is good.
And this would mean that the provinces and territories could receive some information. Imagine, for example, that Hydro-Quebec is the victim of foreign interference or espionage. CSIS could share certain information even before the investigation is concluded so that Hydro-Quebec can protect critical information. The same thing goes for legal warrants in the current CSIS Act, which are not adapted to digital technology. All these elements in C-70 seem like good things, but the devil's in the details. We have to look at this at committee. Absolute security requires total surveillance, as we all know, but I don't think we want to go there. The restrictions and compartmentalization that paralyze CSIS and that the government wants to relax are not there for nothing. In large part, they stem from the work that the Macdonald Commission into the actions of the RCMP during the October crisis in Quebec. The federal government imprisoned hundreds of people, Quebec politicians, intellectuals, and artists, creating a national trauma. To regain Quebecers' trust, the Mulroney government at the time replaced the War Measures Act with the Emergency Measures Act, which had stricter limits. It removed the RCMP's intelligence role with the creation of CSIS. He created a wall between intelligence and law enforcement to limit abuse. Today, we see that these safeguards prevent us from fighting foreign interference, and we're asking them to make them more flexible. We understand this, and I repeat, the Bloc supports the principle of Bill C-70, but not at the cost of civil liberties. This is an absolutely fundamental issue that will require the utmost vigilance on the part of legislators. We're in favor of speedy passage at second reading, but we'd be remiss if we didn't conduct a serious study at committee. As a reminder, the inefficiencies of the current legislation were designed to protect the people of Quebec from the abuses of the federal government. The current rise in international tensions and the aggressiveness of some countries should not be allowed to diminish the protection our people enjoy against potential government abuses. There's a search for balance that must guide our work. This act also provides better protection for some operational secrets. Here again, it's a necessary measure of protection against foreign states with hostile intentions. However, we mustn't weaken democracy with the pretext of protecting it. And as we saw with the Winnipeg laboratory affair and that of the Afghan prisoners, it's really hard for Parliament to exercise the control it should when it requires access to classified information. Not to mention over-classification, which makes rather innocuous documents secret and difficult to obtain. Even the Hogue Commission, set up to shed light on foreign interference and help counter it, complains that it's unable to access all the documents it requests because of the reluctance of the Prime Minister's office. Moreover, C-70 aims to better equip the judicial system to fight foreign interference. There'll be new offenses covering a broader range of harmful acts. New procedures that we hope will make it possible to prosecute offenses, grant a fair trial, and protect information whose dissemination would be harmful. But here again, we support the principle, but we're dealing with the issues of fundamental justice, and the search for balance will have to guide our work. C-70 will also eliminate the requirement to prove that a criminal act benefited a foreign state or harmed Canada. Clearly, intimidation by a foreign state could be punishable, even if it did not produce the result desired. This should make it possible to charge people who intimidate Canadians or their families. I'm thinking here of nationals of totalitarian states in Canada who are particularly vulnerable. Another point is that the bill provides for consecutive sentences and even life imprisonment for certain offenses. I understand the desire to toughen sentences, but let's also listen to what the Canadian Civil Liberties Association had to say. The possibility of life imprisonment for certain offenses introduced in Bill C-70 is disproportionate and excessive. For example, a person convicted of an indictable offense under the Criminal Code, even if it's a minor theft under $5,000, could be sentenced to life imprisonment if they acted on behalf of a foreign entity. I could go on with examples of measures that would require close scrutiny before they can come into force, but I'll end with the Register of Foreign Agents. This register is long overdue. The U.S. created theirs in the 1930s, and everyone agrees that a registry alone will not prevent foreign interference, but it is an indispensable tool in our toolbox. For example, the director of CSIS said that a registry would be very useful. It's easier to prove that someone is working on behalf of a foreign state than it is to prove that they've interfered. And refusal to register would become an offense in its own right. easier to punish than the crime of interference. I'm delighted, therefore, that the government is moving ahead with the creation of the Foreign Agent Registry in C70. It'll make it easier to identify, among those who try to influence public policy, those who are acting on behalf of a foreign state. And I had even prepared a bill to create such a register, which I was about to table. However, the registry created by C70 has a number of shortcomings that I'd like to correct at committee. For example, while foreign agents are required to register, public office holders are not required to declare the interactions they've had with them. This dual registration of foreign agents and public office holders would enable verification and increase the register's efficiency. Alternatively, foreign agents must declare their contacts with certain categories of people, but the list is too narrow to protect, for example, government-supported scientific research activities. In short, at committee, I intend to propose broadening the scope of the Foreign Agent Registry to improve its effectiveness. I'd like us to look at the very definition of interference. Imagine that a foreign state comes to, if you'll pardon the expression, a political party's nomination meeting to influence the choice of a candidate. It haven't interfered directly with government to influence public policy, but it has clearly interfered into political life. Is this covered up? Well, let's think of the Winnipeg laboratory. The Chinese agents working there didn't want to influence public policy. They want to monopolize the fruits of research paid for by local taxpayers. Is C70 a better tool against this? I don't think so, but I'll finish by adding a little. Protecting fellow citizens against interference is a profoundly democratic act. People have the right to control their own political lives, social and economic and cultural development. This expression of democracy, which must be exercised freely without undue pressure or interference, is the basis of the rights of peoples to self-determination, their inalienable right to self-determination. Today I see unanimity that I find admirable. We must agree on one element or another of Bill C70, but at the end of the day, all elective representatives in this House are united in protecting the right of Canadian people to control their own development without outside interference. The respect we demand of others requires the honesty to demand of ourselves. 29 years ago, my people, the people of Quebec, were called upon to democratically exercise their right to self-determination in a referendum on independence. And what happened? Canada, the federal government, had spent more in our campaign than the yes or no campaigns combined had in Quebec. So that's some serious interference. I'm delighted to see that everyone in this House agrees that interference in a population's choice is wrong. We're making progress. And I hope the desire to preserve Canadian democracy against interference will lead to the same respect for Quebec democracy, because my people too must be able to live their life democratically without interference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it is encouraging, whether it's the Conservatives and now the Bloc, encouraging words in terms of just how important it is that collectively, as a group of elected parliamentarians, we in fact do have a responsibility and not only bringing forward the legislation, but as much as possible working together so that we can all get behind the legislation. And I think the timing of it is of great importance, as I'm sure the member would also acknowledge that. At the end of the day, international foreign interference is there. It's very real. It's tangible. We all know that. And if I can just get the member's thoughts in regards to the question that I had posed the official opposition critic, and that is, does he himself have any sort of amendments that he can think of offhand, realizing he has not had the legislation for long, that he would like to see considered?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank the member for his question. His questions are always relevant. I mentioned in my speech the dual registration, which was used not in terms of foreign registries, but with others. If the foreign agent is not registered and the public research one is, there would be a gap. It increases the efficacy. So I think it's really important to have dual registration. Also, in terms of the independence of the commissioner, I'd like to work on that. I understand we have to look at the efficacy, but sometimes I'm somewhat uncomfortable with that. The scope of the bill, for example, to include universities that do receive federal funding, well, I'd like to be able to say at the end of the day that we could prevent a Winnipeg lab from happening, or discussions we could have had on the Trudeau Foundation. I'm just giving some examples. But to avoid these type of situations, I'm not sure that this registry in the current form would allow us to do this. So I think we'll have to work together, and there is a great will to do so, to at least put forward these points.
Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Trois-Rivières. With respect to the Foreign Influence Registry, there is much details that left to be determined by way of regulation, including with respect to setting out exactly what the scope of the administrative penalties would be that the Commissioner could issue, as well as with respect to the contents of what one must disclose upon registering. Does the member have concerns about the lack of some of those details being incorporated into the legislation and it being left to regulation, or does he see it as a good thing?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. There are several components that are not mentioned in this bill, and one of them is, well, not the person, but the profile of the interference commissioner. Do we want a judge, a jurist, a politician? What is their profile that is sought? I think there's a lot of details that still need to be worked out. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was listening very carefully to my colleague, and as you know, Madam Speaker, the NDP tabled a motion to create a commission, the Hogue Commission, to counter foreign interference, and all parties except one did support this motion. We did have negotiations in good faith throughout the summer, and that led to the implementation of the Hogue Commission and this justice. This was done often by consensus, and I'd like to ask my colleague a question in terms of the importance of all political parties working together instead of seeking partisan advantage. We have to ensure that we establish the best legislation possible and have the best tools to counter foreign interference. It's important for us to all work together, use all our abilities of the MPs in this House, all political parties combined, to yield legislation that we can be proud of, including all the important tools, without any drawbacks. Does my colleague agree with this? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very relevant question. I think we have to work together. Foreign interference is not a partisan issue. It doesn't reflect the stripe of the party in power. So I think it's essential for us to work together. And when we look at a subject like this one, and we look at all the activities that are happening, there are more things that bring us together on this topic than divide us. So we need to work together to create the best possible tools that we can so that we can counter foreign interference. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski Neja-Témiscouata. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. It's always a pleasure to hear him speak. It's like a condensed university class in a speech. So it is a change from some more vague speeches that we hear that are diluted in terms of the topic. But, Madam Speaker, Canadian policy on national security goes back to 2004. There are no words such as China or Russia in that legislation, but we want to fight foreign interference, but with one hand tied behind our backs. So we need to update this national security policy so we can fight foreign interference. My question for my colleague is in terms of naivety, in terms of this government and tabling of this bill C-7D. There's a question of transparency. The government, the Liberal government, promised in 2015, when it was re-elected, or its election rather, that they would be transparent. And Madam Speaker, with the whole Commission right now, we have not seen that transparency from the government in place. So I'd like him to talk about the importance of having a transparent government that discloses documents to make sure that we can have trust in our democratic institutions and counter foreign interference. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very relevant question. Transparency is what gives us trust, and so let's start there. In the past, whether it was in terms of Mr. Johnston and the special rapporteur or Justice Hogue, we had to force the government to deliver these things with forceps, and it took a lot of effort. This is unfortunately because it doesn't really inspire trust. Like the member for Westminster Burnaby said, we have to collaborate on this. We can't play partisanship. There is no political stripes that affect this issue. It affects us all, regardless of our parties. So yes, in terms of transparency, I hope the government this time, I hope they'll be less naive and be more transparent so we can correctly decide in this situation of uncertainty. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I work with the member for Trois-Rivières at the Ethics Committee, and he is a very well-respected member of the committee. He works very hard, and I'm concerned that this legislation won't go through before the next election. Does the member agree with me and with the Conservatives and others that we need to get this legislation passed quickly prior to the next election? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, with whom it's always a pleasure to work. I wasn't aware of the details of the wording of this motion. I read it, but I didn't create it. But what's essential for this legislation is that it's in place before the next election. It has to be. And this is why we are ready to put a lot of efforts into putting other bills aside so we can advance this one. Yes, this legislation has to be set up for the next election. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I will say that we support this bill at second reading. And during my speech, I will bring forward the motion that this time everyone has agreed on, and hoping that with everyone in good faith, it will be adopted. I will first give about half of my speech. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, the NDP has worked very hard ever since we heard that there were allegations of foreign interference. The leader of our party, the member for Burnaby South, was the first to raise this in February, and he asked for there to be an inquiry. He brought forward motions at committee. The motion was adopted at committee and in the House. But then, unfortunately, later the government decided to bring in a special rapporteur instead of pursuing the independent review idea. And then, of course, we all remember, Madam Speaker, that the NDP on an opposition day, brought forward a motion that was voted for by 4 to 5 parties. According to that motion, the special rapporteur would withdraw, and instead there would be an independent inquiry. Now that motion was also carried. It was supported by all parties, save one. And we know that a few days later, the special rapporteur, who was a very worthy individual, very worthy of his reputation, he realized that the process he was in was not what most members in this House wanted, so he withdrew. After that, there were good faith discussions between all parties, and then at the end of the summer, the result was that we saw that Justice Hogue was selected and the commission was brought in. This shows that when you negotiate in good faith, you can move things forward. And that's what we want to see today. We want all parties to work together in good faith. We have a motion we're going to bring forward that is already supported by all parties. It's a motion that will lead to another motion being presented in a few days. But I think no one is opposed to the idea of having it brought forward at second reading. And we're going to ask the committee to have all necessary witnesses next week and to ensure that we move forward on this legislation, because we all agree that indeed this bill must be adopted before the elections. So the only thing that stands between us and the committee doing its work, the only question is whether everyone is in good faith in this House. We will be testing that in a few minutes, Madam Speaker.
So I will be raising that motion, the motion that we've agreed to, and that would mean that the Public Safety Committee would be called upon to hear witnesses next week. They would have the priority of resources that is important, and following that testimony, looking at the bill that we all support in principle, but obviously members want to hear from the various witnesses that can then make a difference, of course, to the amendments that may be needed for the bill itself. And we can proceed with that second UC in the coming days. So there is actually a really clear path, again, with good faith, Madam Speaker. And that is what I hope to see, and that the NDP hopes to see in a few minutes. Now, we know about the bill. We know that there's 4 parts to this bill, and we believe that this needs...
Honourable Member for a point of order being raised by the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I hate to intervene, but I do want to rise on a point of order that I believe the member is misleading the House at this point, because there is no agreement among the parties on a motion that he says he is going to propose. If the member is willing, I would like to propose a unanimous consent motion moved by the member from Wellington Halton Hills, but I would caution him to mislead the House, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
So we haven't heard the contents of the motion yet. I can't, but I understand what the honourable member is saying. So I don't know if the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby can clarify the agreement. Hey, order! I am speaking. The honourable member can clarify how the agreement, or if there's an agreement for the motion that the honourable member wants to propose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will move the motion then. In the same way that the member from Wellington Halton Hills did. What was agreed to, he read, and then he moved into parts that were not agreed to. So I will read what he and other parties have already agreed to, and we would then, from that moment on, move forward with the kind of committee resources that need to be allocated to effectively treat this bill. So I'll read the UC, Madam Speaker, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House.
The member doesn't have unanimous consent to move the motion, so we'll allow the honourable member to continue his speech.
Conservatives are saying no to the motion that they presented to us. That is unbelievable.
The honourable leader of the official opposition rising on the same point of order.
The Conservatives proposed a unanimous consent motion to make sure this bill was passed with enough time for the various government departments to actually implement it. What the NDP are proposing is to not have an end date. We want this bill passed.
It may be debate. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to read the motion until the end? So that. Okay. Order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby would like to read the motion and move the motion. Yes.
They can't actually shut down me reading the motion, but you do have the right then to ask whether or not members of the House agree to it. So they can't shout down the motion. With respect, Madam Speaker, I'm in the middle of my speech, so they can't shut it down. I'm going to read it for the record, and Conservatives will tell us then whether they agree to the motion that they drafted.
Barry Innisfil, on a point of order.
Thank you. And the point is that the member started reading a motion. We have no indication of what that motion may be. We don't agree with whatever it is. Like, he gave no indication of what motion he was proposing. So, but
to let the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby to put it on record what the motion is, and then we can give or not unanimous consent. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, shall be disposed of as follows. A, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders later today, the bill be deemed adopted at second reading and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. B, during the consideration of the bill by the committee, 1, the committee shall have the first priority for the use of House resources for committee meetings. 2, the committee shall meet for extended hours on Monday, June 3rd, Tuesday, June 4th, Wednesday, June 5th, and Thursday, June 6th, 2024, to gather evidence from witnesses. 3, the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs, the officials from the RCMP and CSIS, the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, the officials from the Department of Public Safety, and other expert witnesses deemed relevant by the committee be invited to appear. 4, all amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 9 a.m. on Monday, June 10th, 2024. And 5, amendments filed by independent members shall be deemed to have been proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. Drafted by the member from Wellington Hills, I hope that this will receive unanimous consent.
Honourable member have unanimous consent to present this motion?
No.
No. The honourable member doesn't have unanimous consent and has. And the honourable member has 13 minutes to finish his speech.
Well, I'm flabbergasted of the bad faith of the Conservatives in this House, that they draft something, that there is agreement, and then they simply refuse to pass the motion that was agreed to. And I find it unbelievable, Madam Speaker, when we're talking about something as important as foreign interference, the Conservatives would play these partisan games. They said, and the member from Wellington Halton Hills was very clear, speaking to the media, that they wanted to work with other parties to get the bill through the House. The motion that I've just read, that was drafted by the member from Wellington Halton Hills, allows us to do that, allows for the additional resources that actually go to committee next week, allows for the Public Safety Committee to hear the witnesses that all parties wanted, allows for a deadline on amendments that means that the committee finishes its witnesses on June 6th, and then on Monday, June 10th is the deadline at 9 a.m. for amendments. The member from Wellington Halton Hills drafts it, we agree. The member from Cowichan Malahide Langford agreed. We have other parties agreeing. And Conservatives want to block what they actually drafted. I am flabbergasted, Madam Speaker. I've not seen this since, since the Harper regime, where there was bad faith constantly from the Conservative government. You couldn't negotiate. And this, Madam Speaker, I think I would underscore.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose that I'm going to ask for UC to table the entirety of what the member of Wellington Halton Hills proposed in his unanimous consent motion, not the half of what this member read. So I propose to table that. I'm seeking unanimous consent.
Oh, of course. The Honourable Member doesn't have unanimous consent. So the Honourable Member for Westminster Burnaby has 9 minutes to finish his speech.
Madam Speaker, just because I've worked in labour negotiations, and members of my party, the member from Vancouver Kingsway, the member from Port Moody Coquitlam, the member from Courtenay Alberti, the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith, we've all been involved in negotiations. So it's actually not rocket science. You draft something up, and what you agree to is what you put forward. And the member from Cowichan Malahide Langford very clearly indicated what we agreed to. It advances the bill, and now Conservatives are playing with this. Why are they playing with foreign interference? Why are they not negotiating in good faith? It's very simple. What was drafted at first, that all of the elements of what the member from Wellington Halton Hills, all the elements that we agreed to, that we very clearly communicated that we agreed to, I've just put forward. And now Conservatives are saying, well, we reject what was already agreed to by the other parties. And it's Conservatives that are blocking the committee resources that we need for next week. It's Conservatives that are blocking having a deadline for amendments. I do not understand this at all, in part because my background, like many of my colleagues in the NDP, is what you go to negotiate in good faith. What you agree to is what you move on to. You don't agree to have something and then present something different. I am stunned, Madam Speaker, by what I can only see as bad faith from the Conservatives on this. They told the Canadians that they wanted to move forward with the other parties. We have given our consent to what I just presented, which gives ample room for further negotiations. And Conservatives say, no, we're not even going to do that. So I have a few minutes left, Madam Speaker, and I want to flag with you I'll be presenting a second UC that would actually have second reading be deemed adopted. And that would mean, hopefully, that we would have good faith negotiations from all parties to agree on the resources that will be needed for the committee next week. As I stated in the motion, it was drafted by the member from Wellington Halton Hills, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Increased resources are necessary. That requires a resolution of this House. Again, not rocket science. We need to have a UC to move that through. We have the witnesses that all parties agreed to, including other expert witnesses deemed relevant by the committee, be invited to appear. We have an amendment deadline of 9 a.m. on Monday, June 10th. And we have that key provision, Madam Speaker, that you are aware of, that independent members need to have their amendments considered as well. Otherwise, as we've seen, that complicates the report stage of the bill. So all of the elements are here, and Conservatives seem to be refusing it. I do have a few minutes left. I will try one more time, and I can't be shouted down. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, shall be disposed of as follows. A, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders later today, the bill be deemed adopted at second reading and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. B, during the consideration of the bill by the committee, 1, the committee shall have the first priority for the use of House resources for committee meetings. 2, the committee shall meet for...
I have to advise the honourable member for Westminster Burnaby that we've already heard a no to the presentation of the unanimous consent motion. Is the honourable member following up for his speech? The honourable member still has 4.5 minutes.
And actually, Madam Speaker, I do have the right to finish. I understand you've already solicited, but I'm going to read it for the record again because Canadians need to hear this. Committee shall meet for extended hours on Monday, June 3rd, Tuesday, June 4th, Wednesday, June 5th, and Thursday, June 6th, 2024, to gather evidence from witnesses. 3, the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institution, is in Intergovernmental Affairs. The officials from the RCMP and CSIS, National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, the officials from the Department of Public Safety, and other expert witnesses deemed relevant by the committee be invited to appear. 4, all amendments be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 9 a.m. on Monday, June 10th, 2024. And 5, amendments filed by independent members shall be deemed to have been proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. Conservatives drafted it. Conservatives now say no. That is bad faith from any standpoint, Madam Speaker. And they have obviously not been involved in labor negotiations or employer-employee negotiations before, because quite frankly, that would never pass muster. It is, quite frankly, profoundly disappointing that Conservatives are refusing to agree to what was proposed to us and what we agreed to. Now, Madam Speaker, if you can signal when I have 1 minute left, I would appreciate that, because I'm going to read a second UC that this bill be deemed adopted at second reading and referred to the Standing Committee. At least that would permit for the negotiations that will require a second UC to provide for the committee resources we'll need. So if you would flag when I have 1 minute left, I would appreciate that. I'm also profoundly disappointed because over the summer we did have those good faith negotiations that resulted in the Hogue Commission. So there wasn't playing around. There was a sincere attempt by all recognized parties to work together. And the result, I think, is something important. The Hogue Commission has made a big difference already with the interim report that was issued by the Justice, and we will see a final report at the end of this year that will also chart a path. We have to take foreign interference seriously. As the member from Trois-Rivières has said very eloquently, we all have to work together on this. That means the kind of good faith negotiations that allow us to work through the various stages, to hear from the witnesses, to improve the bill, to resolve concerns, legitimate concerns that people have. The intent of the bill, the principle of the bill, we all support. We need to hear from witnesses, and we need to make sure, after hearing from witnesses, that we are actually able to move forward. That's why we proposed twice amendment deadline of June 10th at 9 a.m. that would allow us to do just that. This is not something that should be played around with, not something that folks should be partisan about. This is something where all parties need to work in good faith together. And that's why I'm proposing a second UC that, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders later today, Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, be deemed adopted at second reading and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
Does the honourable member, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Excellent. You have 1 more minute. The honourable member has 1 more minute. Well, half a minute to conclude.
Well, Madam Speaker, we're going to have to come back to this House, which is what I said hours ago, that we're going to have to come back to the House now because we've adopted it at second reading, but we don't have the committee resources in place. So there will have to be negotiations behind the scenes Madam Speaker, I hope that those negotiations will not be distorted by any one party in this House and that all parties will work together. Foreign interference is a threat. We all need to work together in the interests of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, can I?
It being 6:20 p.m. pursuant to an order adopted earlier today, Bill C-70, an act respecting countering foreign interference, is deemed to have been read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee of Public Safety and National Security.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-353, Foreign Hostage Takers Accountability Act, standing in the name of Ms. Landsman.
And who's speaking? Can I have a list? Resuming debate at the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin tonight's discussion by saying that I appreciate the Conservative Member of Parliament from Thornhill's interest in some very important international issues that are raised in this bill. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs has repeatedly said, we find ourselves amidst an international security crisis. This is evident in the events unfolding around the world which have direct impact on Canadians' day-to-day lives. Among other things, the brutal and illegal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine by Putin is wreaking havoc on global food and fuel prices. In the midst of that, the Conservatives have been equivocal. The conflict between Israel and Hamas is having devastating humanitarian impacts and inflaming tensions at home. Again, the Conservatives have been equivocal. A race for resources critical to reducing carbon pollution and addressing the existential threat of climate change are leading to coups and conflicts across the world, including in Africa. Again, the Conservatives have been worse than equivocal. Populism, autocratic regimes, and political instability, extremist leaders are driving waves of irregular migration. The Conservatives have a blind eye towards that. We've been kept safe at home for generations due to a system of rules and institutions, the international rules-based order, following in the legacy of great leaders like Lester B. Pearson, Pierre Trudeau, Brian Mulroney, and that is why the Minister of Foreign Affairs has made our government foreign policy priorities clear. We will stand up for our values every day, protecting Canadians, their interests, while defending our sovereignty, and at the same time, will be pragmatic and engage with a broad and diverse set of other countries to address these challenges and work towards a more stable and secure world. Now, turning to the proposal at hand, at first glance, the principles underpinning this bill seem commendable. A core responsibility of any government is to protect Canadians and keep them safe, whether at home or abroad. Our objective in hostage situations is always to protect the lives of those who are in danger. And Canada should be a leader in fighting for a world free of arbitrary detention as an instrument of political pressure or for leverage between states. Yet once you give this Conservative bill a careful read, concerns become very evident. However well-intentioned this proposal is, the bill has major problems. It would actually make it more dangerous for Canadians to live and travel abroad. This bill conflates arbitrary detention and hostage-taking. There are different approaches, different issues that are required for each of these situations. The bill also fails to make the critical distinction between terrorists and criminal hostage-taking. The motivations, pressure points, and risks, including of torture or death, vary greatly. Complex situations require sophisticated responses. Each case is unique and requires a response that is tailored to the situation so that we can maximize the likelihood that the victim will return home safely to be reunited with their family and loved ones. A one-size-does-not-fit-all. And that kind of mandate will simply hamper the work of the safety and security of Canadians abroad who may find themselves in trouble. For example, sanctioning criminal groups for hostage-taking would make ransom payments by families illegal, hindering families' ability to resolve cases quickly and privately. This bill would also mandate the sharing of information with families or with Parliament, which could undermine efforts to resolve cases safely. Family dynamics can also be complex, particularly when privacy is concerned. We Canadians have the right to decide for ourselves when personal information is to be shared, particularly in situations of vulnerability. This bill dismisses the rights of the victims who may or may not want sensitive and even traumatizing information shared with their loved ones or others. Sharing details of the victim's circumstances, which often include distressing information, can lead to undue distress for families and loved ones. It also risks increasing the chance that they make rash or emotionally motivated decisions that put their loved ones in greater danger. Our objective, and I've been involved in a number of these cases doing consular affairs, our objective in hostage-taking cases is to protect the lives of the hostages, and putting details into the public domain can affect the safety of hostages. Public communications relating to hostages could potentially prolong the ordeal, further endangering their lives. As it is impossible to know what a hostage has told captors to protect themselves, the emergence of details to the contrary could heighten any danger that they're in. Furthermore, exposing government's efforts to negotiate release would allow the captors to gain critical information regarding negotiation tactics, as well as oftentimes sensitive government operating procedures. A third issue is that this bill is largely unnecessary. Many of its proposed provisions reflect legislations and policies that our government has already put in place. We already have the strictest and most robust sanctions regime in the world, which allows for the application of sanctions in the event of gross and systematic human rights violations. For example, we have used these tools, updated as recently as last year, to sanction Hamas leaders involved in the horrific October 7th terrorist attack against Israel. Similarly, our criminal code already prohibits dealing with terrorists and authorizes the freezing of assets. Consular officials also already share information with victims' families. However, there's an appropriate and necessary discretion to tailor what, how much, and when is shared with these circumstances. A fourth concern we have is that Bill C-353 raises are the various legal and diplomatic challenges it presents. The bill proposes the seizure of foreign government property in Canada, which is in direct conflict with international law and could expose Canada to legal action, even reprisals. What's more, expanding consular services to permanent residents, while perhaps laudable because we have human beings' lives at stake, other loosely defined eligible individuals would expose the Government of Canada to legal and diplomatic risks. Madam Speaker, we're a signatory to the Vienna Convention on Consular Services, and we hold that clearly. It outlines our responsibilities as well as other countries' responsibilities, and we need to fall in line with the Vienna Convention. Under this convention, countries do not have obligations to share information about non-Canadians with us, and we do not want to risk that quid pro quo being a problem for Canadians. At best, we would be reliant on diplomatic goodwill. At worst, hostile states could perceive our efforts as interference, increasing the potential of harm faced by the Canadian victim or any victim. This could even become an irritant with our allies in the event our interventions on behalf of one of their citizens who has Canadian permanent residency is at odds with their own attempts to resolve the situation. It is the responsibility of a government to maintain the protection and appeal for the well-being of its citizens, and we respect that. Finally, we are concerned that this Conservative bill would propose giving cash and preferential immigration treatment to terrorist groups like Hamas. Let me unpack that for a minute. This bill is actually an ability to support groups like Hamas, to try to solicit information leading to the release of people they have in captivity. This is more than worrisome. The MP from Thornhill has said in this House recently that, and I quote, "There is a reason that Canada has a long-standing policy of not negotiating with terrorists. It is that it rewards barbarism, and worse, that it provides an incentive for that barbarism to continue and even escalate." I couldn't agree more. Providing cash to terrorist and criminal organizations could flood our consular officials and security agencies with volumes of false and misleading information, and it is not in the best interest of Canadians. This bill proposes for Canada to offer cash, preferential immigration treatment to bad actors, gangs, terrorist organizations like Hamas. It could provide an incentive to take Canadians hostage so they could be leveraged as a source of revenue. Again, this bill actually increases the likelihood that Canadians could be kidnapped. In the global security crisis, we want to keep all Canadians safe. We've launched the Arbitrary Detention Initiative. Country after country is signing on to that. We've modernized our Consular Operations Bureau. We've appointed a senior official for hostage affairs. We will continue to do that work with 70 other countries who are part, plus the European Union, who have endorsed Canada's declaration on arbitrary detention. It serves as a deterrent by raising the costs that such activity endures. We've also taken steps to better ensure that victims we've better supported victims by engaging international experts and NGOs, improve our communications with and support to victims, and increased post-detention care. Madam Speaker, in closing, our government does not support this bill. This bill would send cash to Boko Haram, Hamas, other terrorist organizations, criminal organizations. We will continue to look at it. We'll continue to operate in good faith. We want to keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shefford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Glad to be joining this debate on this particular bill, C-353, the Foreign Hostage Takers Accountability Act. And again, it's always an honor and a privilege to rise in the House and speak on behalf of my constituents, but on behalf of a lot of friends of mine who are from the Middle East, Kurds, Persians, and a lot of also Chaldeans and Arab Iraqis and Turks who I know who are dissidents who live in our country. And many of them have had the experience of being imprisoned or detained unlawfully by a group, some of them unfortunately by terrorist organizations operating in the Rojava region of Syria. In one case I know of, it was a journalist who was unlawfully detained in her own country at the time, and now thankfully she's in Canada and she's a Canadian citizen here. And an author, I always refer to her as the Robert Fife of Turkey, because she was the one that broke the story that the Turkish government was allowing arms, money, weapons to flow to ISIS organizations. So she was unlawfully detained. She became a Canadian citizen here eventually in Canada. But there are countless such examples. And if what we just heard from the Parliamentary Secretary was true, that all of this great work is happening and that is functioning, then Hussein Chalil, who's been unlawfully detained in the PRC since 2006, would not be there. He would be in Canada. He would be safely in Canada as a Canadian citizen and allowed to be here with his family members and with his kids as well. And Hussein Chalil has been in prison since, like I said, since 2006. He was renditioned as a Canadian citizen out of Uzbekistan to the PRC and falsely accused of a number of charges. I believe that C-353, its main benefit, and I want to thank the Mayor for Thornhill for having tabled such legislation, is it's a way to dissuade and deter organizations. It takes what is policy and some regulations and some ideas and some behavior by what the Parliamentary Secretary said and puts it into legislation and makes it functional and usable in law, so that family members know that this is actually going to happen. And it's supported by a great deal of organizations across the country. But there are so many examples that we can point to of Canadians who've been unlawfully detained overseas or who have been imprisoned by terrorist organizations, that what they're doing is just not working as well as it should be. So this, to me, is an improvement. It's not wiping out what the government has already started doing. In fact, much of that is referred to in the preamble of this private member's bill. So it's a recognition that there are activities, there are things going on, but we could do so much better. We could do more for Canadians, typically of dual citizenship. And I'll say that as a Canadian of dual citizenship, I deeply care about this. I happen to be from a country that today is a democratic republic and has all the rights afforded to all types of citizens, but that was not the case pre-1989. So I was born in a country that was a communist country at the time, and there were no equal rights for people. There was martial law for 6 years. There's a reason my family is here, and we were allowed to leave during that same martial law. So in that case, there would have been unlawful detention of dual citizens as well. I want to focus on a few other Canadians because there is also another recent case that as of 2021, one young lady who disappeared in Tehran. She was a dual citizen of Canada. Her name is Benouche Bahraminia. She's a dual citizen of Canada, has been a Vancouver resident since 2013, and she disappeared in Tehran November 6, 2021. Dual citizen of Canada, a young lady. Her parents are still very worried as to her whereabouts, and they believe, they have sufficient information they've shared with media reports in the past, that she's being unlawfully detained by the regime in Tehran. The Islamic regime, we often refer to the IRGC as a terrorist organization. In fact, this House has twice now pronounced itself labeling the IRGC as a terrorist organization. The government's position is that the Islamic regime is a state sponsor of terror. And, the little bit of Farsi that I do know, Sepa Pasdaran should be listed as a terrorist organization. And so I just want to speak up on behalf of her, on behalf of Benouche, but also on behalf of Zara Kazemi, very famously was murdered in Evin prison, a Canadian, a Montrealer, no less. I believe she was perhaps a professor or taught an instructor at the same university. I used to go to Concordia University as well. But she was murdered in Evin prison. The police chief at the time of her murder, who gave excuses on national television in Iran, he now lives in Canada. Unfortunately, he now lives in Canada. I know it's quite a surprise, but he does. But in that particular case, again, it's an example of regimes overseas who feel there is no accountability. They are never held accountable for their actions. And that's why a piece of legislation like this is, I think, necessary. The other one I wanted to mention, because the member for Thornhill mentioned it before as well, is the case of Saeed Malikpour, a Canadian permanent resident who, while visiting his ill father, was also arrested, again in Iran, and then was subject to the death penalty, which in Farsi they call it hokm-e-edam, which is very commonly spoken about because it's so common in Iran for political opponents of the regime, regardless whether they're foreign nationals, whether they're dual citizens, or whether they're citizens of the Islamic Republic, who are subjected to the death penalty almost on the whims of these courts. And these are, of course, not legitimate judges with deep legal educations. These are typically members of the IRGC, or these are kangaroo courts that really don't care about the rules. So if the government labels the Islamic regime, the Islamic government of Tehran, as a terror organization, then rules like this would formalize how we treat them when they unlawfully detain our citizens, when they unlawfully arrest our citizens. This is how we should treat this regime. This is not a friendly regime to us. And I'm focusing most of my commentary on Iran because I have so many people I've come to know all across the country. So I want to speak on their behalf, whether they're Baluchis, whether they're Kurdish from Rojhelat, whether they're Persians or Azerbaijanis, or the Arabs in the very deep southwest corner in Khuzestan and other provinces who are continuously persecuted by a regime that took over in 1979, which many governments have come to know them as state sponsors of terror. After all, this is the same regime that arms and trains Hamas. This is the same regime that arms and trains and protects Hezbollah in Syria. This is the same regime that arms and trains and helps the other Hezbollah in Syria, amongst other regimes, amongst other organizations that they support on the ground, which is why you find so often in the news that there are IRGC generals and officers who die in airstrikes, whether from drones or from jets, because they are operating freely in Syria, whether in Rojava or whether nearer to Damascus or nearer to the Turkish-Syrian border. This is also the same regime that operates freely and has backed in the civil war in Yemen the Houthis, that they have backed perpetually. Now the Houthis are attacking international shipping. So this type of legislation is to target regimes like the Islamic regime in Iran. I'll also remind members that this is a regime that for decades now has been killing political opponents of theirs, even in Europe. People like Qazi Mohammed, who was murdered in Iran, but there are many, many others who they target, sometimes using diplomatic immunity for this type of purpose, sometimes using rendition as a tool to get back these people, and sometimes, as has happened now, they target Canadian permanent residents, they target Canadian citizens, most famously in North America, although she is not a Canadian citizen, but there are many human rights activists who have come to Canada and found a safe place of refuge here, who continue to fight for human rights in Iran, who are the target of this regime. But I think of Masih Alinejad, very famously was targeted by the regime to be renditioned back to Iran to face hokm edam, the death penalty. So, Madam Speaker, I do have a Yiddish proverb, because I think, when speaking of Iran, that had a historically large Jewish community, not Yiddish in source though, is I hope what I've spoken here is that my eyes have spoken what I have seen. Very important to me that on this particular issue that we reflect what there are many diaspora groups in Canada who self-censor, who worry, they are afraid that a regime like Iran is not held responsible when it takes hostages, when it picks on families. People are terrified sometimes of traveling back to Iran to go to a funeral, to go to a marriage, to travel back there, even though they may have come here as economic immigrants, become Canadian citizens, and join our family. They are worried what the Islamic regime would do to them in a hostage-taking exercise like that. It is a terrorist regime. It has terrorist organizations that are part of this large octopus of terrorism that they have. Sometimes you see that image in caricatures of this government. And I think legislation like C-353 to holding them accountable for the hostage-taking is absolutely necessary. It formalizes a lot of what the government has been doing and does a lot more. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Bravo. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague with whom I work at the Immigration Committee and who I appreciate greatly. So I prepared a speech this evening, Madam Speaker. This may be the best speech I ever do in this House. Madam Speaker, when it comes to international relations, it's hard to turn a blind eye, mainly because Canada has, on several occasions, made the headlines in recent months and even years. Unfortunately, it was not always for the right reasons. Since the Prime Minister's presumptuous Canada is back statement in 2015, Canada's international image has been inconsistent at best. To the great misfortune of the Bloc, cramped by its status as a Canadian province, the Quebec nation has had to suffer the blunders of this federal government. The Bloc hopes that Canada will make better diplomatic decisions. Everything leads me to believe that a sovereign Quebec would never be worse than Canada and would even do much better when it comes to international relations. Canada's international relations serve its oil interests. Quebec could make a distinct commitment to responsible nations in a genuine fight against climate change. It could also be given full powers to make its immigration policies as generous as possible, taking into account its capacity to receive immigrants, not to mention a seat at the UN table. Madam Speaker, at the risk of repeating myself, the Bloc wants Canada to make better diplomatic decisions. Canada's relationship with China has been on the rocks ever since Canada arrested the vice president of Huawei and China arrested the two Michaels in retaliation. It took months of insistence on behalf of parliamentarians and the Bloc for a public and independent commission with an inquiry finally to be set up into China's intrusion into our electoral process. With C-353, the Conservative claimed that this bill will protect Canadians used by foreign states as hostages through unfounded accusations. This obviously refers to, without mentioning them, the situation of the two Michaels and the situation with the vice president of Huawei. In reality, such a bill would never have prevented their arrest. According to my colleague, this bill would strengthen Canada's ability to prevent hostage takings, minimize their occurrence, and resolve them when they do occur by increasing the government's power to impose sanctions, establishing a family liaison office and providing incentives incentives for foreign cooperation. More specifically, the purpose of this bill would allow the Canadian government to take action against foreign states and entities that take hostages or arbitrarily detain Canadians, ensure that families of hostages and detainees receive timely information and assistance, and encourage individuals to cooperate with the Government of Canada to obtain the release of hostages and detainees. Overall, the Bloc supports the principle of this bill, which is to seek ways to counter arbitrary detentions. And for this reason, the Bloc will vote for Bill C-353 at second reading so it can be studied at committee. Nevertheless, we believe that in its current form, the bill is unworkable and potentially abusive. Therefore, it's crucial, Madam Speaker, that it is analyzed and amended. And understandably so, as the bill attempts to provide a legislative solution to an extremely complex problem that requires detailed consideration. While many of the bill's provisions look good on paper, in practice, many of them could potentially have a perverse effect. The bill is too broad and lacks appropriate judicial controls. Bill C-353 gives the minister broad powers with no real judicial checks and balances to prevent provincial abuses by the Canadian government. Despite a number of shortcomings that can and should be corrected, I'd like to underscore that the bill relies on cooperation to obtain information leading to the release of hostages. Cooperation is, in my opinion, a decisive aspect when it comes to security and, above all, human life. As you know, Madam Speaker, I never miss an opportunity to stress the importance of cooperation in this House. Although I sometimes have differences of opinion with my colleagues from the other parties, I always prefer to find common ground and work together to the best of my ability, rather than to be partisan. In politics, there are some issues where partisanship certainly has no place. Human rights issues, or international human rights, as we say in Quebec, family safety issues are amongst these. And that is why the Bloc will support the adoption of this bill at second reading, and will fully cooperate in improving it at committee for the good of hostages and people held arbitrarily and for their families. I'll repeat that, Madam Speaker. We're sending it to committee because we support the principle of this bill, and we think it's a good idea to bring this to committee. But we will, however, have to make sure that at committee things go well. We'll have to make sure at committee they don't use parliamentary obstruction so this bill never sees the light of day. When it's a question of human life, human rights, it'd be somewhat crazy to have a committee filibuster and not let this bill go through. I hope all my colleagues will look at this bill with the pros and cons and agree that the principle is very interesting. And then, as I was saying, human life is at the very center of this bill. Therefore, I would ask all my colleagues not only to support the principle of this bill, but also to make sure that when they do go to committee, to work together in cooperation and not dispute around these fundamental rights that are human rights and the right to security. And that, Madam Speaker, I know you are probably tired from all the words I've just said, but I wish you a nice evening, and I thank the member for Thornhill for presenting this bill to the House. Thank you.
Member for North Island. Oh, désolé, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll have to count on you in terms of the time because I wasn't able to start my online stopwatch. I heard the end of my colleague from St. Jean's brilliant presentation. And, Madam Speaker, just like him, I would call for the adoption of the principle of this bill that we are studying today that is presented by the member for Thornhill. We hope it's adopted, at least in principle, because I think it has good intentions. I think this bill aims to correct a certain number of shortcomings that we've seen in the past in terms of hostage takings. So on principle, I think we have to pay tribute to this initiative from the member for Thornhill. However, when we look at the various aspects of this bill, as my colleague was saying a few moments ago, we realize there are some problems in terms of enforcement or application. It may seem not to be such a good idea in the end. So what's important is the bill to be adopted on principle so that it can go to committee, and then at committee we're able to make the necessary corrections so that we can improve it. What is the problem, essentially? This bill wants to solve all sorts of issues, but uses the same means to do so for across the board, even though all the issues aren't the same. So they may require different means to be resolved. And in this respect, I think we have to avoid saying there's a magic bullet that will apply to all cases. And this is unfortunately what we find in this bill. There's a recipe, a framework that says in all situations we have to enforce this mechanism and this will solve the issue. And I'll give a few examples to show that all cases are not the same, and therefore we have to be able to adopt different measures depending on the case. One of the cases that I was personally involved in a few years ago was the case of the imprisonment of a Canadian that is now deceased, William Sampson. He was accused wrongly by Saudi Arabia for having committed an attack on a Belgian, an attack that he never committed, but he was tortured and forced to confess, and he found himself in a legal saga and was subject to poor treatment. And the problem was that in that particular case, it would have been preferable to have spoken as little as possible about him publicly, because his situation with Saudi Arabia would have been, well, it would have been better to avoid the royal family losing face. And in public opinion, he was accused of reprehensible acts, and it looked bad on the royal family. But we know that the regime in Saudi Arabia has a fragile balance between the royal family and the Wahhabist Islamists. So we have to look at this type of special situation, and we can't have a blanket solution that's applied across the board. Another case that is we've seen it a lot in the media in recent years, is arbitrary imprisonment of two Canadian citizens that we refer to as the two Michaels, Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig. And in these two cases, on the contrary, I think we had to talk about these cases as much as possible. So the publicity around these two cases could have perhaps moved the file forward. That's what at least the family members were telling us. In the cases of William Sampson, family members were telling us, no, don't talk about this. It has to remain as discreet as possible so that negotiations can move forward. There are cases that are different in terms of hostage takings by terrorist organizations. For example, the former Ambassador Fuller that was taken hostage for a certain period of time. And according to the information that was released publicly, a ransom would have been paid for his release. And there's a more recent case of a lady, Ms. Blay, with her spouse, who is Italian, is said to have been taken hostage. And once again, there were negotiations involving the Italian government. And in this case, there may have been a desire to pay a ransom. But what happened with the two individuals were allowed to escape, and there was a whole saga that was explained in a book. But in these four cases, we realize these are different situations, and they don't allow the government to apply the same solution in every case. So we have to leave some latitude to the government. And what's strange with this bill is that it gives a lot of latitude to the government. In some cases, perhaps too much latitude. Perhaps we should intervene, have judges intervene in some cases, and in other cases, we don't give the government enough latitude. For example, where we should be open to paying a ransom, if there is such an openness. This is something very dangerous in this idea, because it tells all of the terrorist organizations worldwide that Canadians have a price. And what is the price of a Canadian abroad? And how much will the government be able to pay this price to allow the release of a hostage? On the other hand, we can't say that we'll never pay a ransom. Otherwise, you find yourself in a situation where life of our fellow Canadians can be endangered. So we have to leave the government some latitude. Therefore, I think in this bill, there are a lot of good things, good intentions. But, of course, hell can be paved with good intentions, and the devil is in the details. And when you look at the details of this bill, we see that there are issues. We don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We do want to study this bill at committee to perhaps improve it and do better than what is currently the situation. And my colleague from Thornhill did put her finger on the problem. It is a fact that Canadian practices in terms of hostage taking and arbitrary detention are not always the most effective or the most exemplary. Therefore, we must be able to do better. But I'm not sure with the provisions we have in this bill, we'll be able necessarily to respond to all the situations appropriately. So like my colleague from Saint-Jean, I would like to tell my colleagues that the Bloc will vote in favor of this bill on the principle of this bill, so that we can study it at committee and to perhaps bring forward amendments that could allow us to adopt it subsequently. So therefore, we cannot either close the door to amendments that are necessary. Otherwise, we'll be removing our support for this bill. This would be unfortunate because, as my colleague said, objectively speaking, this is a positive, a good bill that wants to improve the situation and allow the government to intervene more effectively to preserve the life and safety and health of Canadians and Quebecers that may be taken hostage by terrorist organizations or foreign governments. Madam Speaker, this opens the door to further debate. I hope it will allow us to improve this legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk on this particular bill. Bill C-353. And I have to say that there's a lot of moments in this place where I think about the specific challenge that we have as legislators. When we look at the human condition and what's happening in the world around us, and we have to find a way to create legislation that will hopefully help and be supportive. And so I will be supporting this piece of legislation into committee. I do have some concerns about it, and I think that what we need to do, of course, is the important work in committee to make sure that any of those concerns are addressed, and hopefully we can see folks work together to get to the best possible bill. But, Madam Speaker, I have to say it makes me think of my many years working with the newcomer community in the work that I did before being elected. And I can remember sitting with people who were facing this terror of having a loved one be taken, of not knowing what was happening to them, of wondering every day if today would be the day where they would hear something that would let them know that their loved one was safe. And I think for most of us, we can't imagine what that reality would look like. And I think about what a responsibility it is when you become an elected member of Parliament. And when those things happen, how you often have to sit powerless with your constituents, watching things unfold and knowing that you are doing everything you can, and we still don't know what the outcome is. And when I was reading through this particular bill, it really reminded me of my dear friend now in the riding. Her name is Jan. And this is a completely different circumstance, but it resonates with me, the similarity. I remember her chasing me down in a change room. And I think, one of the fun things about being a politician that I don't think you always hear about is when you become a public figure, sometimes you have the most interesting conversations in the oddest places. But her granddaughter had been stolen, was in another country, and they had been trying everything they could to get her home. And it was terrifying for that family because they didn't know if she was safe. They knew she was very young. And, I remember in that moment thinking to myself, if I was a grandmother having this experience, I would also follow somebody into a change room to make a difference for that loved one. So I really appreciate deeply the intention of this bill. There are some clear questions that I have around providing PR for informants and their dependents. And I think we really need to address the issue of exploitation and how we can keep those people safe in those circumstances. I think what is so important is that when people are in that vulnerable state, when they're afraid, when they're stressed by a political interference, unlike anything that most Canadians ever experience, we want to make sure those people are kept as safe as possible. And we need to be talking about sufficient support for the families of victims and making sure that when we're going through some of these vulnerable times, the supports are really there. And Madam Speaker, we may think that they are there, but I can promise you a lot of the supports are not there, and people are left to wrestle with profound agony and pain, and the supports are not there to help move forward. And I think that we have to look at some of these important things about which incentive programs would the minister create, whether hostage taking and arbitrary detention should be put together. There's just some questions that I definitely have as we go through this process, and I look forward to having meaningful conversation and making sure that we have experts. Again and again in this place, one of the things that I'm really grateful as an MP is that we don't have to be the expert. We can have experts come in, walk us through these really challenging things, and provide feedback that help us make really good decisions. And it makes me think of, in the work that I do in my riding, one of the things that I've really been provided is expertise from my own riding on particular issues. I learn so much from constituents as they guide me with their expertise. So I think in these particular issues that are very complex and far-reaching. We need to make sure that there's no unintended consequences, because what we don't want to see, of course, is legislation to be put in place and then see some serious unintended consequences happen, and then we're behind the ball trying to get that dealt with. But we do know right now, I think we're all very apprised of what's happening in Israel and in Palestine. There's a lot of agony and pain. It does remind me of my dear friend Mary, who fled Germany during the time of the Holocaust, how she survived and so many of her family's members did not. And she told me that she didn't believe in God anymore, but she still prayed for peace every day. And when I look at this piece of legislation, I just think about her intention, what she did to help herself go through such a hard crisis, to lose so much. And I think we all have to remember that when we can't find solutions that are peaceful, the price is far too high. And one of these, of course, is knowing that you have people who are taken into hostage, and you're waiting when people are released again and again to hear their name. And, you know, I was reading some articles of some people who have had their loved ones taken in Gaza as hostages. And every time people are released, they're holding their breath, hoping that their loved one's name is on that list. And so when we look at these things, I think we have to remember that we must do all we can to create peace, and that we must do all that we can to find safety for all people, and that we should pray for peace unceasingly. I think this bill needs a bit of work. It needs a little bit of study. I think the experts were really helpful, will be very helpful. We know that there are some good recommendations from the New Democrats that date back to a foreign affairs study in 2018 called, the report was called Strengthening the Canadian Consular Service Today and for the Future, which sought to prove instances of hostage-taking that have not been fully incorporated in this bill. So we might be able to look at some of those things, hear from the experts. It's key things like creating a mechanism to track the extent to which consular services meet service standards, meaningfully improve communications with families. I think that's absolutely key. We need to make sure that families are kept up to date as much as possible. This is the most terrifying period of their lives, most likely, and keeping them informed in a really practical way will make a big difference. And the decriminalization for private payment of ransom. Madam Speaker, I think of the people that I love the most, and if I had $1 to pay for their lives, I think I would do it. So we need to really bring this back to the humanity. So I will be supporting this bill. New Democrats will be supporting this bill. We'll hope to see some really good and strong work in committee to make it a stronger bill, to make sure that there's no unintended consequences that will have a poor impact on people who are facing these realities. And I just want to send my love out to everyone who's ever had this experience or is living through it right now. We have to remember in all the work that we do, humanity is at the core of it. And it is hard sometimes when we are divided to find our common humanity. But I think it's important that we remember how human people are and how vulnerable they are and how scared they are. And not silence people, but to bring together the places where we can be human. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader will have about 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and appreciate many of the comments that have been raised here this evening. I listened very closely to the Parliamentary Secretary, and there's a couple thoughts that come across my mind. One of them is in regards to sometimes I think we might be getting the cart ahead of the horse. When I listen to members of the Bloc and New Democrats, they talk about, if the bill goes to committee, lots of concerns that they have within the legislation. I listened to the parliamentary secretary, and parliamentary secretary talks about what it is that we have in place already, and how it is that this proposed legislation 353 could in fact have very much a harmful outcome for hostages. And what I'm thinking is that at the very least, what might have been nice is to see a standing committee maybe look at the issue in its entirety, and possibly come to the House with recommendations as to how it is that we might be able to give strength to the legislation and ultimately protect all the different interests that were actually highlighted by my colleague, the parliamentary secretary responsible for public safety and having to deal with foreign affairs on so many occasions, which I think he's just done an outstanding job representing Canadians in many different types of situations. So when I take a look at the private member's bill, those are the type of concerns that I have. I don't believe it is something ultimately that we should be sending to committee, based in terms of the arguments that were being presented. We need to recognize that we stand up first and foremost for Canadian values. We need to protect Canadians and their interests. Work with other like-minded countries. We all want to have a more stable and ultimately a secure world. And that's one of the reasons why, Madam Speaker, Canada, working with allied countries in order to be able to deal with some of these very much complicated issues. And our laws through time are modified and given strength, which kind of reflects whether it's those values or what other allied countries are doing, looking in terms of best practices that have been taking place. And there was a couple of things in which the parliamentary secretary made reference to. One of them is how this would be mandating information. Information is so critically important. And it can have a deciding factor in many ways in terms of an outcome of a hostage-taken situation. So if you have certain mandates, legal mandates, that ultimately compel information, and how that information could ultimately compromise a negotiation that's taking place. What we're really talking about is the lives of Canadians, and at the end of the day, I am not, nor do I have any interest of being at that sort of a high stakes negotiations and having to deal with individuals that take hostages, Madam Speaker. We see this virtually every day on the news lately in regards to Hamas and what's taking place in the Middle East. And when I start hearing that this particular legislation, if it was to pass in the manner in which it's proposed today, we would actually be providing incentive. And those incentives to kidnap or hold people as hostages as a way, Madam Speaker, to ultimately derive cash or to given some sort of preferential treatment to be able to ultimately come to Canada, I think that goes against what it is that possibly even the member wanted to be with this particular piece of legislation. And that's the reason why I would say that, look, this legislation, on that one aspect in itself, Madam Speaker, raises a lot of flags, and we should all be concerned. When you talk about, as I say, the mandating or providing incentives for someone to ultimately kidnap, to providing or mandating information being released, which could ultimately compromise someone's life, I have a difficult time with that. What I have not heard in any of the discussions in the debates in which I've listened to is something that's very clear as to how the legislation is going to help in such a way in which it's not going to come back and hurt the victims here, Madam Speaker, and their families. I think there is a certain amount of discretion that's necessary on the releasing of information, as an example. I think that we have to go out of our way to ensure we're not providing any form of an incentive for people to be kidnapping Canadians or holding them as hostage. I understand my time has lapsed, Madam Speaker, so I will leave it at that.
It is now time for the Honourable Member for Thornhill for her right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All of the comments over the course of this bill's presentation deserve more in the way of 5 minutes, and I'm glad that I'll be able to do that at committee. It's unfortunate that the member for Don Valley West didn't read the bill or simply didn't understand the bill, because all of those arguments are actually not in the bill, so I won't bother with that. I do want to clarify that this bill wasn't put forward as a critique of the government or its existing policies, but as a next step forward in what is the natural evolutionary development of laws that are necessary in the terrifying new reality of this world, something that we are going to face, and something to exist in sharpen existing mechanisms to meet the moment in our own country. And in many cases, laws evolve by becoming more targeted, and that's exactly what this bill does, rather than generalized existing provisions that often fall short in contending with the evolution of the problem. Sometimes our laws have been a product of motions or other declaratory statements, which eventually, to be effective, had to find their way into specific laws. So case in point, prior to 2001, there was no crime in our criminal code for terrorist activity. But in 2001, Canada passed the ATA, which has recognized a whole new series of provisions related to terrorism that would become one of the greatest challenges in our lifetime. And similarly, international law had only developed its own specialized terrorism provisions over the last decades for the same reasons, because terrorism had evolved and the existing frameworks needed to be specifically recalibrated to address the enormity of that threat. So oftentimes these new targeted provisions are introduced. The question inevitably rises whether they're really needed, and the question came up here a couple of times, but the House has often adopted, and correctly in my opinion, a targeted approach to current problems as a first step in a long process of legislative development. That's actually what we do here. So whether you're dealing with terrorism or sexual assault or minority rights or drink driving, our system has only benefited from more targeted legislation, ensuring that there's better prevention and deterrence and punishment. 353 is actually premised on a new hostage-related initiatives that are currently being undertaken by our government in an effort to improve Canada's capacity for dealing with the ravages of hostage diplomacy, which is frankly unpended international world order in the last number of months specifically. And it was this current government which actually took the step in launching the declaration. And what this does is it strengthens that. It sharpens those tools. It gives the senior official hostage affairs, a lead in consular services that is now concerned with this, more tools in order to do her job, or his job in the future maybe. The bill constitutes, in going a step further to legislate and impose consequences for perpetrators, create mechanisms for bringing our hostages home and providing better assistance for the families caught in these nightmare scenarios. And there is certainly recognition, both by government and our allies, that developed a robust legislative response to hostage taking, that there's a new threat on the horizon and it needs to be addressed concretely. So some in this chamber have asked whether the legislation would have prevented the hostage-taking of the two Michaels. I'm not sure. This is a bill, and I think no bill is a silver bullet to cover the plethora of contingencies or to cover the plethora of different kinds of cases, because no two cases are the same. I will say what was correctly noted
by the senior official who they appointed in the Department of Foreign Affairs or Global Affairs Canada, Julie Sunday, no two hostage cases are the same. But undoubtedly, on a multitude of scenarios, I think that 353 will provide better tools, and obviously in concert with other tools available to this government to respond to a wide swath of possibilities. I look forward to seeing this go to the next stage at committee, and I thank my colleagues in the Bloc and the NDP for actually reading the bill.
The question is as follows. Ms. Landsman, seconded by Mr. Manjadar, move that Bill C-353, an act to provide for the imposition of restrictive measures against foreign hostage takers and those who practice arbitrary detention in state-to-state relations, and to make related amendments to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Si un député participant en personne.
If a member participating in person.
Oui, Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I wish to request a recorded division. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 5th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Several weeks ago, Madam Speaker, I asked a question about Red SEAL training programs and correctional institutions. The answer seemed to be unsatisfactory to me, and so I'm providing further details today about issues that I think ought to be dealt with. There's no question, Madam Speaker, that proper training in a trade for which there is a market demand helps incarcerated individuals upon their release to find employment. Nor is there any doubt that when a former inmate finds employment, it reduces recidivism. This is why the mandate of Corrections Canada includes the following: assisting the rehabilitation of offenders and their reintegration into the community as law-abiding citizens through the provision of programs in penitentiaries and in the community. Programs which are, I think, reasonably understood to include educational programs, programs that give job skills, programs that allow them to become productive members of society. Thus the name correctional facilities, penitentiaries, the idea that one is not being locked away forever, but rather is being prepared upon having done one's time to be a productive member of society. But our results in Canada are, on net, singularly unimpressive. Offenders who have received training within our system have a recidivism rate that is no better than those who have not received such training. Now, this suggests to me that our job training certification programs inside our correctional institutions here in Canada must not be doing a very good job of giving our inmates verifiable, certifiable skills. How odd it is then to learn that our system has produced an impressive 112,000 vocational training certificates over the 4 years starting in 2020 and ending at the end of last year. With this in mind, I filed an order paper question about the details of our questions, and I received some interesting responses. I asked, how many certificates over the past 5 years have been issued, broken down by region? What are the top categories of certification? How many provincial apprenticeship programs are engaged? How many Red SEAL apprenticeship programs? And the results are the following, depressing results. Out of 112,181 certificates issued 2020 through 2023, only 64 are certificates for actually achieving a certified Red SEAL approved apprenticeship program. 0 provincial apprenticeship programs outside of Red SEAL, and the most common vocational programs are for number 1, WHMIS, that is to say, workplace hazardous materials information, for working at heights, and for ISO 9001 training, a total of about 17,000 certificates. I looked into this, and these certifications are not properly understood as being meaningful certifications. They are, in fact, just one-day programs. The WHMIS program can be purchased for $7.95. $7.95. That's not a very serious program. And I think this explains why, when I look to the following comment, I look in Out of Bounds magazine. It's a prisoner-published publication. I see the following. These generics, as I'm quoting from a prisoner here, or from an inmate, these generic skills don't qualify as job readiness skills on a resume. They are prerequisites of a job applicant in the same way as appropriate dress or good personal hygiene are implicitly understood. That is unsatisfactory. Why is more not being done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the opportunity to rise in the House this evening to speak about the positive benefits offered by the Correctional Service of Canada Employment and Employability Programming. Madam Speaker, employment programs and services help build essential services and skills to employment, which connect, of course, the offenders with resources to assist them in finding community employment after release. The benefits associated to correctional programming have long been demonstrated. In fact, going back a decade, research has noted a direct connection between employment and positive reintegration results upon release. We know that those inmates that participate in the CORE-CAN employment program while incarcerated are more likely to be granted parole and get jobs in their communities. Also, offenders under the community supervision are less likely to return to crime. Without the holistic approach of CORE-CAN program, offenders would not be in a good position to find employment. Additionally, community programming works to save Canadians money. The daily cost of maintaining the inmates in prison amounts to 6 figures annually. When an inmate can be safely returned to their community and find employment, they are working to financially support themselves and require to be paying taxes and are no longer incurring, of course, a 6-figure to the public, to the Canadian public. This is why I'm very happy to note that there has been a year-over-year increase in the opportunities for inmates to undertake the Correctional Service of Canada. The fiscal year 22-23 employment coordinators, including staff and contractors, directly assist offenders under community supervision to obtain over 2,000 community job placements, and it is estimated that job placement levels will be maintained in 23-24. The 22-23 on-the-job training opportunities were provided for over 2,600 offenders within one of CORE-CAN's 5 business lines, and in 23-24, 2,600 offenders benefited from the on-the-job training. I'm proud to note that the total of over 16,000 vocational training certificates were earned by inmates of all backgrounds in 22-23, and in 23-24, a significant increase in vocational training representing over 22,000. Throughout the apprentice program, offenders have the opportunity to register, accumulate hours, and take block training to become Red Seal journeymen in a specific trade. Since September of 2020, the total of 147 offenders participated in apprenticeship programs, of which 64 have completed their certification, with many of them continuing on. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Correction Service of Canada forms a partnership directly with Indigenous communities and to further increase projects availability and to provide Indigenous offenders with additional job training. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Lanark, Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
You got it, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, amidst all of that, the Parliamentary Secretary made the point I was trying to make in his final remark. 64 individuals over a 4-year period got Red Seal certification. 64 individuals over a 4-year period. You can work out the math yourself. This is about 20 people or less per annum in their entire system. We've got about 10,000 incarcerated individuals in Canada. That is pathetic. Now, I know there are other things they're doing, and they're helpful and useful in their own small way, but you are not going to get a job if you don't have a definable skill with an objective external certification. And 64 out of 10,000 over a 4-year period, I'll just submit to you that that is a disaster of a program. Trying to talk about thousands of certificates, these are one-day programs. They're not useless, but they're one-day programs. They are not something that's going to get you a job, and that is why our recidivism rate is no better for those who complete these programs than for those who do not.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as stated, correctional intervention work to provide meaningful employment and employability program opportunities for offenders, increasing the likelihood of safe and successful reintegration. As part of the CSC works with partners in the academic, private and non-for-profit sectors and to access learning materials that mirror those available to the general public and to develop courses online with community employment standards. These resulting into vocational certificates are issued in most cases by a third party. This certificated work to provide offenders with the support, referrals, and services to address their employment needs to contribute to their ability to find and maintain employment. For Canadians, Mr. Speaker, there are benefits in safer communities through less repeated crime, as well as the adding workforce availability for these inmates. Thank you.
Resuming the adjournment debate, the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 9th, I had asked the government if it was concerned that pro-Hamas entities in Canada are funneling money to support an illegal encampment at the University of Toronto. And unfortunately, I think it's very sadly telling of the naivete of this government that the minister who responded to my question, touching on an issue of public safety, of foreign interference, and of foreign financing of an illegal pro-terrorist occupation of a university campus, was answered by not the Minister of Public Safety, not the Minister of Global Affairs, and not even the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship, but by the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion. Diversity and inclusion, Mr. Speaker. Who is the Liberal government trying to include here? Is it Samidoun, who has been on BC campuses, the registered Canadian nonprofit with a direct affiliation to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, a listed terrorist organization since 2003? Or is it Hamas or the IRGC, who murdered 55 Canadians on board flight PS-752 and are able to continue to operate on Canadian soil with impunity because this government has been too cowardly to designate the IRGC as a terrorist that they are? Who is this government trying to include? The encampments set up at university campuses across Canada are not representative of peaceful protests. In the case of the U of T encampment, it's an illegal occupation comprised mostly of external demonstrators for hire who are not even students at the university. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the vitriolic, hate-filled comments and signs at this site are nothing but anti-Semitic propaganda aimed to intimidate and threaten legitimate U of T students. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the normalization of hate and anti-Semitism. Students are being subjected to threats, death threats, and assaults. Just yesterday, I was at OCAD University with Samantha Klein. Samantha is suing OCAD because of their inaction. OCAD chose to turn a blind eye to the death threats that Samantha was receiving, and OCAD chose to ignore the threats of sexual violence towards Samantha's mother. And so I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when I saw there was a group that claimed they were from OCAD and supported the illegal encampment at U of T. This is not normal, but it's rapidly becoming the new norm in our country. These types of peaceful protests, Mr. Speaker, are anything but peaceful. They're certainly not a reflection of the Canada we aspire to be. And Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Governments at all levels must be seen to take action to restore the safety of our educational institutions and indeed our streets. These sham protests are being funded by shadowy pro-Hamas entities who are supporting a listed terror organization. And as well, the government, in choosing to ignore violence, threats, anti-Semitic slogans, and other forms of hate propaganda, are making a complete mockery of Canada's laws. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if it's government policy to turn a blind eye to the violent protests abetted by Hamas supporters. If so, perhaps the government is unaware that when an ostrich sticks its head in the sand, its most vulnerable part sticks out. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask again, is there any concern of this government over what is happening on our campuses and streets? Are there any investigations being conducted by RCMP or our security service agencies? Also, what exactly does it take for mob rule to overtake the rule of law? How far will government go to ignore what's going on? If Canada supposedly has hate propaganda laws, what is required for such laws to be enforced? Is it the government's strategy to just duck its responsibility and pass the buck to other levels of government to handle until these sham protests go away? Or does someone have to die before this government finally acts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and People with Disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question and for bringing up these important issues. And standing up against hate is a fundamental Canadian principle, a Canadian principle that every member of this House stands firmly behind. We, as a government, also have this principle firmly embedded in our mission and mandate. This includes standing up against the recent rise of anti-Semitism. Everyone in this country has a right to live free of discrimination, no matter who you are. Notre gouvernement prend des mesures concrètes pour protéger les...
Our government is taking action to protect Jewish communities from hatred and discrimination. We invested over $200 million in the Canadian anti-racism strategy. Budget 2024 proposes $173 million for Canada's first ever action plan against hatred.
Funding to support community projects that fight racism and hate. More than that, we must support work that is led by and shepherded by communities. It's through this work that intercultural and interfaith discussions are had, that we find compassion and understanding for each other. It's by learning about one another that each of us are able to find common ground. Through this, we can also melt barriers. By promoting multiculturalism, we strengthen our society. That is what Canada is, and that is what each and every member of this House stands behind, firmly. Respect for diversity, addressing discrimination. Le Plan d'Action de Canada contre la haine.
Canada's action plan against hatred is an important step to make Canada more inclusive.
On combating hate, will support community outreach and law enforcement. It'll tackle the rise in hate crimes. It'll enhance community security. It'll counter radicalization. It'll increase support for victims. To enhance our effort in combating anti-Semitism, our government appointed Deborah Lyons as Canada's new special envoy on preserving Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism. Engaging with communities on current issues, creating community-informed solutions. This is the core aspect of the Special Envoy's mandate. To further support the Special Envoy in her work at home and abroad, we have increased her resources with an additional $7.3 million. This money will help her in her work. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a multicultural society built on the principles of inclusion, respect for diversity. We have learned that our differences don't have to divide us. Our government remains steadfast to combat all forms of hate, racism, discrimination, and intolerance, and in particular, anti-Semitism. We are all in this House united in that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have immense respect for the Parliamentary Secretary as a person, but respectfully, citing the amount of dollars being thrown at the problem is not enough because we see the efficacy of their efforts. What they're doing is not good enough. And unfortunately, what this government is doing is not working. Safety and security of Canadians is first and foremost a responsibility of the Canadian government. And yet, one need only look at the campuses across this country or speak to anyone from the Jewish community and increasingly non-Jewish Canadians as well to know that safety is top of mind for everyone alongside the challenges with affordability and cost of living. So what this government is doing and continuing to propagate or share these same talking points is not going to make us any safer. Is anyone investigating what's happening at these encampments, and will this government take action? What will it take, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and People with Disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank again the member for his question. These are important matters. We must be discussing these issues, the issues of discrimination within this House, making sure that each and every Canadian is safe and secure and welcomed in each and every place of society. And our government is committed to combating hate in all its forms. We are committed to ensuring that everybody is safe at home, on the streets, in places of worship, and in our communities. Budget 2024 proposes $273.6 million to combat hate. This includes $20.2 million for the Hate Crimes Task Force. It includes $25 million for the anti-hate programming and promoting intercultural ties and community-based activities. Mr. Speaker, we have many initiatives that address discrimination, that address anti-Semitism. We are committed to support Canadians and the betterment of society.
Continuing with the adjournment debate, the Honourable Member from Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals keep bending over backwards for their friends in oil and gas. The Globe and Mail has multiple sources confirming that the Minister of Finance was considering a windfall tax on oil and gas in this budget, but then backed down in the face of strong lobbying from the oil patch executives and the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. If anyone was wondering whose side the Liberals are on, it's clearly not on the side of Canadians who are facing unprecedented climate disasters, wildfires, flooding, multi-year droughts. It's clearly not on the side of future generations who deserve a climate-safe future. They deserve a future where ecosystems aren't collapsing, where our food systems aren't threatened. It's not on the side of farmers or Indigenous communities who are on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is on the side of big oil and gas. When the oil and gas lobby asks, it's almost nothing that the Liberals won't do. They'll buy a pipeline. They will water down key climate policies. They even invited oil and gas CEOs to help them craft their climate plan. It's like inviting the fox to help you design your henhouse. And once again, when there is a sound policy to tax the excess profits of oil and gas companies and put that money into climate solutions, something that the majority of Canadians are in support of, that would disincentivize price gouging, that we could use to fund climate solutions that would make life more affordable for Canadians. The Liberals side with the CEOs who are fueling the climate crisis while raking in record profits. And the Conservatives, well, they can't even agree if climate change is real. So Canadians get delay and disappointment with the Liberals and climate denial with the Conservatives. Consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have put us in the position we are now, where we have missed every single climate target. When will they implement a windfall tax on oil and gas? It is time to choose. Are the Liberals going to stand with Canadian families, or will they continue to side with big oil?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Speaker as well as the member being very pleased to take part in tonight's debate on this very important topic. Mr. Speaker, she is correct that we must act on transitioning Canadian industry towards a sustainable green economy, as well as making sure that those who pollute pay their fair share. Mr. Speaker, this is generational. Ensuring that we build the economy of the future, both with investments in key transitional sectors of the economy, as well as developing a fair tax base so that we're able to make these key investments in a fiscally responsible way. Last month, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance announced, Mr. Speaker, bold actions in Budget 2024 to build a fairer future. And we firmly believe that at a time when middle-class Canadians are struggling to get ahead, when their hard work isn't paying off, it is necessary for the government to improve the fairness of Canada's tax system. This means asking the wealthiest Canadians to contribute a bit more so that we can make investments to ensure a fair chance for every generation. Since taking office, we have reduced taxes for the middle class while implementing measures to ensure that the wealthiest individuals and corporations are contributing their fair share. One way we propose to do that is by increasing the inclusion rate on capital gains realized annually above $250,000 by individuals and all capital gains realized by corporations and trusts from 1/2 to 2/3 effective June 25th, 2024. And of course, principal residences will continue to be exempt from capital gains, Mr. Speaker. It is expected that this new measure will generate more than $19 billion in new revenues over the next 5 years. This is new money that will be available to help fund the green transition. We have also permanently increased the corporate income tax rate by 1.5% on bank and insurance companies, groups in Canada, and introduced a one-time Canada Recovery dividend of 15% to largest bank and insurance company groups. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we have introduced a 2% tax that applies on the net value of share buybacks by public corporations throughout the country, and we have implemented a luxury tax on private jets and luxury cars priced over $100,000 and boats priced over $250,000, Mr. Speaker. And no further increased fairness, our government proposes to modernize the alternative minimum tax to ensure that the wealthiest Canadians do not avoid paying their fair share through the significant use of deductions, credits, and other tax preferences, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is just a small part of our plan. Tax fairness is being coupled with creating an investment environment that will attract foreign investment in key sectors that will help Canada grow into the next sustainable economy of the future. Canada is at the forefront of the global race. This race to attract investment and seize the opportunities the global transition to net zero presents. I hope that this member opposite saw the announcement of our government with the Honda deal, for example, and the one close to $15 billion in investments in Canada that were made not only by Honda, but possible in partnership and aligned with our government's investment policies within the clean economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this week I met with members of the Mixque First Nation who have been calling for a health study for their nation, for their community, for decades. They are seeing rare forms of cancer in proportions in their community that should be unprecedented, should be unheard of. The government could fund that health study. They could invest in protecting the communities who are impacted by the oil sands, impacted by the corporate greed that we're seeing across this country. But they're choosing not to. They could be giving every low and middle income Canadian a heat pump, but they're choosing not to. If they're choosing not to because they're saying there are fiscal restraints, well, then tax the big oil and gas companies who are burning our planet, who are poisoning the water, who are fueling the climate crisis that we're in. When
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands that it remains hard for many Canadians to make ends meet, and that is why we are still supporting those who need it most. As was clear in the budget, in 2024 budget, we remain committed to increasing tax fairness in Canada, as well as the investments areas as the member outlines need. Thanks to the actions we're taking, not only with respect to fairness, but as well to contributing and investing in these areas with respect to, once again, Mr. Speaker, what those needs are. Canadians can count on this government. They can count on our government to continue looking at ways to improve the fairness of the tax system and supporting Canadians who need it most. We're going to continue to make those investments based on the revenue that we're collecting and ensure that no one is left behind.
Pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been withdrawn, and the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole to study all votes under Department of Health and the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025.
La Chambre est maintenant en comité.
The House is now Committee of the Whole for the study of all credits on all votes under Department of Health for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025.
One, on all votes under the Department of Health. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government, Le Bloc Québécois, and the New Democratic Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation. Des périodes de 15 minutes.
Each member will be allocated 15 minutes at a time, which may be used both for debate and for posing questions. Should members wish to use this time to make a speech, it can last a maximum of 10 minutes, leaving at least 5 minutes for questions to the minister. When a member is recognized, he or she should indicate to the chair how the 15-minute period will be used. In other words, what portion will be used for speeches and what portion for questions and answers. Members should also note that they will need the unanimous consent of the committee if they wish to split their time with another member.
Aucune demande.
There will be no quorum call or dilatory motion or request for unanimous consent. When time is to be used for questions and answers, the chair will expect that the minister's response will reflect approximately the time taken by the question, since this time will be counted in the time originally allotted to the member.
To order made earlier today, the time provided for the debate tonight may be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 16 periods of 15 minutes each. I also wish to indicate that in Committee of the Whole, comments should be addressed to the chair. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. We will now begin tonight's session. Start with the Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
I would like to start out by saying that I will be sharing my time with the member from Cumberland, Colchester, and the member from South Surrey, White Rock. Sorry, it's a bit of a tongue twister. I would like to direct all my questions to the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction. How many people die due to overdose in British Columbia every day on average?
The Honourable Minister has 19 seconds.
The national average since 2016 is 42,000 deaths. The average across the country is 22 deaths per day.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
It's 6 that die every day in British Columbia. What is the leading cause of death of British Columbians, youth aged 10 to 18?
The Honourable Minister has 9 seconds.
Current data, it is due to drug overdose.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
What is the leading cause of death in British Columbia for those between 10 and 59?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
86% of overdose deaths have been shown to be as a result of the illicit toxic drug supply.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
What is the percentage increase in overdose deaths in Canada after 9 years?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
Current data shows that 86% of overdose deaths are due to the toxic drug supply.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
The answer is 166%. There are around 50 million safe supply hydromorphone pills prescribed in British Columbia every year. How many of those are acceptable to be diverted into the hands of drug dealers who are profiting off the death of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds.
As the member knows, diversion is illegal in all parts of the country, including all prescribed medications.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
So is the answer 0?
The Honourable Minister has 3 seconds.
The member knows diversion is illegal.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Is the answer 0?
The Honourable Minister has 3 seconds.
RCMP has indicated there's been no increase in the data over the past decade.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
How much diversion is acceptable to the Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
0. It's illegal.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Has decriminalization been successful in British Columbia?
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
Yes, the number of people who've been arrested rather than being diverted to health services has increased.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Then why did you grant British Columbia's request to effectively ban public drug use in most places?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
We responded to BC's request for an amendment.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Why did it take you 11 days to respond to their request?
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
Responsible action.
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Why not just end it altogether?
The Honourable Minister.
We require a full suite of tools to address the overdose crisis.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
How are you measuring success in BC's decriminalization?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
By the decreased number of arrests and referrals to health services.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Leading addiction physicians from across Canada have written several letters demanding the minister make all safe supply programs witnessed and recovery focused or shut them down. Will the minister follow the advice from these experts?
The Honourable Minister has 12 seconds.
I met with experts, many experts, with many different opinions and advice. We listened to them and took mitigation measures where needed, and we will continue to work to make sure it is safe.
Before the Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake continues, I'd just like to let her know that she has 1 minute left on the clock. The Honourable Member.
Protocols have been put in place to allow so-called safe supply of fentanyl to children under 18 without parental consent or knowledge. Will the minister clearly stand against fentanyl ever being given recreationally to children, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 13 seconds.
No child has been prescribed fentanyl. Prescribed alternatives are a relationship between a physician and their patient and will be done under strict advisement.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Will you stand up against recreational fentanyl to children, yes or no?
Point of order, the Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands.
The member should be directing her questions through you. She said, will you, asking a question directly of the minister. Perhaps you could just remind the House.
I think you've done it effectively, and I'm certain the honourable member didn't mean much by it. So, the honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Will the minister stand up against recreational fentanyl to youth? Yes or no?
The honourable minister has 7 seconds.
Recreational fentanyl is illegal, and we have law enforcement to do that.
The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
The minister has the power to say no to this. Will she? Yes or no?
The honourable minister has 3
Law
seconds.
enforcement places its role in the illegal toxic drug supply.
We will now recognize the honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you very much, Chair. These questions will be directed to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions as well. Is your government looking to fund the so-called safe supply of cocaine?
I can imagine what the point of order is, and I'm certain that the honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester means to ask a question through the chair. The honourable minister has 8 seconds.
All medication is under the CDSSA with strict regulations.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Is the NDP Liberal government looking at allowing the so-called safe supply of cocaine?
The honourable minister has 6 seconds.
Alternatives are under the strict advisement of experts and physicians with their patients.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Is the NDP Liberal government looking to fund the so-called safe supply of heroin?
The honourable minister has 5 seconds.
All medications are regulated under the CDSA, and prescriber models per province are in place.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Is the NDP Liberal government looking at allowing the so-called safe supply of heroin?
The honourable minister has 4 seconds.
Prescribed alternatives are a relationship between the physician and their patient. There are strict regulations around it.
Member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Could the minister explain to Canadians what is the company called Fair Price Pharma?
The honourable minister has 7 seconds.
It is a private company in British Columbia, to my knowledge.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Could the minister confirm or deny that this company, Fair Price Pharma, has a dealer's license for heroin?
The honourable minister has 6 seconds.
To my knowledge, they do not at this time.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Could the minister confirm or deny that Fair Price Pharma has an importation license for heroin?
The honourable minister has 6 seconds.
Eric?
The honourable minister.
Officials to answer that question.
I'd also like to let the honourable members know that when there's time in consultation, that it is not taken away from the time of the member to pose their questions. The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Can the minister tell Canadians how much heroin Fair Price Pharma has imported into Canada?
The honourable minister has 5 seconds.
That is a question to refer to officials.
Honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, oddly enough, Chair, the answer is 15 kilograms. Can the minister tell Canadians when this 15 kilograms of heroin was imported into Canada?
The honourable minister has 10 seconds.
Again, Mr. Chair, a question for officials.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Perhaps the minister would like to tell Canadians that that was in November of 2021. Could the minister tell Canadians, could the minister tell us if the minister has ever met with someone named Perry Kendall?
The honourable minister has 13 seconds.
I have not.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Is the minister aware that Perry Kendall is the founder of Fair Price Pharma?
The honourable minister has 4 seconds.
Not engaged with Fair Price Pharma, but to my knowledge, he is.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Does the minister believe that heroin should be distributed via vending machines?
The honourable minister has 5 seconds.
No.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Does the minister believe that distribution of so-called safe supply via vending machines is indeed safe?
The honourable minister has 6 seconds.
There are strict mitigation rules around prescribed alternatives.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Perhaps the minister didn't hear the question, but could the minister tell Canadians if the minister believes that distribution of so-called safe supply via vending machines is indeed safe?
The honourable minister has 10 seconds.
All prescribers are under strict regulatory bodies for medication and treatment to their patients.
Member from Cumberland Colchester has 1 minute left on the clock. The Honourable Member.
Is this so-called safe supply via vending machine safe, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister, 5 seconds.
High levels of regulatory risk mitigation are in place for all programs by prescribers.
The Honourable Member from Cumberland Colchester.
Could the Minister tell Canadians, did the MySafe project receive $3.5 million in grants?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds. Stop the clock.
The funding was discontinued to that project.
The Honourable Member from Cumberland Colchester.
Perhaps the Minister could confirm the $3.5 million was indeed given to the MySafe project.
The Honourable Minister has 5 seconds.
It was funded for several years and then discontinued. The exact number would have to be referred to officials.
The Honourable Member from Cumberland Colchester.
Could the Minister confirm how many former BC health officials have gone on to found a pharmaceutical company aimed at drug dealing?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
I have no knowledge of that.
The Honourable Member.
Does the Minister believe that it's appropriate for former public health officials to profit off distribution of drugs and selling to the government they used to work for?
Question, the Honourable Minister.
I don't deal in hypotheticals, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, my questions will all be for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Does the Minister agree that hospitals should be safe places where patient care is a priority?
The Honourable Minister has 13 seconds.
I think we all agree that hospitals should be a safe place where patients receive care.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey
BC
White
nurse
Rock.
was told not to breastfeed her child in case her milk was contaminated by drugs she was exposed to at work. As a parent, does the Minister find this acceptable?
The Honourable Minister has 10 seconds.
As a parent, we want all places to be safe.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
5 nurses on one shift were so sick that they had to be sent to emergency because of exposure to fentanyl smoke. Does the Minister find this acceptable?
The Honourable Minister has 9 seconds.
All hospitals should be safe places for those who work there. We've passed legislation to protect health workers, and provinces have the same responsibilities to regulate hospitals.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
So would the Minister say that should nurses be exposed to fentanyl smoke in the workplace, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 8 seconds.
Legislation to ensure workplace safety, including hospitals, that is regulated both by the province, and we've ensured legislation for health workers to be safe.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
And yet that didn't happen under this Minister in the exemption she granted to British Columbia. Should nurses be exposed to meth smoke in their workplace, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 8 seconds.
As well knows, health services are the purview of the provincial jurisdiction for safety and enforcement.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
It is, in fact, a combined jurisdiction. Would this Minister agree or not agree that nurses should be afraid if they might be stabbed with a knife in their workplace?
The Honourable Minister has 10 seconds.
I believe all members agree that workplaces, including hospitals, should be safe.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
A leaked BC Northern Health memo told nurses to stop confiscating weapons from patients and to permit the use of hard drugs in their rooms. Are you aware of this, Minister?
I'm certain that the Honourable Minister has 12 seconds on the clock.
Hospitals and law enforcement are under provincial jurisdiction to ensure safe workplaces. We, of course, support the enforcement of safe workplaces for health workers.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
Does the Minister then confirm or deny that she grant an exemption to the province of BC at the request of that government to allow these kind of hard drug uses in public places, including hospitals?
The Honourable Minister has 18 seconds.
The request by BC for the Section 56.1 exemption had a clear mandate of public safety and public health, and that is how we work collaboratively with the BC government.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
Well, the Minister didn't answer my question. Did this Minister, in fact, grant an exemption
at the request of the BC government that allowed for hard drug use, unprescribed and unsupervised, in hospitals in British Columbia.
The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds.
The BC exemption, which was requested by the province, has been amended as per their request to ensure that public safety is a top priority, as well as ensuring public health services.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
When did the minister sign that exemption?
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
The member needs to be clear on which amendment.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
Did the minister sign the exemption that allowed for hard drug use in public spaces, including hospitals in British Columbia?
Before I pass the clock to the Honourable Minister, I'd just like to inform the Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock that she has less than a minute left on the clock. 7 seconds to the Minister.
The exemption was signed under my predecessor.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock.
Yesterday, I introduced the Safe Hospitals Act that would ban this minister or any succeeding minister from allowing open, unprescribed, and unsupervised hard drug use in hospitals. Does the minister agree that this is a common sense?
The Honourable Minister has 14 seconds on the clock.
Commitment is to work collaboratively with provinces and territories with their jurisdictions and the responsibilities under their purview, which include health services and safety and law enforcement.
Honourable Member from South Surrey White Rock has a time for a brief question.
Thank you. Will the minister commit to supporting the Safe Hospitals Act? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Minister.
Forward to the debate.
We've come to the end of the time allocated to the official opposition. We will now, on va passer, dans l'ordre ici.
We'll now follow the order here, and I turn the floor over to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise, and I'm going to be splitting my time with the Minister for Mental Health and Addictions. And I want to start by simply thanking the officials who are here today, not only for their presence today, but for the incredible work that they do on behalf of Canadians every day. The Public Health Agency of Canada, indeed, everyone at Health Canada has done an extraordinary job, not just during the pandemic, helping us have one of the best pandemic responses anywhere in the world, but continue to help lead the way in overhauling our health system and meeting the challenges that confront a modern health system. You know, Mr. Speaker, I speak of the pandemic, and that was a time you're going to give me an indication of time? Yeah. Speak of the pandemic, and that was a time that was so challenging for so many, particularly those within the health workforce. And I want to acknowledge, particularly for those within the Public Health Agency and within Health Canada as well. And in that period of time, I think there was a lot of hope that coming out of the pandemic would mean that things would be getting easier. But of course, the reality is that we had wait lists and backlogs and burnout, and so it meant not only in Canada but in all over the world that coming out of the pandemic that there was an enormous amount of stress, and that a lot of the weaknesses that existed in our health systems across the country and provinces and territories were exposed as they were all over the world. And you know, it's easy to see problems, Mr. Speaker. We certainly hear a lot in this House about people reflecting a mirror on the problems of the day. That requires no skill or talent. It requires a simple ability of observation. But to imagine how we can move through the challenges that we're in to a better time, to a time that is better for the health of Canadians, the time that is better for this country generally, requires a great deal of courage to jump into the unknown and to imagine what can be done. And it is in that spirit, I want to say, that the conversations that I've had with health ministers across the country, be they Conservative or New Democrat or Liberal, in a spirit of cooperation to come together to focus on solutions, to not focus on just observing what is wrong, but on having the courage to imagine what could be right and how we can make investments and do things together. More than just about a little less than, I should say, $200 billion the federal government has pledged to health care over the next 10 years. And that's manifested itself in 26 agreements signed in every province and every territory. Each of those agreements laying out a blueprint for how we deal with the challenges of primary care, making sure that folks get access to a doctor, making sure that seniors can age at home and age with dignity, that we have places for them when their health fails. And building upon that, because we knew it wasn't enough, we looked upstream. And we take essential action. And I want to thank the work that was done, particularly with the member for Vancouver Kingsway and also with the NDP House Leader and now Health Critic, to pave the way, along with our caucus, for a national plan on both dental, where we see a plan that the Conservative leader says isn't real and doesn't exist, has already in just over 3 weeks served 120,000 different claims. That's over 100,000 seniors getting dental care, many times for the first time. Also taking action on pharmacare to make sure that women have access to the medicine they need for their sexual and reproductive health, making sure that diabetes patients have access to the medication they need to keep themselves healthy. And of course, this builds on the work that we did in Charlottetown around a digital charter, around talking about data and interoperability and ways that we can work together as jurisdictions to improvement of our health system. In the last budget, we also saw essential action on school food to make sure that kids get the nutritious food that they need. We're taking action on personal support workers and drugs for rare diseases. We have a strategy and are moving forward with agreements with provinces. And we also, Mr. Speaker, I think very importantly, through bulk purchasing, have seen more than $3.4 billion each and every year saved in the cost of drugs for Canadians by taking collective action together. So I look forward to the questions that will come and appreciate the opportunity to address this House.
Before I proceed to the member from Kingston and the Islands, I'm going to presume, or perhaps the member will make it clear, that he's not going to expect that the minister has to respond in the time that it takes him to ask a question. The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to point that out, and yes, I do not require the response to be limited to the question. I want to go back to the minister's comments about dental care specifically. I know that during debates in this House, as recently as just a couple weeks ago, I had an exchange with a Conservative member who tried to tell me that only 41 dentists in the entire province of Ontario have signed up for the dental care program. In my riding alone, I know there's 61. So just in my riding, it surpassed that number that the Conservative member gave out. Can the minister inform the House as to how many dentists have signed up for the program throughout the country and in Ontario? And if he doesn't have the exact number, give the best estimate as per his last indication.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his important question. He's right. We're seeing really strong take-up across the country. In fact, we now are nearly 40% of oral health providers having signed up, and that means more than 10,500 providers who are providing service every day. We're literally seeing thousands and thousands and thousands of seniors every single day getting care. And so that 120,000 figure in just over 3 weeks, I think, is remarkable. And I think what's unfortunate, and then I'll turn it back to the member for his question, look, you want to vote against it. You don't want seniors to have dental care. Okay, that's your prerogative, vote in this House. But to malign the program and to actively call around and try to sabotage it and get providers to not participate, I think that is very contemptuous, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
And that's a great segue to go to my next question, Mr. Speaker, because what I was going to ask and provide some comments on and get the minister's take on it is that, it is one thing to be against a dental program. It is one thing to speak against it and to vote against it. But it's an entirely different thing, Mr. Speaker, to actively root for a program that's going to support so many Canadians to fail. And that's unfortunately what we're seeing from Conservatives. They want the dental care program to fail and not provide the very important services. I'm wondering if the minister can give his insight as to why he thinks that they're playing these political games with this issue.
The Honourable Minister of Health has 32 seconds left on the clock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I very sincerely hope that the Conservative Party will change their position. If they get the opportunity, as I'm sure they do, like I do, to talk to people like Raphael getting oral health care for the first time in an extremely long time, and what that does to his dignity, what that's going to mean to prevention. This is something I hope that we can all get behind. And at a minimum, I would wish that they not give misinformation to providers. This program is simple to use, it's working effectively, and it's seeing people across the country get the care that they need.
The Honourable Minister for Mental Addictions and Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and honorable members who are here today. I appreciate the opportunity to be speaking with you and to share the work that the Health Portfolio is doing to support Canadians' mental health and address the substance use and overdose crisis in this country. As the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Associate Minister of Health, I believe wholeheartedly that a strong and resilient healthcare system is an essential part of Canada's social safety net. We must ensure that mental health is treated as a full and equal part of our healthcare system. Governments are meant to invest in people.
The Honourable l'Honourable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
With the Health Committee to Vancouver, Calgary, Red Deer, and Montreal. We heard from amazing organizations working tirelessly to help and support those who are using drugs. All parties were represented for the entire duration of the tour except the Conservatives. It's a shame because we heard that it's painful for frontline workers to hear that politicization is killing people. We have heard a lot of misinformation about safe consumption sites and harm reduction. Can the Minister explain why these measures provide critical support to people who use drugs?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her question on this. And I'd like to just note that the initial part of this debate this evening, we saw very stigmatizing language from across the bench with the insinuation that all people who suffer from substance use are violent and a threat to society and are essentially criminals. I don't understand why they are criminalizing their loved ones when they need health care and health services. Prescribed alternatives, Mr. Speaker, are done under the strict authorization of medical providers and health experts. It is a sacred relationship between a patient and their physician to move them towards a place of health. But we need to open the door to safety for those who use substances and are struggling with addiction, Mr. Speaker. And prescribed alternatives are just one tool of a robust set of tools. The opposition pits harm reduction against treatment rather than looking at a holistic and compassionate approach to those who use substances.
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for her remarks. I wanted to share with the Minister an email I got from a member of Moms Stop the Harms. It's too long to read in its entirety, but I wanted to give you a couple elements of this letter so that, and I'm sure you've heard these stories before. She said that after her son died, it was a very difficult time, and she said, you know, she watched actually me give a response to the Conservatives using, as you said, very hurtful language. Her son was 24 years old when he died, and she said, how dare politicians and so-called experts tell us that our children are only worth something if they say no and go to treatment. And I would like to ask you, do you see harm reduction as part of that treatment continuum?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Associate Minister for Health.
I want to thank the Minister for her question. It's an important one. Mr. Speaker, it should be very clear to everyone, I say this to Canadians, but I say this to the benches. Harm reduction is health care. Providing key services to keep people alive so that we can steer them towards a safe journey towards treatment starts with compassion. It starts with a full suite of tools. There are international standards for this, Mr. Speaker, that include harm reduction as the key strategy. We have to approach this with compassion. We only hear slogans from across the way from the Conservatives on this. They don't see loved ones as keeping them alive, as the Minister once said, one more day. Get them alive, one more day to keep them alive. Why won't they join on in evidence-based approaches to do that?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that Ms. Lass-Kolb wrote to me is she said this. She said, every family I've met, their child died in a home. many in their family home or apartment where family was actually helping to care for them. The only family I know whose son was homeless actually overdosed in treatment. And I wanted to ask you about, I checked on this because I was curious to see if her experiences with her colleagues and peers in Moms Stop the Harm reflected the national data. And in fact, it does. I didn't realize this, but many, in fact, the majority of overdoses happen to people in their homes. And I wondered if you could comment a little bit about why it's so important that we don't drive substance users to the shame of using alone, and how, in fact, using stigmatizing language can actually do just that.
Before somebody rises on a point of order, I'd just like to remind all members to direct their questions to the Chair, the Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Chair. And again, it is so important that we take a compassionate and holistic approach to what is a public health crisis, not a criminal one. The majority of overdose deaths are individuals dying alone. We need to be able to get them out of the shadows, out of the places where they are hiding, and get them to safety. Get them to harm reduction centers, whether it is safe consumption sites, drug checking, where they can be offered primary care, where they can be offered options, choices, Mr. Speaker, so that they'll live. When we use stigmatizing language, people turn in on themselves. They hate themselves. They need compassion. They need us to see them. We need to meet the moment with health services and compassion.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. There's 1 minute left on the clock.
Thank you. This will be very quick, Mr. Speaker. As I was looking at the current statistics on who's dying of toxic or drug poisoning deaths here in this country, what I was really surprised to find out was that 2/3 of them are young men. And in fact, of those young men, 30 to 50% are employed in the skilled trade sector. And it strikes me as ironic that the leader of the opposition speaks a lot about standing up for the workers, when in fact those very workers are being poisoned through a toxic drug supply. Do you have anything to say about the role of unions and workplaces in this?
The Honourable Minister has only 15 seconds left on the clock.
This gives me the opportunity to say that we have met our workers on the front lines of the toxic drug supply with the Ease the Burden program, because we know we need to work with our workers to keep them alive and get them to health.
Maintenant, c'est au tour du Bloc québécois.
Now it is the turn of the Bloc québécois. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, on average, the Government of Quebec spends 43% of its total budget on health care, around 43% per year. That means that Quebec has the other 57% of its budget for the other missions it has to accomplish: housing, infrastructure, municipalities, supporting businesses. You get my point. I wonder whether the health minister remembers that over 50 years ago, when the healthcare system was implemented, 50% of all costs were covered by the federal government. This is down to around 23%. Does the minister feel that the federal government has stopped committing as much to healthcare? Pardon me, this is taking a moment here. It was approximately 40 seconds, so 40 seconds to reply to the question. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, our healthcare system has evolved. There have been significant changes. Of course, all governments need to work together collaboratively, cooperatively. That is why the federal government has invested. We have invested approximately $200 billion in health, including in Quebec. We've invested for nurses, for hospitals, for doctors. But our investments also cover, for instance, doctors, dental care. It is important that we work together, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, my apologies to the Minister. It's all well and good to talk about working together, but the numbers speak for themselves. The federal government is funding 23% of our healthcare spending. Now, in the Canadian Federation, fiscal imbalance is very clear. Maybe the minister has already read the Séguin report, the Yves Séguin report. He's a Liberal minister from Quebec, and the report says that the federal government's income, revenues, increase faster than its spending, and it is the opposite for provinces, especially with the explosion of healthcare costs that provinces face. The Conference Board has reached the same conclusions, saying that if the federal government does not invest heavily in healthcare, then provinces will not be financially viable by around 2035. The same type of conclusion will be published year after year. For example, the Parliamentary Budget Officer says that if the federal government doesn't contribute more to healthcare, then provinces will not be viable in the long term, will not be viable by 2035. Does the minister feel that the federal government is transferring enough for healthcare? The Honourable Minister. 1 minute, 18 seconds. Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, the federal government covered over 80% of pandemic-related costs. It was essential that we do so, but the price tag was massive. The situation created a balance in federal and provincial spending and expenses, and now provinces are in a good economic position to invest in their healthcare systems, and that goes for Quebec. Quebec has a good plan. Quebec is a leader in many aspects of healthcare. We invested approximately $200 billion. The money's there. The funding's there. But it's not all about money. It's also about change and transformation. We need to change how we offer healthcare and make healthcare available. Disease prevention is also crucial. That's why we're taking action through our dental care plan and our pharmacare plan. That's essential too, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Chair, we cannot accept that sort of answer. The pandemic was a once-in-a-century exceptional event. The government's action cannot be based on or referred to the pandemic. What is recurrent, though, is the fact that the federal government is never accountable for failures in the system. Jean Chrétien, Prime Minister, admitted openly at the end of his Prime Minister's career that he was able to easily cut health transfers without paying any political price. Then provinces are forced to pass austerity budgets in order to run their healthcare systems. Meanwhile, the federal government can balance its books at the expense of the provinces. That happened with Paul Martin, who cut $2.5 billion in 96, 97, and threw the entire healthcare system out of whack. When the colleague mentions exceptional spending, like during COVID, well, that's not helpful. The federal government needs to recommit to the healthcare system. But the federal government seems to be absent, missing in action these days. Here's my question. Does my colleague agree that healthcare is fully and totally under Quebec's jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister of Health. In over a minute. Well, Mr. Chair, on the one hand, the member across the way says health is under Quebec's jurisdiction. Then, on the other hand, the member says the government needs to do more for health care. That's a bit odd, isn't it, Mr. Chair? Now, when it comes to available funding, there is funding available and given to each province, and there is a 5% minimum escalator increase every year. There's been no reduction. There is a minimum increase of 5% automatically each and every year. There's also additional funding through special agreements which seek to improve specific aspects of healthcare. But our problem in healthcare is not a matter of funding. It's a matter of change. We must not pick fights. We cannot transform and change by picking fights. Picking fights is very easy. Anyone can do it. But what we need is to work towards results, and to do so cooperatively, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, unfortunately, my colleague is trying to hide from my questions. He's not answering, but I can answer. Healthcare is under Quebec's exclusive jurisdiction. Now, he said it's not all about money. Well, if it's not all about money, then what's the federal government for? All citizens in all provinces pay taxes, and some of those taxes go to the federal government, then come back to the provinces through the Canada Health Transfer, the Canada Social Transfer. But the problem is that the transfers are inadequate. It's not enough to run services in provinces. And what's worse, Mr. Speaker, the federal government, which is not responsible for health care, is continuously meddling in health care. Now, I'll tell you what is a federal responsibility: military hospitals, Indigenous health care, approval of medication by Health Canada, and quarantine. Those are the federal government's responsibilities when it comes to health care. Now, here's my question. How many national policies and national strategies are there in health? And do these policies and strategies do anything other than prevention and outreach education? 1 minute and 3 seconds for the Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We work with the province of Quebec on healthcare. That is clearly outlined in our Constitution. We make agreements with each province and territory with common indicators. But for Quebecers, they can see progress. It's written clearly in the data. There will be a report published annually. In that report, it will be possible to follow progress with common indicators. That is integral for making progress. The progress is clearly outlined in data, annual data. That's very important in my view. We also share information. It's important to share information, to share data with each administration in Canada. When I talk to Quebecers, it's the same thing for Canadians across the country. What they want is results. They want cooperation, teamwork. They don't want jurisdictional squabbles, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I wish to remind the minister that a Léger poll showed that over 80% of Quebecers want the federal government to stay in its lane. And yes, it is easy to pick a fight, but any time someone raises a legitimate issue here, they're told that they're picking a fight. That's what's easy. Now, here's my question to the Honourable Minister. Can he tell me how many hospitals the federal government runs and how many surgeries are performed in those hospitals annually? 30 seconds to the Minister for Health. Well, it's not my responsibility to run hospitals. The federal government's responsibility, though, is to work with the government of Quebec. It's odd, Mr. Chair. The member says, give us the money, do more, then also says, get out of healthcare. That's provincial. So that is illogical. It's a contradiction. This is an obligation throughout the country. Not just with Quebec and Canada, but with each province, each territory, each administration. Apologies, I forgot to warn you that your time was almost up. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, that was a very interesting answer. The minister just said that the federal government doesn't run a single hospital. The minister just said that the federal government has no expertise whatsoever when it comes to operations that are carried out in hospitals. And yet, in his previous answer, he said we need data. We need data about operations in hospitals. He wants data about things that he doesn't administer. Here's what the minister should do. The only thing he should do is to transfer enough money, the money that provinces are requesting. And during our last round of negotiations, all provinces called on Ottawa to raise health transfers from 23% to 35%. That was not done. So there is a fiscal imbalance. there are problems with chronic underfunding of our healthcare systems. We have fewer nurses. We have fewer first responders. The federal government is constantly interfering with something that isn't under its jurisdiction. The federal government likes to tout programs in the media, but these programs will not actually help Quebecers or anyone in the provinces. The Honourable Health Minister. Well, Mr. Chair, we need nurses, we need doctors and dentists, we need all types of healthcare professionals. That's what the member is saying on the one hand, but then on the other hand, he says, get out of healthcare, don't do anything, don't take any action. It makes no sense. The federal government does have some responsibilities under the Canada Health Act. We manage the Canada Health Act, and it is our responsibility to ensure that everyone in Canada, all Canadians, all Quebecers, have access to the health care that they need. That is very clearly set out in the Canada Health Act. That's our responsibility. Our responsibility is not to dictate to provinces what to do. Our responsibility is to work cooperatively with provinces. Mr. Dubé, Quebec's health minister, is very responsible. I respect Quebec's jurisdiction. I adhere to our respective jurisdictions, but we have a shared responsibility, and I also respect that, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Jonquière has 1 minute and 25 seconds. It's pretty surprising. The minister says that he respects provincial jurisdiction. Healthcare, pharmacare, the government of Quebec has said a number of times that this is intrusion, inexcusable intrusion in our jurisdiction. Not only is it inexcusable, but the government will create a need and then it will underfund it and withdraw from that situation and balance its budget, as they do over and over again when it comes to healthcare transfers. I don't think the minister understands all of the nuances of healthcare. The fact that it's the responsibility of the provinces. What the federal government needs to do is transfer money without meddling. The honourable minister has 45 seconds left. Mr. Chair, what's totally unacceptable is that there are many seniors throughout Quebec where it's impossible for people to have access to dental care. I have no problem if the government of Quebec wants to manage the program. It's possible. But it's absolutely essential that every person throughout Quebec can have access to dental care. Why wouldn't the member opposite work with me on that? Minister Dubé had no problem with that. Why does the member have a problem with that? Resuming debate. Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby has 15 minutes, 10 minutes for questions, 5 minutes for questions and answers, or he can mix it up. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I won't be sharing my time. I'll be addressing my questions to the Minister of Health especially, and my colleague, the member for Courtenay Alberni, will be asking questions to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions later on. The minister has given good news to all Canadians. 120,000 seniors have already received dental care. I wanted to ask him the question, how many are Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Health has 30 seconds. There's good news. The percentage of participation in Quebec is the highest in the country, and that is absolutely extraordinary. The details, the regional numbers were not available at this time, but it will be available soon. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. My next question, I'd like to have the numbers for British Columbia as well, but how many seniors already have their card, have already been approved in the program? How many are in Quebec? How many are in British Columbia? The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds to answer. Participation with dental care in British Columbia is very high as well. So I will look into the numbers for each region. It's not available today, but soon I will be able to provide that information. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Does he have on the Minister of Health's website, on the Ministry website, a count-up clock so that all Canadians can see the number of people who are taking advantage of this new program? And of course, the NDP having worked hard to get this to fruition, we're very proud of the pickup that we've seen in the first few weeks.
The Honourable Minister has 17 seconds.
Well, thank you. And in the first order, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member and his caucus for their extraordinary work on this. I think it's exactly what Canadians expect us to do, to work together and to get results. I think that's an excellent idea. It's something that we're investigating and something I know the member has raised with me before. I think it's important Canadians be able to see those details in hard numbers.
What steps have been taken to meet in some regions of the country where there haven't been a sufficient number of dentists who've signed up? What steps are being taken to ensure in rural and northern areas that there are dentists available in the program?
The Honourable Minister has 16 seconds.
16 seconds, but I'll try. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we're doing is dispelling a lot of misinformation. And unfortunately, we've seen in particular areas conservative misinformation and other misinformation trying to say that there's a lot of administrative burden. The good news is when we get a few providers in a region, we see an explosion because they see that that is misinformation and it is easy to use. I got a lot
of time. The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
One of the implementation elements is a portal for dentists so that all dentists are eligible and they can simply bill the program. There is a target date. Will the ministry meet that date to ensure that all dentists are eligible for the program?
The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the progress so far has been really amazing, but we've heard from so many providers that they want the portal that the member is talking about. That date of July 8th is going to be met. We are on track for it. I think it's going to see a real lift in terms of the number of providers who are participating and the number of people who get served.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
The Pharmacare bill that the NDP also pushed for, and we are happy to see moved out of committee and back into the House. Should be out of the House within the next few days with the support, hopefully, of all members of Parliament. Does the Minister have a plan for negotiating with all provinces once the bill passes through the Senate, gets royal assent?
The Honourable Minister has 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to particularly thank the member for Vancouver Kingsway for his work. It was a pleasure to work with him on this. Absolutely, I've had conversations with every one of my provincial territorial counterparts. It is my expectation that as soon as we get royal assent, that we'll be in a position to negotiate directly. But I've already had early conversations with every jurisdiction.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
For provinces that sign agreements with the federal government to move ahead on pharmacare, what will be the earliest date that diabetes medication and contraception medication and devices will be covered?
Be headed out of the House very soon. I hope it's going to get out of the Senate soon. It's my expectation that it will be certainly this year that we'll see the first drugs flowing. It really will be up to how fast we can get royal assent.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
I thank the Minister for his response. Now I've got some other questions that won't be as easy on him. First off, the issue of keeping profit out of healthcare. We've seen Conservative premiers across the country trying to take advantage of the healthcare system to allow for-profit corporations to take over. And the Minister explained to Canadians what he's doing to stop Canadian Conservative premiers from strangling the healthcare system and allowing profit to take over.
The Honourable Minister has 27 seconds.
Okay, so in a very short period of time, first thing is the interpretation letters which we need to issue, which I think will be critically important on helping to stem that. Secondly, we recognize that provinces may have taken some actions coming out of COVID to try to reduce burden, but that we need to see those gaps closed and public systems protected. And of course, under the Canada Health Act, we have done reductions in instances where private health care has been present and have the ability to do that in other places.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
In Ontario, we have a Conservative Premier, Doug Ford. He's underspent his health budget by $1.7 billion. Healthcare spending is among the lowest in Canada. We've seen hospital capacity shrinking, doctors and nurses getting burnt out. Patients are receiving terrible care in Ontario. Can the minister tell this House why the Prime Minister was praising Doug Ford's approach on health care when things are getting so much worse in Ontario?
The Honourable Minister has 24 seconds.
Well, in the first order, we see the government of Nova Scotia, the government of Manitoba, and I'm sure there are going to be others where elections get decided on health. And I'm sure Ontario will be no different. I think, my approach as health minister has been trying to focus on the positives. There's lots of places I disagree with my provincial counterparts. But one of the reasons that common indicators are so important is we're going to be able to see in data how people are doing and get people to ask why they're wrong.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, in Saskatchewan, the Conservative Premier Scott Moe is taking advantage of loopholes the Liberals have failed to close that allow him to send patients to out-of-province for-profit clinics to receive surgery. And I simply want to know, why doesn't this government, why doesn't the minister close those loopholes that Conservatives are using?
The Honourable Minister has about 22 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I've talked with Minister Hindley in Saskatchewan, and we have a conversation about the essential nature of public care, and that's where we've got to be. And I want to see that done through collaboration and cooperation. I think it's the best way to get there. That's going to be the continued approach. But the Canada Health Act is my responsibility, obviously, to enforce, and keeping care public is essential.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Now on long-term care standards, seniors living in long-term care homes, we saw the horrible effects during the COVID-19 pandemic. The seniors died from negligence. Families lost loved ones before they could say goodbye. Can the minister inform this House when Canadians can expect to see mandatory standards for the quality of care in long-term care homes?
The Honourable Member, I think, has 17 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously what we saw in long-term care facilities across the country was devastating coming out of the pandemic. And that's one of the reasons in our Supply and Confidence Agreement that we have an agreement to move forward with the Safe Long-Term Care Act. I look forward in an expeditious manner to work with the member opposite to realize its fulfillment.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Have the same impact as we've had on pharmacare and dental care. More than 54% of long-term care homes in Canada are privately owned. 57% of long-term care homes in Ontario are for-profit. New Democrats, as the minister knows, have committed to removing profit from long-term care because the health of vulnerable seniors should go ahead of profit. Will the minister commit to removing profit from long-term care so that seniors get the best level of care possible?
Honourable Minister has 25 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll agree that every senior has to be able to have access to the care they need. Our Aging with Dignity agreements have that at their core. That's what a very significant part of the spend on those tailored bilateral agreements were about. But I certainly want to say that we want to continue to work with the member to make sure that it's affordable for every senior to be able to get the care that they need, ideally to age at home, and where that's not possible, to be able to go to a home that they can afford.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
The last election, this government promised to hire 50,000 new personal support workers. Records show so far it's been a little over 9,000. Why hasn't the government put in place the better wages and working conditions, and why haven't they met the goal of 50,000 new PSWs?
The Honourable Minister has 16 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is a very big priority for me to get an agreement on personal support care workers signed with each and every province and territory, and I hope to have more news on that soon. But it is an objective that I share with the member, a commitment we made, and a commitment I intend to keep.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Now on to women's health care. Abortion is health care, and Liberals promise to expand access to sexual and reproductive health. Abortion care is still inaccessible for far too many, especially in northern and rural communities. Clinic 554 in Fredericton, the last remaining abortion clinic in New Brunswick, closed its doors earlier this year. Can the minister explain why the government failed to save Clinic 554? And can the minister explain what his government is doing to hold provinces accountable when they restrict abortion care? And when will they reestablish abortion care in New Brunswick?
Honourable Minister, 31 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, abortion care is absolutely essential health care, and all women should have access to it, no matter where they are in the country. There are still options in New Brunswick, but not enough of them. This is a conversation I've had with Minister Fitch with respect to the clinic that's been referenced. That's obviously under provincial jurisdiction, but there have been instances where we've withheld because of actions taken on this issue from the Canada from the transfers and the Canada Health Act. But I'd like to be be able to fix this, again, with cooperation. It's essential that women have access to the care that they need. Also, I talk about pharmacare and what we're doing.
Honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
If the New Brunswick government is not cooperating, what will the federal government do to reestablish abortion care in New Brunswick?
The Honourable Minister has 5 seconds.
Well, Minister Hindley's retiring. We have a new health minister. I'm talking to him and the incoming minister on that very matter.
The Honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Breast cancer is the most frequently diagnosed cancer in Canadian women. 1 in 8 women in Canada are expected to be diagnosed with breast cancer. Early detection, as the Minister knows, can increase the health outcomes and save lives. Breast cancer advocates and the Canadian Cancer Society have been advocating to lower the breast cancer screening age from 50 to 40. Will the Minister commit to updating the screening guidelines so that women are able to access critical early stage diagnosis?
The Honourable Minister has 28 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've seen the same science that the member opposite has, and it's very compelling, and it compels me that reducing at 40 and to have early screening is highly effective. We're waiting for the release of a report tomorrow from an independent arms-length body. Obviously, we'll then have a consultation period and be able to respond to that, but we have to stay very close to science, and I see that 7 provinces have now adopted that lower standard, and I think that we Canadians rightfully expect to see federal leadership.
The Honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
First Nations, Inuit and Métis people often don't have access to health care. As clinics in or near their communities are closed, folks in the far north are frequently required to fly south, often alone and often receiving health care in a language they may not understand. Can the Minister explain why the government, including the Department of Indigenous Services, has not responded to the health care needs of Indigenous peoples?
Honourable Minister has 21 seconds.
Well, responding to the health needs in rural remote communities is exceptionally challenging. I was just up in Nunavut where we were able to announce with federal support a new MRI machine that means so many folks in Nunavut are not going to have to go south for that care. We still have a ton of work to do. There's a lot of opportunity and potential in remote medicine, and we've got to make sure that we use the existing potential workforce there for health issues.
The Honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby has just over 1 minute left on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Natural health product regulations. 71% of Canadians use natural health products, and many people felt unfairly blindsided by the Liberals' proposed regulations to regulate them. We remember when Stephen Harper tried to force regulations on natural health products. The Minister tell Canadians what he's doing to ensure that people who use natural health products will continue to have access to safe and effective products.
The Honourable Minister has 27 seconds.
Well, first of all, the member, there was a private member's bill that was adopted today that's going to have a disastrous impact, and I hope a committee has taken a look at, because it means that while we can recall a tube of lipstick, we can recall a head of lettuce that's contaminated, a contaminated natural health product that might be contaminated with mold or mildew or feces or arsenic or salmonella or E. coli. That bill would stop our ability to pull it off the shelves. That's totally, totally irresponsible and reckless. We need to make sure we put health first.
And there's only 2 seconds left on the clock for the Honourable member.
Look forward to the dental care update.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I plan to speak for about 5 to 7 minutes, and then I will turn to some questions for the Minister of Health. And I just, want to start by saying, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, that I'm extremely pleased to be participating in this particular debate. I believe that this government has made significant progress, of course, with support of the NDP to provide more and more services to Canadians. Things like health, pharmacare and dental care, which I'll speak about in a few moments, are long overdue programs. In my opinion, things that I've always thought that we should be bringing into our country and working with provinces to develop programs. But I'll start, Mr. Chair, by talking about the recent slogan that Conservatives have been using. The new slogan, or I shouldn't say new, the recycled slogan that Conservatives are using is the common sense Conservatives. Common sense Conservatives will do this. Common sense Conservatives will do that. And they are clapping now. They are clapping now. Lots of claps. Lots of claps. More claps. Of course, Mr. Chair, I'm from Ontario. I remember the common sense revolution of the 1990s. That was Mike Harris's common sense revolution, Mr. Chair, and those were dark days for healthcare in Ontario. Mike Harris slashed healthcare funding. Mike Harris closed hospitals in Ontario. Mike Harris tried for several years to close the Hotel Dieu Hospital in Kingston, and the community fought for years against Mike Harris to reverse that. We were lucky. We were lucky because, unlike the vast majority of hospitals that he attempted to close, Mr. Chair, that one we were able to save. The politicians, the forward-thinking, progressive politicians of the day, one of which shares the same last name as me, was successful in doing that. But the reality is that that wasn't the case throughout the province. The common sense revolution was about cuts. It was about neoliberalism. It was about removing social programs. Their minister responsible for what was then called welfare actually came up with a welfare diet to tell people what they should eat if they're on welfare, because it's what they will be able to afford with their welfare payments. That's what common sense revolution was about. But perhaps the most damning part of Premier Harris's common sense revolution is what happened in the later days of his premiership. And of course, I'm referring to what happened in Walkerton. 7 people died in Walkerton as a result, widely noted, Mr. Harris's cuts and privatization of water testing, privatization of a lot of the things that rightfully belong within a health ministry and environment ministry that should not be left to the public. These were cuts that led to decreased testing. And in Walkerton, Ontario, on one day when there was a very heavy downfall of rain, E. coli ended up in the water supply. That led to the death of 7 people. So when Conservatives applaud me when I say common sense Conservatives, in Ontario, if you were paying attention to politics in the 1990s, you knew what the common sense revolution of Mike Harris was really all about. It was about removing government from absolutely everything possible and leaning on the private sector to be the agencies responsible to ensure that we had the right protections that we did, and obviously they failed. So, despite the fact that my Conservative colleagues will clap when I cite their new slogan, Common Sense Conservatives, despite the fact they'll do that, we in Ontario remember what the common sense revolution of Conservatives was really all about cuts and about austerity and about privatization of services that should never have been in the hands of private companies, which led to 7 deaths in Walkerton, Ontario. And so I am very concerned, Mr. Speaker, when I hear Conservatives go on about common sense, and including the has-been doctor who's heckling me at the back of the room over there, including...
I'm going to ask the honourable member just to withdraw that comment.
Speaker, I have... Mr. Speaker, you can ask him to withdraw that.
I'm going to ask the honourable member to please withdraw that personal comment that was made towards the honourable member from Caribou. Prince. Oh, I'm sorry, Cumberland Colchester. So I'm going to ask all members, please, to take just a moment to pause. Let's get back to the proper way that we can conduct ourselves in this place with decorum and respect for each other. The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands has 9 minutes and 52 seconds left in total on the clock, and of course there has to be at least 5 minutes of questions and answers.
So while I talk about a very serious issue about what a Conservative premier did under the Common Sense banner in Ontario and what it led to, the deaths of 7 people, Conservatives are heckling me and laughing at it. That is what the public should know. So my question to the minister, Mr. Speaker, my first question, and of course, as before, I will not ask you to limit his time to the length of my question. My first question for him is, does he share my concern that these common sense Conservatives could very well end up going down the same path that Mike Harris did in the 1990s?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I do, of course, share that concern that my member has. The member has. My friend and colleague points out that we've seen a number of times. In fact, Newt Gingrich also talked about common sense and brought in some of the most disastrous criminal justice reforms that have ever been visited on the United States. He himself afterwards said that it was the greatest mistake of his political life and a dreadful mistake. And I think it's a terrible thing when the world is as complicated and as difficult and is going through as much as it is, to pretend that there is a magic wand. All you have to do is take away people's carbon rebate and all the problems of the world will go away. Because that's the only solution I've heard from the other side. Now, they talk about cutting government spending, but they won't say where. And we know they won't support dental care. We know that they don't support pharmacare. What else are they going to cut? The major investments that we're making in healthcare are absolutely critical to make sure that our public health system is there for everybody. And if we don't have a public health care system, what we wind up with, Mr. Speaker, is two tiers of care. The private system will go after the most profitable care, will go after the care that it makes them the most money, and the public system will be left with the most expensive care, which means that care will not only get more expensive, but those who are left and can only afford the public system will be getting deteriorating care. And there's going to be a migration of money and talent to that public system. That's what we've seen all over the world. And I've said this story before, but I think it bears mentioning again because I think it really reflects the question of what kind of country we want to live in. I had the opportunity a couple of months ago to go away for the weekend with my partner. And when we were down in the United States, we saw a man collapse. He had some sort of health event that caused him to fall to the ground unconscious. We went over to his side and called 911. When he came to and we said, "Don't worry, paramedics are on the way," his concern wasn't for his health. His concern was for how he was going to pay for his health. His concern was that he didn't have enough money to deal with the health emergency that was in front of him. Unfortunately, in this country, when we're talking about, you could say, well, that's an American-only problem, but we have holes in our system we're trying to fix. We have diabetes patients who are saying, I can't adhere to my diabetes medication. I'll go one further. I met with Dr. Mehta in Scarborough. Dr. Mehta told me I have patients in front of me, and I say to them, if you follow this regime of taking your medication and being able to eat the right foods, you're going to stay healthy. He said, why am I even working as a doctor? Because the people in front of me, they can't get the medication. They can't adhere to it. It means they're going to wind up with a cardiac event or a stroke, or they're going to go blind, or they're going to lose a limb. To me, that's not acceptable. And those are the consequences that are in front of us. Either we step forward and continue to fill those gaps and to make sure that we're preventing bad outcomes, or we use, quote unquote, common sense, which is to pretend snake oil and these solutions of slogans, which are nothing more than the sentence that they're tweeted, are going to fix the complex problems that we have. We have to meet the moment that we're at with the real solutions that are going to provide answers. And I'm proud that we have health partners and health ministers across the country that we can work with, who are putting aside the partisanship and saying, let's get it done. I wish that we had an opposition party that would do the same.
Honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
How much time?
27 seconds.
I want to go back to something that I heard the minister say earlier, and I think this stems a little bit on what he was saying towards the end of his first answer there, Mr. Chair. He said something very interesting. He said, observing a problem is easy. It's easy to see a problem. Dealing with a problem and actually coming up with solutions that actually require work is something completely different. Can he expand on that, please?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I believe it was Teddy Roosevelt who observed that there are many people who sit on the sidelines and cast criticism, and how easy it is to do. It requires no talent or ability to sit from the sideline and cast criticism, to mock or attack those that try to make things better. And I think that it is owed to every Canadian that every member in this House stands in their place and offers solutions. And I can tell you when it comes to health care, I've heard nothing. The only thing I've heard from the Conservatives is what they won't do. They won't do dental care. They won't do pharmacare. They haven't said what they're going to do with the investments that we're making elsewhere in the health system and mental health and other areas. But what is their plan for those that are uninsured? What is their plan for those who are in need? What is their plan when 70% of chronic disease and illness in this country, most of the things that fill our hospitals are preventable? They have no plan. Their only plan is to criticize our action, to phone around and hope they can stop a dentist from participating so we don't get the political credit of a senior getting dental care. And then we wonder why people get cynical about our profession. This should be a place where we debate solutions, where we have lined up against each other two plans to make things better in this country. Their way's been tried, Mr. Speaker. The idea of trickle down, cut taxes for the most affluent, and cross your fingers for everybody else. You know, Adam Smith and the invisible hand we recognized wasn't enough. We learned it sometime in about the 1800s. We need social safety nets. We need to have strong health care. We need to make sure that as people are competing and participating in our marketplaces, that they're not allowed to fall through the cracks. That doesn't happen by doing nothing. It doesn't happen by cutting. It happens through hard work and the courage of action.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
On the topic of pharmacare specifically, Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the reasons why I think it is so critically important is because if we're going to have a healthcare program to support people, and we're going to take care of people when they get into the hospital, because that's part of the healthcare programs throughout the country, we may as well be taking care of them in the preventative stages. If you, as the minister alluded to, if you set up programs to help people take care of themselves, such as pharmacare and getting the access to the medicine that they actually need, you can actually avoid a lot of people ending up in the hospital. Likewise, when we look at these particular programs, we know that they are not being fully used. A lot of people, because they might not have, a lot of seniors up until recently, because they may have not had access to the medicines they need, may have been making very difficult decisions about, well, do I just take half the dose I was recommended instead of the full dose because I can save a little bit of money there? Can the minister explain and touch on why it is so critically important to make sure that people are getting and taking the full doses they're prescribed, rather than trying to find ways to save money by reducing those dosages?
The honourable minister has 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I think it's one of the most heart-wrenching things in the world. You know, I can go back to my time as Heart and Stroke when I headed their Ontario mission. I was National Director of Children and Youth, and I would see folks with heart attacks, with strokes, because they didn't have access to their diabetes medication, because they weren't following that proper regime. And as I mentioned, it can lead to all kinds of other terrible outcomes. So adherence to these medicines is essential for their health. It's also essential as a matter of cost reduction. It is extraordinarily expensive to allow somebody to get into a catastrophic state. And we need to get out of the business of crisis management in healthcare. We need to be up the stream preventing these things. The Public Health Agency of Canada has done extraordinary work, and we need to do a lot more working on prevention. That's the future in this country, is avoiding illness before it ever happens, making sure people live long, healthy, full lives, avoiding illness, avoiding disease, and keeping our hospitals empty because the services simply aren't needed.
Resuming debate and je dois juste dire au député d'Abitibi.
I have to tell the member for Abitibi-Temiskaming that no dilatory motions are allowed today, and no interruptions will be tolerated during this question and answer period. So resuming debate.
Member from Thornhill.
Split my way three ways. The Fair Price Pharma is a company who got 15 kilograms of imported heroin licensed by Health Canada at some point. Has the minister met with the CEO, Perry Kendall?
The Honourable Minister has 19 seconds on the
I have not met with the CEO, but just to be clear, we have not granted a license to Fair Price Pharma. They haven't even applied.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
They are in possession of 15 kilograms of imported heroin as a result of a license that was granted by Health Canada. Just to be clear, has anybody in the minister's office met with Perry Kendall?
The Minister has 12 seconds.
I have not met with Perry Kendall, and I will say again, Fair Price Pharma has not applied for a license, nor do they have one.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
In the minister's office met with Perry Kendall, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
No.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Has anybody in the office met with representatives from Fair Price Pharma?
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds. The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the lobby registry says that on September 15th, 2023, that representatives from the minister's office met with Fair Price Pharma. So can she tell the House if that's true or not?
The Minister has 17 seconds.
To my knowledge, no one from my office has met with Fair Price Pharma.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Does the minister have any idea what is going on in her office and who has met with Fair Price Pharma?
The Honourable Minister has 5 seconds.
To my knowledge, no one on my team has met with Fair Price Pharma.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
This is a order paper question from the government, so either the government is not being forthwith with the House, or the minister has no idea what's going on in her office. Now, has anybody from her ministry met with any representatives from Fair Price Pharma? I don't know how long we're going to have to do this.
The Honourable Minister has 17 seconds.
To my knowledge, my predecessor, Minister Bennett, met with Fair Price Pharma, but I'm not sure what member of her team they have met with her.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
On September 15th, the minister was actually occupying the office, and the government said that the participation in that meeting was from the minister's office. So was she briefed about that meeting on September 15th, 2023, when she was minister, with the representatives from Fair Price Pharma?
The Honourable Minister has 18 seconds.
I believe I've answered the question previously, and I will reiterate, to my knowledge, and I know I have not met with Fair Price Pharma. If a member of my team has met with Fair Price Pharma, the member already has the answer.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
If the minister isn't planning to fund the so-called safe supply of heroin, why is anybody in the ministry, her office, her predecessor's office, meeting with Fair Price Pharma?
The Honourable Minister has 12 seconds.
I have not met with Fair Price Pharma. Our prescribed alternative programs and the drugs distributed are paid for and prescribed by the provinces.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill. And I would like to let her know that she has just over 1 minute.
We are clearly not getting a straight answer from the minister, so I will move on to something that she probably can answer and should answer. She's a minister from Toronto. Her failed experiment in British Columbia that she had to pull back because she was forced to by the radical NDP government there, will she rule it out for good in Toronto forever?
Just say no. The Honourable Minister has 23 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the member doesn't seem to appreciate the importance of collaborative work between the federal government and jurisdictions in addressing the overdose crisis. We will continue to work with all jurisdictions as per their requests on what we can do to save lives.
The Honourable Member has 22 seconds left.
Yes or no question. Yes or no.
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
The federal government will always work with its provincial and municipal partners to ensure that we address.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
To show that after the next election, if they are elected, they will legalize the same way in British Columbia, in Toronto, that she will do in Toronto that she did in British Columbia. She just basically said yes.
From Thornhill has elapsed her time, but I'll allow the honourable minister to 6 seconds to respond.
We don't work in hypotheticals, we work with facts.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. My question is for the Minister for Mental Health. The government launched a pilot project a few years ago. Can the minister say which province that was in? The honourable minister has 12 seconds.
Chair, the question wasn't clear. If I could ask the member to repeat it, and I will respect the time.
We will take care of that. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Which province asked you for a pilot project for the opioid project? Which province?
L'honorable minister.
The honourable minister in 6 seconds.
Knows BC requested an exemption.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. The answer is British Columbia. Did British Columbia ask you in the past few weeks to review the pilot project conditions? Yes or no?
L'honorable.
The honourable member has 12 seconds.
From the outset, the pilot program in British Columbia has made a commitment to be monitored, assessed, and be amended as needed. That is why it is a pilot program.
Before the member for Louis Saint Laurent begins, I'd like to remind him that the time it takes for interpretation is not deducted from his 5 minutes. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, thank you very much. Can the minister tell us how much time it took her government to respond to British Columbia's government's request? How many days did it take?
L'honorable minister.
The honourable minister.
10.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Does the minister know how many people die on average per day in British Columbia due to the crisis? The honourable minister, 5 seconds.
Yes.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. How many? How many people die per day? The honourable minister.
6.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. For 10 days, her government waited 10 days before accepting a very legitimate and urgent request from the government of British Columbia. Is the minister aware of the fact that for 10 days, at least 60 people died because this government waited 10 days before saying yes to their very legitimate and urgent request?
20 secondes pour répondre.
The honourable minister.
Numbers misleading Canadians. People die of overdose deaths due to the illegal toxic drug supply. Decriminalization is simply one tool of many in order to direct people to health services rather than being put through the justice system. I would think that he would not want to stigmatize or criminalize those who need health care.
L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. 2,546 people died in British Columbia because of the opioid crisis. How many more people need to die for you to act quicker? A reminder to all members to ask questions through the chair. The honourable minister. In 9 seconds.
This government has dedicated over $1 billion to this public health crisis, as opposed to the opposition, when in power, cut 2/3 of the paltry $60 million that they put towards saving lives.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Are Canadians right in worrying that you will extend this pilot project to other provinces? The honourable minister, in 9 seconds.
We are committed to saving lives with a comprehensive strategy that considers every tool and resource available, working with jurisdictions.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. After 2,500 deaths, it seems to me that the government should have understood very clearly that the strategy is not working. The honourable minister, 6 seconds.
The member doesn't seem to be familiar with international jurisdictions that have also implemented decriminalization tools.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. I am the member for Louis Saint Laurent. I know the province of Quebec very well. Quebecers do not want to see the same tragedy that's ongoing in British Columbia. Can the minister rise and promise that she will never apply this project to Quebec? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister, 12 seconds.
We are committed to working in partnership and collaboration with jurisdictions who wish to address this public health crisis with a robust set of tools, just as we have been committed to using evidence expertise to save lives.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, 2,500 people died because of this pilot project. 6 people are dying per day. What more will it take for you to end the pilot project? The Honourable Minister, 8 seconds.
Every death is a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, but they are dying from an illegal toxic drug supply, not decriminalization, which is a tool that's been used in countries as Germany, Portugal, Spain, Switzerland, and if time allows, I'll continue on the list.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. A quick question, please. Is the Minister familiar with the Benoit Lab Maison House in Montreal? The Honourable Minister.
I am not.
That is all the time. The time has run out.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be directing my questions to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Minister, in Belleville, Ontario and surrounding Bay of Quinte, is there adequate funding and resources for addictions and essential addiction management?
The Honourable Minister in 6 seconds.
As the member knows, health is under the jurisdiction of the province, and they were recently awarded over $700 million towards mental health and substance use in our bilateral agreements.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Minister, aware that in Belleville, Ontario, they reported 240 overdoses in just 11 weeks and 23 overdoses in a single day?
The Honourable Minister has 8 seconds.
I am aware, and as the member knows, I went to Belleville.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Is the Minister aware that Belleville, Ontario had 2 of these epidemic overdoses, not just 1 in February?
The Honourable Minister has 5 seconds.
I am aware, and Health Canada is working with the community.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Is the Minister aware of the opioid mortality rate in the Belleville and Bay of Quinte region?
The Honourable Minister has about 4 seconds.
Federal jurisdiction deals with national data.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Minister know of the opioid mortality rate in Ottawa, Toronto, and North Bay?
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
Ontario is one of the 3 top provinces with high overdose rates.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
The opioid mortality rate in Belleville, Ontario is nearly double that of Ottawa, Toronto, and North Bay at 250 deaths per 100,000 people in the first half of 2023, compared to 150,000 per 100,000 people for Ottawa, Toronto, and Hamilton. Does the Minister find that acceptable?
The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds.
As I'm sure every member in this House would agree, no death is acceptable and is tragic and harmful to the families, loved ones, and communities who lose people by overdose due to the toxic drug supply.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Can the Minister state how many bed-based addiction treatment services are in the region?
The Honourable Minister has 5 seconds.
It is under the jurisdiction of the province to implement beds and treatment.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
The answer is 0. What's more, the number of opiate poisoning-related ER visits to Belleville General Hospital is more than 3 times higher than the 5-year average. After 9 years, there are no treatment facilities to bring our loved ones home drug-free. What is the government's plan to fund and measure success for the crisis affecting Belleville?
The Honourable Minister has 17 seconds.
As mentioned before, close to over $700 million has been allocated to the province of Ontario to mental health and substance use in the coming years. That being said, in this 2024 budget, the ETF, the Emergency Transfer Fund, offers $150 million over 3 years to communities to seek additional assistance.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Is the Minister aware of the number of Canadians in the Belleville region currently on a wait list, waiting for addictions and concurrent disorder programs?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
It is under provincial jurisdiction to provide treatment health care.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
The answer is over 500 people. Does the Minister think this is acceptable?
The Honourable Minister has 3 seconds.
No.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Can the minister state what government is responsible for the explosive growth of waiting lists for mental health underfunding for the simple fact that there are 0 treatment beds in the entire Belleville region after 9 years?
The Honourable Minister has 10 seconds.
This is why we signed a $3.1 billion bilateral agreement with Ontario with $700 million allocated to mental health and substance use.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte has 1 minute left on the clock.
Is the minister aware of the average wait time for residential addiction treatment and supportive recovery programs?
The Honourable Minister has 5 seconds.
They vary jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
The answer is 75 days and 175 days respectively. On what date will Belleville get treatment beds, and what will be the measure of success for programs to aid in recovery?
The Honourable Minister has 8 seconds.
That's an excellent question to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions of Ontario.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
And Mr. Speaker, why do we have a federal minister for mental health and addictions if they are not working with the province in providing a date to this House to when we're going to get treatment programs for this city? That's under crisis.
The Honourable Minister has 11 seconds.
For an opposition member who says we should get out of the way of the provinces, I'm surprised that he doesn't appreciate that healthcare is a jurisdictional purview of the province and we should conduct.
And this brings to the end the round of questioning here. And now we will move to resuming debate and questions to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
So much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be speaking for a little bit before I direct some questions to the ministers. No Canadian should have to choose between paying for prescription drugs or putting food on the table. Unfortunately, many are still forced to make this impossible decision. It's why our government continues to work with provinces, territories, and stakeholders to ensure that Canadians have better access to the drugs they need. Today, I'll be providing an overview of some of the work by first highlighting our latest announcement, which presents a significant step forward towards national pharmacare. On February 29th this year, the Minister of Health introduced an Act respecting pharmacare, which proposes the foundational principles of the first phase of a national universal pharmacare plan in Canada. Bill C-64 describes our government's work with provinces and territories to provide universal single-payer coverage for a number of contraception and diabetes medications. In parallel to this, our government announced its plans to establish a fund to support Canada's access to supplies that people living with diabetes require to manage and monitor their condition and administer their medication, such as syringes and glucose test strips. These are impactful initiatives that can positively change the lives of millions of Canadians. For example, coverage for contraceptives will mean that Canadians of reproductive age, which is nearly 1/4 of Canada's population, will have better access to contraception and reproductive autonomy. This access will improve equality, help reduce the risks of unintended pregnancies, and improve a woman's ability to plan for the future. Cost has been identified by Canadian contraceptive care providers as the single most important barrier to access these medications. Bill C-64 will ensure that Canadians will have access to a suite of contraceptive drugs and devices. Similarly, 1 in 4 Canadians with diabetes have reported not following their treatment plan due to cost. Improving access to diabetes medication will help improve the health of almost 4 million Canadians living with diabetes and reduce the risk of serious life-changing health complications. These complications include permanent effects to the health and well-being of a person with diabetes, such as heart attack, stroke, kidney failure, blindness, and amputation. This bill also demonstrates our government's commitment to consulting widely on the way forward, including the need to work with provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, and other partners and stakeholders. It includes 4 principles: accessibility, affordability, appropriate use, and universal coverage that the Minister of Health is to consider when collaborating with partners towards the implementation of national pharmacare. Bill C-64 also provides that the new Canada Drug Agency work towards the development of a national formulary, developing a national bulk purchasing strategy, and supporting the publication of a pan-Canadian strategy regarding the appropriate use of prescription medications. It also requires the Minister of Health to establish a committee of experts to help make recommendations on the operation and financing of national universal single-payer pharmacare in Canada. Together, these elements would inform the next key steps towards national universal pharmacare in Canada, building on the work already underway. And the work underway already includes previously mentioned Canada's Drug Agency. The creation of the CDA was announced in December 2023 with an investment of over $89 million over 5 years. Built from the existing Canada Agency for Drugs and Technology and Health, and in partnership with provinces and territories, the CDA will provide the dedicated leadership and coordination needed to make Canada's drug system more sustainable and better prepared for the future in helping Canadians achieve better health outcomes. Engagement with provinces, territories, partners, and stakeholders will continue to be an important part of the agency's path forward. In addition, our government launched the first ever national strategy for drugs for rare diseases as announced in March 2023. This investment of up to $1.5 billion over 3 years will help increase access to and affordability of drugs for rare diseases with the aim of improving the health and quality of life people living with rare diseases across the country. As part of this strategy, our government will create bilateral agreements with our provincial and territorial partners to make up to $1.4 billion over 3 years with a focus on improving access to new emerging drugs that treat rare diseases. We'll also support better access to existing drugs and activities directed at improving screening and early diagnosis for rare diseases. The aim of these efforts is to help people living with rare diseases across Canada obtain earlier access to treatments and a chance at a better quality of life. Our government is now working with provincial and territorial territories on these bilateral agreements, starting with jointly determining a small set of new and emerging drugs that would be cost-shared and covered in a consistent way across the country for the benefit of Canadians living with rare diseases. I'm also excited to share with you an update on the excellent progress we are making as a government, with the government of Prince Edward Island to improve access to medication for island residents. Similar to the work underway for the Drugs for Rare Diseases strategy, our work with PEI will also inform the advancement of national pharmacare. Under the Improving Affordable Access to Prescriptions Drugs program with PEI, those who experience the most vulnerability, including uninsured island residents, seniors, and families with high burden of medication costs, have seen immediate benefits, including improved access to medication and reduced copays. Through this partnership, which includes a federal investment of $35 million, PEI has expanded access to over 100 medications to treat a variety of conditions, including heart disease, cancer, and MS. Last June, PEI also reduced the copays to $5 for almost 60% of medications regularly used by island residents. Under their Seniors Drug Program, the Family Health Benefit Program, the Generic Drug Program, and the Diabetes Drug Program, this program has led to island residents saving $2.5 million in out-of-pocket costs so far. Now speaking to our efforts more broadly, we continue to work on regulatory innovation, including agile licensing for drugs to better support drug oversight, both before and after the sale, due to the evolving market. These updated regulations will improve safety, support economic growth, and benefit both Canadians and industry. In closing, no one should struggle with paying for the prescription drugs they need. Our government will continue to work with provinces, territories, and stakeholders on the pharmacare initiatives that I've outlined, and also continue to work with parliamentarians in passing Bill C-64. By working together, we can realize our goal of achieving national pharmacare, which will benefit all Canadians. Thank you. And my first question, Madam Speaker, if I could direct it to the Minister of Health. Before I got elected to this place, I was chair of an incredible organization, chair of the board, Quest Community Health Centre. And I know, as the Minister of Health knows, community health centres look to what's missing in communities to fill a void. And one of those things in St. Catharines, and of course across the world, but we can only help in our little corner, was the lack of access to dental care. And the staff at Quest was incredible, led by Coletta McGrath and Jenny Stranges, to build a team of volunteer dentists and hygienists who came in to provide care to those who hadn't had treatment in decades, who used the emergency room as their dental care, who were, some would say, would be a burden on the system, but they were just trying to get pain relief. And I was able to get messages as the chair from people who were grateful for having received this service, who could smile again, who could go to job interviews, who could smile with their grandchildren. And it's shocking that the Conservatives would deny this to Canadians. And I was wondering if the Minister of Health could outline what the government's doing, what the progress of our dental care plan is. I don't need him to respond in the time allotted, and I was hoping he could provide an update on the dental care plan.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for St. Catharines for his work and for his advocacy in and out of public life. You know, it is tragic when we see folks who don't get the dental care that they need wind up in an emergency room or wind up in a situation with an urgent health care situation that could have been avoided. I was 2 weeks ago in rural New Brunswick, talking to a dentist who said, I know exactly who doesn't have coverage in my community. And I know that on some given Saturday, that person is going to wind up in an emergency room, and I'm going to get a call to go in and give care urgently, pro bono, be away from my family, and have to try to fix that situation and hope that it isn't grievous for that individual. And I think that the member is talking about a situation very similar in St. Catharines. Not allowing people to have dental care, it isn't just a matter of dignity, of somebody having a proud smile that makes them feel good about who they are and gives them confidence to be out in the world. It's fundamentally an issue of prevention. And people who don't get good oral health care wind up with bad health outcomes. They cost our health system an inordinate amount of money. And that's why I'm so encouraged. The member asked for an update. I gave it to this House earlier. We've seen more than 120,000 claims, over 100,000 seniors in just over 3 weeks. We're seeing, as of July 8th, a new portal. So we already have 10,500 plus oral health professionals who signed up to this plan. I think we're going to see a real growth in that number. We've seen 2 million seniors signed up. Next month, we're going to be opening it up to persons under 18 and folks with disability who are currently on a disability tax credit. And by next year, it will mean that everybody, all 9 million Canadians who don't have oral health care, will have coverage. One may ask why this wasn't done at the start of our healthcare system. Well, at the beginning, when we were starting so many decades ago with a national healthcare system in this country, it was thought that oral health was just a matter of cosmetics, that it wasn't essential health. And of course, science and data has evolved. We know that myriad disease and illness and conditions are caused by oral health. Oral health is health, and that's why it's so essential that we continue to make progress to make sure that every Canadian is covered.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What time do I have, Madam Speaker?
3.5 minutes.
Excellent. Yes. I wish we could laugh when we're discussing these types of issues, but I've been hearing a question to the Minister of Health again. Been listening with interest throughout this debate, and I take the Conservatives at their word that they're concerned about the opioid crisis, and they're seeing it in their communities as we're seeing it in all of our communities, affect people across the community. I went on a ride along with my local fire department, and we got a call, vital signs absent, and we raced down to Montebello Park, and my image that burns into my brain is to see the legs of a resident of St. Catharines sticking out of the stall in the washroom in Montebello Park. And the response that we hear, and that person, paramedics brought that person back as paramedics, firefighters, first responders are heroically doing across the country. But what we're hearing in response to what I believe is healthcare, and addiction, mental health, I know the Conservatives say that it's healthcare, but what I'm hearing, and I was wondering if the Minister could comment on that, is just a repackaged version of what we tried in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, which was Just say no. The Minister of Health talked about Newt Gingrich and the common sense revolution in terms of harsh law and order penalties. And I guess the question is, we've tried to solve this as a society through...
That's the Minister to respond. There's a minute and 25 seconds left now.
We've tried through law and order...
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
And I want to thank the member for his comments and reflections and sharing what he's seeing in his own community. We're seeing this in communities across the country, and it's so important that we meet the moment, because the war on drugs that the Conservatives are purporting to be the answer of forced treatment and saying that they care for their loved ones, they want to criminalize them, Madam Chair. We need compassion. We need health care. We need a firm commitment to a comprehensive suite of tools that, yes, includes harm reduction, Madam Chair. And it's shameful to see that there is such a lack of compassion on the other side of what it truly takes to invest in Canadians, to invest in families, to invest in communities, to save lives in this overdose crisis. $1 billion on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we have put towards saving lives, and we will not stop. We are meeting this moment with our provincial jurisdictions. We are meeting the moment with our communities with harm reduction, with treatment, with prevention, and care, Madam Chair, care. We care about Canadians on this side of the House.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I'm splitting three ways, and my questions will be for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. My colleagues have asked about a company called Fair Price Pharma, run by former BC Public Health Officer Perry Kendall and a partner. Their business is selling heroin. The results of an order paper question show that in a 2-year period leading up to December 13th of last year, the Minister met with Fair Price Pharma on September 15th, and her predecessor met personally with Fair Price Pharma 4 times, and that health officials met with them an additional 7 times. That is a dozen meetings in 2 years, a lot of meetings for a minister and officials with one company that's in the heroin business. What is being discussed in these 12 meetings between Liberals and this heroin company?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be clear, I, as Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, have not met with Fair Price Pharma. And the September 15th meeting that the member is referencing was actually a meeting of ISET, with another office and not my department. There were members of my staff who were present at that meeting, invited to listen in. But just to be clear, we meet with experts in this field. Dr. Kendall was joined by Dr. Schefter and other experts at those meetings, and we need to talk to experts, even if we don't agree with them, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, this is not a dispassionate expert. This is someone who went from the public health world into selling heroin. 12 meetings in 2 years is not normal even for an expert. Again, I'll ask, what is being discussed in these meetings? What is Fair Price Pharma asking this Liberal government for?
The Honourable Minister.
The Dr. Kendall that the member is referencing was part of the BC government, not the federal government, just to be clear. And as I mentioned before, those meetings that were held at ISED, I did not attend those meetings and was not privy to the discussions around the table. We talked to...
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
12 meetings in 2 years. 4 in-person meetings with this heroin company and the former minister. Now, this new incoming minister must have been briefed on what the nature of this close relationship was and what was being discussed. For a final time, why is this government meeting 12 times in 2 years with this heroin company? What is being discussed? What is Fair Price Pharma asking for?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, the member across the way knows perfectly well the meetings were held at ISET. The member also knows that I have not met with Fair Price Pharma. The member also knows that my predecessor did meet with Fair Price Pharma. That being said, what I do know is across the way they do not listen to many of the experts we need to listen to, including Mom Stop the Harm. I'd love to know why the Leader of Opposition refuses to meet with families who know what they need in their communities. We will meet with everyone. Why don't they?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, a lot of people want to hide their meetings with drug dealers, but I would have expected better from this minister. What is the purpose of these 12 meetings with these corporate drug dealers?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I've answered this question already. He can keep asking it, but we will speak to all experts on what matters, and most importantly, to save lives, all tools and resources.
For Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Is the Government of Canada party to any contracts or agreements involving Fair Price Pharma?
The Honourable Minister.
No.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
Will the Minister demonstrate her point either way by releasing all contracts involved in safe supply?
Pharmaceutical contracts are the purview, excuse me, Madam Chair, of the provinces in terms of prescribed alternatives.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
We put forward a motion at the Government Operations Committee asking for any contracts to which the federal government is a party. Liberals have been filibustering to block the release of those contracts. If no contracts existed, I suspect Liberals wouldn't be motivated to filibuster to block their release. Will the Minister agree to release any contracts to which the federal government is a party involving these drug programs?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, federal funding towards prescribed alternative programs goes to the operations of the programs themselves. As I've said, contracts with pharmaceutical companies for prescribed medications are between the province and those pharmaceutical companies. We support implementation of programs.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Parkford, Saskatchewan.
There have been 12 meetings with a heroin-selling company. This government is refusing to release contracts involving the Government of Canada and corporate drug dealers. Why won't the Minister tell us what was discussed in those meetings, and why is the Minister sitting on these contracts?
The Honourable Minister.
As I've stated, but I will repeat for the benefit of the committee, Madam Chair, contracts such as these are between provinces and these companies, but just to clarify, costs go to
going.
medication.
Perfect. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
My questions are for the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction. The Minister's Department approved of an open drug use policy in public places, including parks and playgrounds in British Columbia in 2023. Does the Minister believe children seeing drug usage normalizes drug usage for children?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, we're committed to a compassionate approach to this public health crisis that is clearly anchored in public safety as well. But we need to understand that those who use drugs need to be directed to health care. Families and communities have a right to be safe wherever they are, parks, beaches.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Does the Minister believe illicit drug supplies left in parks and playgrounds increases the risk of accidental overdoses of minors?
The Honourable Minister.
We are moving through this public health crisis with a strict lens on public safety and public health, and we will work with jurisdictions.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
The Minister has confirmed tonight that the leading cause of death of children and teens, sadly, in British Columbia in 2023 is illicit drug toxicity, correct?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, the toxic drug supply is costing us many lives in many communities, and it is absolutely tragic.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
In Campbell River, a major drug seizure was reported in February 2024 having hydromorphone pills with evidence suggesting they were diverted from government-funded supply. Did the Minister ask for a briefing on this?
The Honourable Minister.
As I've stated before, both in the House and in this committee, the RCMP, based on the most recent data, has shown that there has been no increase in hydromorphone diversion in Canada over the last decade.
Honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Is the Minister concerned about diversion of government-funded drugs like this to children?
Honourable Minister.
I think we're all concerned about diversion because it is illegal.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Is the Minister aware that the drug seizure in Campbell River had fentanyl powder molded into the shape of gummy bears and dinosaurs?
The Honourable Minister.
All diversion is illegal, Madam Chair, and extremely concerning. This is why law enforcement is a key pillar of our strategy.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Does the Minister not think these were targeting children?
The Honourable Minister.
All diversion is illegal, and we are concerned for all our children.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Is the Minister taking action to stop these drugs from getting into the hands of children?
The Honourable Minister.
We continue to work with law enforcement and jurisdictions to ensure that diversion is mitigated.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Has the minister given any directives at all to stop these illicit drugs from getting into the hands of children?
The Honourable Minister.
We are working closely with public safety and criminal justice partners to ensure that diversion is mitigated.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
I think we should take that as a no. September 2023, the minister received a letter from 17 addiction medicine doctors who said, quote, "We are regularly seeing and hearing in our practices that diverted hydromorphone is causing harm to both adults and children." Does the minister agree with their statements?
The Honourable Minister.
I've both met and received letters from experts on their concerns, and this is why we have listened to them and heard them and taken their advice, and also listened to other experts to ensure that we create programs with jurisdictions that are safe.
Kelowna Lake Country.
Has the minister implemented any of the recommendations from the letter that I referenced?
The Honourable Minister.
Health Canada has worked with prescribed alternative programs to ensure that protections are in place.
Kelowna Lake Country.
Has the minister taken any action to mitigate government-funded drugs being diverted into the black market?
The Honourable Minister.
That is the role of law enforcement, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Has the minister taken any action to mitigate government-funded drugs from getting into the hands of children and teens?
The Honourable Minister.
The government funds programs. Provinces have contracts for the medications.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Government-funded drug policy protocols allow for prescribed fentanyl to minors without parental knowledge in BC. Does the minister support this?
The Honourable Minister.
To be clear, no child in BC has been prescribed fentanyl. That being said, I'll leave it there.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Does the minister believe that there should be a minimum age for when youth can receive recreational fentanyl?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, no one should be receiving recreational fentanyl.
The Honourable Member.
Does the minister believe that parental agreement should be required before their child is prescribed a dangerous drug like fentanyl?
The Honourable Minister.
As the member well knows, the relationship between a physician and their patient is a sacred one.
For Kelowna Lake Country. Oh, Member for Kelowna Lake Country, there's time is up. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, and all my questions will be for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Madam Speaker, why did the minister tell law enforcement that they are expected to, quote, do their job when the NDP Liberals took away their ability to keep our communities safe from people using hard drugs in public?
The Honourable Minister.
The member well knows that law enforcement falls under provincial jurisdiction. They also have the purview to enforce bylaws and best practices for law enforcement to keep communities safe.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
The Deputy Chief of Vancouver Police stated on April 15th that their members required, quote, tools so they would be able to do their jobs when there are community concerns about problematic drug use. Madam Speaker, what resources did the minister give the law enforcement before deciding to legalize the use of hard drugs?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is why we made amendments to the BC exemption recently, and with the understanding that law enforcement would be given clear direction on how to address public use.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
The answer is none. Did the minister provide funding?
The Honourable Minister.
Law enforcement is under the jurisdiction of the province.
Member.
Why did the minister not provide funding?
The Honourable Minister.
Law enforcement is under the jurisdiction of the province.
The Honourable Member.
Did the minister provide any training?
The Honourable Minister.
Law enforcement is a provincial matter.
Honourable Member.
Did the minister give them anything whatsoever to help them keep Canadians safe?
The Honourable Minister.
Law enforcement is provincial jurisdiction.
Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, why does this NDP Liberal coalition government value the lives and rights of people who use hard drugs in public over the safety and rights of law-abiding citizens?
The Honourable Minister.
Why do the Conservatives pit harm reduction against treatment and instead not to choose a comprehensive and evidence-based, compassionate approach to address the overdose crisis? and to help those who need help.
Honourable member.
Another non-answer. If the minister was at a beach with her family and someone lit up a crack pipe beside them, that would be totally fine since that is their right. Is that correct?
The Honourable Minister.
The amendment entailed directing for public health and public safety in terms of public spaces.
Honourable member.
What about injecting heroin with your children at the playground?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, the exemption allowed for releasing decriminalization in public spaces.
Honourable member.
Is it acceptable for you to be directly exposed to people getting high on hard drugs?
Mind the member, he's to address questions and comments through the chair, not directly to the minister. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, we want to protect our youth.
The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, does the minister believe that recovery from addiction is always possible?
The Honourable Member.
It may take many pathways to get to recovery, Madam Chair. That's why comprehensive approaches.
The Honourable Member.
Is the minister satisfied with the current availability of drug rehabilitation and/or treatment programs?
The Honourable Minister.
Those would be health services, Madam Chair, which fall under the jurisdiction of provincial health services. We will always support them.
The Honourable Member has 1 minute.
The NDP Liberal government has spent over $100 million to date on so-called safe supply. How much are you spending on beds in recovery centres?
The Honourable Members to address. The Honourable Minister.
Over $200 billion in healthcare agreements include mental health and substance use supports, Madam Chair. I would ask him to ask each jurisdiction how much they're spending.
Member.
Again, Madam Speaker, how many beds would $100 million have bought?
The Honourable Member. Minister.
That would be the purview of health services of the province, Madam Chair. I encourage him to ask his local jurisdiction.
Honourable Member. 16 seconds.
Madam Speaker, has the minister heard the statement from the RCMP that nearly 2/3 of their detachments serve communities that do not have drug rehabilitation or treatment programs available?
Honourable Minister.
Mental health services are part of the $200 billion in bilateral agreements, Madam Chair, and over 30% of those agreements are dedicated to mental health and substance use.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and it's always thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's always a pleasure and honor and a privilege, of course, to rise in this House and to speak tonight at the Committee of the Whole on the main estimates. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about dental care and the current work being done by our government to improve dental care or oral health care for all Canadians and approximately the 9 million Canadians that we know do not have insurance and that need to be able to visit their oral health care provider or dental care provider when they need to. Although inflation is easing and interest rates have stabilized, many Canadians are still struggling with the cost of food, housing, and other essentials. That leaves some people having to make difficult choices about how to spend their money. Sometimes important expenditures have to be put on hold, including dental care. Faced with difficult financial choices, too many Canadians have had to postpone or forego important dental care or procedures. This can have a wide-reaching impacts, including more expensive treatments and worsening health outcomes. To support the provinces and territories in the delivery of services, our government is committed to working together with them to improve health care for all Canadians. Underpinning these priorities is the principle that every Canadian should have access to health care services regardless of who they are, where they live, or their ability to pay. With this in mind, we are working on several fronts to expand access to key services, including making oral health care more available and more affordable for more Canadians. Having access to quality oral health care plays an important role in oral hygiene, but also our overall health. Regular visits to the dentist can help reduce the risk of tooth decay, gum disease, and a number of serious health issues, including stroke. Unfortunately, too many Canadians have been going without these regular checkups. Les données dont nous
According to our data provided by StatsCan, there are a number of barriers to dental care, and the main one of those is financial. Canadians often forego dental care because of the cost. And a quarter of Canadians have had to make the difficult decision to do without dental care for financial reasons.
To really drive the point. 1 in 4 Canadians, Madam Speaker, don't visit dental providers because of cost. That's a fourth of Canadians who have had to make the difficult decision to go without a dental care and whose health might be impacted because of it.
But we know that that's not the only thing preventing Canadians from getting high-quality dental care. There are other barriers, including living in an isolated community or having special needs. Or a person may be unaware of the need for dental care. Children are also concerned. And dental problems are the most preventable issues that children experience.
Across the country. This is why our government has made and continues to make significant investments in oral health care, which is an essential part of overall health. The first phase of our approach started in December 2022 when we launched the Canada Dental Benefit. Thus far, 439,000 children have benefited from this program, with applications open until June 30th, 2024. Budget 2023 announced an investment of over $13 billion over 5 years, starting in 2023-2024, and $4.4 billion ongoing to implement the new Canadian Dental Care Plan, or CDCP. By the time it's fully implemented, the CDCP is going to help make dental care more affordable for up to 9 million Canadians who don't have access to dental insurance and who have an annual adjusted family net income of less than $90,000. In addition, May 1st, 2024 marked a significant milestone in oral health care in Canada. The first million seniors covered under the CDCP were able to start receiving the dental care they needed. A Newfoundlander and Labradorian was the very first senior to receive care where costs were covered by the CDCP. Exciting, Madame la Présidente. An online application portal is now open for potentially eligible seniors aged 65 and above to apply to the CDCP. And that's just the beginning. Starting in June of this year, adults with a valid disability tax credit certificate and children under the age of 18 will be able to apply to the CDCP. And as of 2025, all remaining eligible Canadians will be able to apply. This is the biggest social program in Canadian history, and we've been working with dental providers across the country to make it happen. Great work by all of us. We're proud to see that as of May 2nd, there are now more than 7,500 providers, I think the number is actually more than 10,000 now, who have confirmed their participation in the CDCP and are now treating seniors eligible for the dental care plan. And that number continues to increase every day. We're so grateful to these participating providers and to the providers who, while they would rather not fully participate, will still accept CDC patients. We're happy that starting July 8th, CDCP patients will be able to see any dental provider of their choice as long as the provider agrees to direct bill Sun Life for services provided under the plan. This is to limit the out-of-pocket costs of dental care for their CDCP patients. The CDCP will cover a wide range of oral health care services when recommended by a dental provider. This includes preventative care, such as scaling, cleaning, as well as other services such as exams, x-rays, fillings, dentures, and yes, root canal treatments. The majority of services covered under the CDCP are now available. More will be added in November 2024 when services requiring pre-authorization such as some kinds of dentures, crowns, and major surgical procedures will become available. The CDCP is a national program being delivered and launched simultaneously in all provinces and territories to ensure equal opportunity for Canadians who do not have access to dental insurance, the 9 million Canadians that we know. Our government continues to engage with the provinces and territories on the interdependencies Between the CDCP and the provincial and territorial publicly funded programs, coverage will be coordinated to ensure no duplication, but also ensure there are no gaps in oral health care. The important thing is that everyone, everywhere in the country, can receive equal dental care no matter where they live. Le budget 2023
Budget 2023 also provided Health Canada $250 million over 3 years, starting in 2025-26, and it'll be $15 million ongoing. This will be in addition to other funding for dental care to help reduce barriers that hinder Canadians in accessing dental care, including in rural and remote regions. Health Canada will manage this fund and will issue a call for submissions, inviting people to present their ideas on how things can be improved. The goal is to ensure that students continue to get the dental care they need in order to continue their studies. A second call for submissions will occur later and will target schools and the reduction of other barriers to accessing dental care.
$1 million over 2 years, starting in 23-24, to Statistics Canada to collect data on oral health and access to dental care in Canada. These data are crucial in helping governments devise policies that support access to dental care, improve oral health care outcomes for Canadians, and provide an effective work environment for oral health care workers. In November 2023, Statistics Canada launched a collection of the Canadian Oral Health Survey. The aim is to collect information from Canadians on their oral health, including their ability to pay, challenges finding an oral health services, experience with the oral health care system, and care needs. Furthermore, Statistics Canada also launched the first survey of oral health care providers. The survey results will help us better understand the financial and operational characteristics of oral health care providers in Canada. I look forward to asking a few questions now to the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
I'm sorry, the Honourable's mic is not on. There we go.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, Madame la Présidente, to the Honourable Minister of Health. Earlier last week, I visited a dental care provider in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, Valoria Corners Dentistry. I met Peter, an 80-year-old senior who had proudly showed me his dental care card, and for the first time in many years was going to his dental care provider and was very, very happy. Can the Minister update us on the progress of enrolling seniors and oral health care providers into the CDCP?
Honourable member wish for me to cut the Minister off. The Honourable Minister of Health.
He does talk.
It's true. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague for his question and to say I share his excitement. Hearing about Peter get care and more than 120,000 seniors across the country getting the care that they need. It's been one of the great and extraordinary privileges of my public life to be able to talk to seniors who are getting care in many instances for the first time in a very, very long time, and the pride that comes to them. I've talked earlier in the committee about the numbers, and the member in his speech mentioned that we are over 10,000. We are over 10,500 now, and the number continues to grow with that new portal opening on July 8th. And I've talked in this House as well just about when I was in Vanier meeting with denturists, talking to the seniors that they're meeting. Folks who, in one instance, there's a woman who had the same pair of dentures in her mouth for 41 years. All that was left was plastic plates, which she used to crush food. And for him, hearing that denturist talk about now fitting this week a new pair of teeth in that woman's mouth what that's going to mean to her sense of dignity, what that's going to mean to her health is absolutely extraordinary. So whether or not it's Peter or just a few days ago I saw Raphael getting care, this is happening. And we're going to make sure we do the same thing for pharmacare.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the key attractions I very much like the way we've implemented the program, the CDCP program, is obviously using a benefits provider, Sun Life, which is, we know, is well established here in Canada with literally tens of thousands of employees across this country, but also now providing the flexibility on July 8th to oral health care providers to actually just direct bill when a client comes in. And I wanted to ask the Minister, in terms of the way that the program is being designed and laid out, how we're seeing the full ramp-up of oral health care providers joining the system and utilizing the program for their patients, and just how critical a piece of our overall healthcare system the CDCP program is.
Just under 2 minutes remaining. The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his important question. One of the things that is great, I remember meeting a hygienist a couple of weeks ago, and she said to me, I keep looking for all of this paperwork that they say, that all this administration. I was told this is going to be so hard to do. I keep looking behind my computer or waiting for somebody to come in and tell me I'm doing something wrong, because it's been nothing but easy. In fact, she's saying to me that it's easier than the private insurance plans that she's been dealing with. And that's a common refrain everywhere. We're hearing from providers that once they try it, they see just how easy it is. And part of the evidence is once we get a few providers in a region, there's an explosion of providers as they talk to each other and see just how easy this program is to work with. We almost have all denturists participating, which is fantastic, because that means that seniors are getting the dentures that they need. We have a really phenomenal uptake in hygienists. Hygienists are going to play such an important role, and I would really encourage people to consider using a hygienist because often, particularly in rural or remote places or in seniors' homes, hygienists can go directly to a population of need and be able to serve them and then simply refer them if there's a need for a dentist. But in a lot of instances, you don't even need to see a dentist. You just need to get your teeth cleaned. So we're going to make sure that we're there for everybody as we continue to expand out this plan. Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward next month to seeing it open up to those under 18 and persons with disabilities.
23 seconds left. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Of course, Madame la Presidente. It's just so exciting when I drove up one of the regional roads in my riding in the city of Vaughan, Weston Road, and there are 3 billboards. There are 3 signs put out by dentists, and I took pictures of them, and I pointed them, and I put them up on my communications material, pointing to dentists in my riding accepting the Canadian dental care plan.
The time is up. I'm just going to give the honourable minister a couple of seconds to respond.
I'm so excited as well, and we're going to see more and more of that across the country. We're going to make sure everybody gets the oral health care they need.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, l'honorable député de Mégantic-Clairable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Clairable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with 2 of my colleagues. My question is for the Minister responsible for mental health and addiction. After the catastrophic failure of the legalization of hard drugs in BC, will the Minister now admit that this pilot project was unfortunately a fatal mistake? The Honourable Minister.
Just to correct the member, Madam Speaker, decriminalization is about possession, and it is not the legalization of illicit drugs.
The honourable député.
The honourable member. In spite of the words, was that pilot project unfortunately a fatal mistake, and will she admit that mistake? The honourable minister.
The pilot continues, Madam Chair. I'm happy to inform the member with the amendments requested.
The honourable member. Can the minister tell us how many people have died as a result of the legalization of small quantities of hard drugs? The honourable minister.
The numbers for the past year were about 2,500 in the province of BC from the toxic drug supply ban.
The honourable member. Is the minister aware that the City of Montreal is planning to call on the federal government to legalize simple possession of hard drugs? The honourable minister.
We have received no such proposal from the City of Montreal, but we work with provincial and municipal jurisdictions.
The honourable member. Does the minister intend to grant Montreal City Council's request? The Honourable Minister.
As I've said before, Madam Chair, we don't deal in hypotheticals. We deal in evidence and facts and actual proposals.
The Honourable Member. I have here the City of Montreal's resolution. Is the Minister aware that the Mayor of Montreal personally repeated her support for the legalization of hard drugs in 2023? The Honourable Minister.
I'm sure the Mayor of Montreal has made many statements, and the City Council is allowed to pass whatever resolutions it wishes, but at this time there is no proposal in front of Health Canada.
The Honourable Member. Does the Minister intend, yes or no, to grant Montreal's request and to import to Quebec the disaster that was created in BC?
There is no request, Madam Chair. We do not deal in hypotheticals. We deal with evidence and facts on this side of the House.
The Honourable Member. Does the Minister intend to say yes or no should Montreal request an exemption and allow this kind of pilot project in Quebec? The Honourable Minister.
Does the member have a crystal ball that he can anticipate that there will be a proposal in front of the department for me to contemplate that question? I don't see one. Therefore,
I do want to remind other members they're not to participate unless they have the floor.
The Honourable Member. Is the Minister aware of the criminal trafficking in legal drugs provided free of charge to hard drug users? The Honourable Minister.
To my knowledge, that is an odd question, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member. I'll repeat. Is the Minister aware of the criminal trafficking in legal drugs provided free of charge to hard drug users? The Honourable Minister.
If the member is referring to diversion, then he well knows that diversion is illegal, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member, 1 minute and 11 seconds. Can the Minister tell us who is paying for these drugs? The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Member, is the Minister aware of the crack alley in Montreal? The Honourable Minister.
I'm sure there are many communities with drug use issues.
The Honourable Member. The Minister says she is responsible for mental health and addictions. Has she ever been to Montreal to see with her own eyes how bad the disaster is with the use of hard drugs? The Honourable Minister.
I have been to Montreal, Madam Chair, and to many communities across the country that are struggling with the drug overdose crisis.
The Honourable Member. Well, how is it possible that the Minister cannot say no to possibly decriminalizing hard drugs in Montreal? Because according to TVA Nouvelle, there is psychosis, there is use of crack and crystal meth. This is omnipresent and it's almost become normal. Let's allow the Minister to answer.
Just so that we're clear, the Montreal Mayor has said that such hypothetical allegations of a proposal for decriminalization is false.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member knows full well that if he wishes to ask more questions, he needs to wait for an answer.
For Caribou Prince George, resuming debate.
Thank you. To the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Minister, how many nurses reported being physically assaulted last year?
The Honourable Minister.
That would be provincial data, Madam Chair, with regards to their health workers force.
The Honourable Member.
61%. How many paramedics and firefighters have experienced workplace violence?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, that is data that is under provincial purview to engage with and address.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
84%. How many healthcare workers reported mental health issues last year?
The Honourable Minister.
That is why we have created a nurse's toolkit for mental health, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member.
92%. Almost 50% of those were assaulted 11 times or more. How many nurses considered leaving their jobs?
Honourable Minister.
We know that health workforce retention is an issue across the country, Madam Chair, due to burnout and other issues of...
The Honourable Member.
2/3. Does the Minister think violence in the workplace is acceptable?
The Honourable Minister.
Past legislation is such that it's unacceptable, Madam Chair, and no.
The Honourable Minister, member.
Has the minister read the recommendations of the 2019 HESA report on violence facing healthcare workers in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
I have some time ago, Madam Chair, but as you would well know, my colleague, the Minister of Health, would be addressing workforce safety.
The Honourable Member.
Does the minister know how many of the recommendations have been acted on by our government?
The Honourable Minister.
That would be an appropriate question for my colleague, the Minister of Health, who addresses healthcare work.
The Honourable Member.
Has the government targeted any funding for workplace violence prevention with healthcare?
The Honourable Minister.
That would be under provincial jurisdiction, Madam Chair, as the member well knows, but we are all encouraging safety in all workplaces.
The Honourable Member.
Is the minister aware that my bill C-321 is a direct result of the 2019 HESA recommendations on workplace violence?
The Honourable Minister.
I am aware.
Can the minister tell the House how many days it's been since C-321 was unanimously passed by the House of Commons?
The Honourable Minister.
No, I am not aware, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member.
1 day. Why is the government blocking passage of my bill in the Senate?
The Honourable Minister.
The Senate is independent, Madam Chair. The other place has its own rules and timelines.
Can the minister tell what she has done to ensure that C-321 passes the Senate quickly?
I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I completely appreciate that there's latitude to go beyond the scope of perhaps the estimates a bit, but we're not even talking about the estimates now. Now we're talking about an individual private member's bill. The last 3 or 4 questions have been on this. This is a debate about the estimates with this particular department.
So I think part of that is actually a debate, but I do want to remind the member that he's to address the questions and comments through the chair to the member relative to the matter that is before the House. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George. 2 minutes left.
Madam Speaker, my bill will make it an aggravating factor during sentencing if the victim of assault is a nurse or a first responder. Can the minister tell this House what actions she can take to pass Bill C-321 today, tomorrow, or any time?
The Honourable Minister.
It's unfortunate that the member isn't familiar with the civics and processes of this place because the Senate is independent, Madam Chair, and therefore they work on their timelines and their decision-making process. I'm sure they're having a robust debate on the bill.
I want to remind the member that the questions are to be with respect to the estimates, and so I just want him to ensure that his questions are pertaining to the estimates. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Chair, on that with response, I did ask how much money was in Budget 2024 with respect to violence in the workplace.
To ensure that the conversation didn't, that your response wasn't going to be affected by the time. You have 1 minute and 11 seconds left.
Minister of Health, the C-64 provide for government-funded heart medications?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
No.
The Honourable Member.
To the Minister of Health, does C-64 provide for government-funded ALS medications?
The Honourable Minister.
To the Minister of Health, does the C-64 provide for government-funded asthma medications?
No.
The Honourable Minister. I just want to remind the Honourable Minister to wait until I recognize him so that we can give time for the light to come on and his answer can be heard. The Honourable Member.
To the Minister of Health, does C-64 provide for any other funding or government funding for any other rare diseases?
The Honourable Minister.
Action for drugs for rare diseases are under a separate action, and that money is available. $1.5 billion will be spent.
The Honourable Member.
The question was regarding C-64. Can the Minister of Health tell if C-64 provides for any other government funding for any other ailments other than diabetes?
The honourable member is out of time, but I'll allow the honourable minister to respond.
The intention of the bill is for diabetes and for contraception.
The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon resuming debate.
As a father of 3, I emphasize with many parents who worry about drugs. For instance, the Abbotsford Soccer Association decried in an open letter several safety issues related to drug paraphernalia, overdoses, vandalism, even rape at public fields. Does the minister agree it is unacceptable for parents and coaches to have to sweep soccer fields for drug paraphernalia before the start of every game in practice?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, as a parent myself, I will say we're always concerned about public health and public safety for our children, our families, and our communities, but we've committed to a public health approach that is compassionate with a firm lens on public safety as well, Madam Speaker. This is the work that we do comprehensively with all jurisdictions across the country.
The honourable member.
What action should parents take when they're exposed to drug paraphernalia at playgrounds and fields? Has the minister provided Canadians with a toolkit to deal with such situations?
The honourable minister.
Such actions would be under the bylaws and purview of local communities, municipalities, and jurisdictions. However, we have the No Opioids Education Program, which clearly addresses that.
Honourable member.
What would the minister say to parents who don't want to take their kids to parks, playgrounds, or the beach for fear of exposure to dirty needles?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, of course this is unacceptable, and I lament the member to not stigmatize this, but talk about how we save lives.
The honourable member.
Does the minister agree that it is important to put up warning signs on beaches for fear of exposure?
The honourable minister.
That would be for local municipalities or provincial jurisdictions to determine how they want to add that as a layer of enforcement.
The honourable member.
Before decriminalization was implemented in BC, did the Department of Health conduct any studies on the impact of public drug use on children? If so, can she please provide such information to the House?
The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, decriminalization as a tool is one that's well used in many jurisdictions across.
The honourable member.
I will take that as a no. When the minister decided to rescind the open drug use policy, was it because she heard, like me, that children were being exposed to hard drugs at schools and in parks?
The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, BC requested an amendment to their exemption, and we worked with them, as we always have, and will continue to do to ensure that there's a balance between public health and public safety in all spaces.
Honourable member.
Did the minister's decision account for open and brazen use of drugs on BC's public transit system?
The honourable member. Minister, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. BC's application was prepared with a myriad of experts in many, many fields, including chiefs of police, health experts, and public safety experts, and this is the work that we need to do collaboratively to address
the honourable member.
Given that drug toxicity is the leading cause of death for children 10 to 18, should school teachers, parents be trained on how to deal with overdoses?
Minister.
I'm happy to talk about the No Opioids program, Madam Chair, which is what we've implemented in schools across this country and continue to do to help inform and educate.
Honourable member.
At the Mission Legion, veterans clean up needles and confront crack smoking daily. Do veterans and Legion volunteers need to be trained on overdose scenarios and public safety to keep their property safe and protect life?
The honourable minister.
To talk about the training and distribution of naloxone kits that we've done across the country for many communities and institutions. 1.5 million naloxone kits have been distributed by the federal government, and even more so through our provincial cooperation.
The honourable member has 54 seconds.
Businesses across the province have reported deteriorating public safety. The Surrey Board of Trade called it a crime tax. Does the minister agree with the Surrey Board of Trade that decriminalization is effectively a crime tax on small businesses?
The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, we will address this overdose crisis with every tool we have available because communities are asking us to do so. I would encourage the member to speak to his community, to speak to local law enforcement, and also to his local provincial jurisdiction on what works.
The honourable member has 19 seconds.
I would encourage the minister to visit the Abbotsford Soccer Association and address the fear that parents have due to the loss of public order caused by this government's policy. Will the minister meet with the Abbotsford Soccer Association?
We're out of time. The honourable minister can respond.
Madam Speaker, we have met with many communities. Will the Leader of the Opposition meet with Moms Stop the Harm?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will start by talking for about 5 to 7 minutes, and then I'll have some questions for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. I will let you know at the outset, Madam Speaker, I don't expect you to limit the time for the responses to the time of my question, if you would allow that. You know, Madam Speaker, I talked in my first intervention this evening on the common sense revolution of Mike Harrison, what that did for healthcare. This time I want to talk about the war on drugs in the 1980s and how successful that was. And the reason why I want to do that, Madam Speaker, is because it is very clear that the Conservative approach to drug policy is very similar to the 1980s approach of the war on drugs. Now, of course, I was probably between the ages of 8 and, let's say, 12 during Nancy Reagan's big push for Just Say No. And if you remember, it was Nancy Reagan, the First Lady of the United States, President Reagan's wife, who was leading the charge on this newfound approach to dealing with drugs. And it was just say no. Like, how hard is it? How hard is it? All you got to do, Madam Speaker, is just say no. And then it's done. You don't have to worry about any of the problems that are associated with drugs. And that's the approach. Well, that was on the surface what the issue was about. And that is on the surface how the Conservatives want to approach the war, the current epidemics and issues that we have with drug usage out there. But under the surface of that war on drugs was something else going on. And it was a war against particular individuals in society who were being cast as problematic individuals who couldn't abide by the law, people who were utilizing drugs based on just their own desire to do so, even though, according to the war on drugs, they could have stopped at any time that they wanted. And we all know that that's not true. What it did was it took a policy approach of criminalizing to the maximum degree possible. We saw in the United States where 3 strikes of simple possession of marijuana in some states would land you in prison. We saw situations where people were, vast majorities of people were rounded up and incarcerated as a result of drug usage, quite often because it was something they couldn't control. Addictions, an individual who has an addiction, it's not as simple to just say, no, I don't want that. And I speak from somebody who has experience of having lived with somebody with an addiction. Somebody who's no longer with us. She passed away. When I was a city councillor in the city of Kingston, my partner at the time that I lived with was addicted to alcohol. And ultimately, she ended up dying as a result of her addiction. You might often ask yourself, well, why didn't she just stop drinking? It's that simple, isn't it? I remember having numerous conversations with her about it. I remember her going into the hospital, Kingston General Hospital, where they will hold you for 72 hours before letting you out. I remember her trying repeatedly on her own, going to special places where they would try to help her with her addiction. And it didn't matter. She kept going back to the place of using to support her addiction because it provided certain levels of comfort because it was helping her deal with other problems that she previously had in her life. It was mental health. And at the core of this issue is, how do you treat an addiction? Do you treat an addiction for the mental health crisis that it is? Or do you treat it as a criminal offense and treat it how conservatives want to treat mental health and addictions, by telling people, all you got to do is just say no. And if you don't, you're going to go to prison. That's their approach. It's a failed approach, and it's an approach that we know doesn't work. My friend Kate, my partner at the time, is no longer with us. She eventually ended up getting to a point where she passed away. And she had passed away and been deceased for over a week before anybody discovered her. Because of the addictions that she had pushed everybody out of her life. So we can approach this as just saying, well, why didn't Kate just say no and just stop drinking? We can approach this and say, why won't these drug users just stop using? Because it's that easy. Or we can treat it for the real problem that it is. We can treat addictions for the real issues and the real mental health challenges that they are. And so trying to cut people off, and I know this firsthand, trying to cut people off is never the solution, and it never works. That's why I'm very proud to sit on a side of the House that treats mental health and addictions for the real health challenges that they are. And so I am very concerned when I hear conservatives harking back to the days of Nancy Reagan, as though that approach could work today and it didn't work before. And I think it's really important that we do things from an evidence-based approach. And that's why I'm glad to see our government and this minister in particular doing that. So I have some questions I'd like to turn now to the minister. Specifically to the minister through you, Madam Chair. Conservatives talk about investing in treatment, but Conservatives cut 2/3 of drug treatment funds when they were last in government. And so let's talk about what saves lives. Safe consumption sites. You know, I have a safe consumption site in Kingston. There is one there. We have not had an overdose crisis similar to the one that my neighboring community in Belleville witnessed recently. I like to think that that's because there was a safe consumption site in Kingston. We also have other healthcare services, prevention, treatment, harm reduction. Can the minister please tell us about how we are supporting life-saving actions instead of slogans?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Kingston and the Islands, because if, you know, on the other side of the House, they roll out slogans that are literally written on the back of a napkin, Madam Chair, rather than talking to experts, speaking to families and communities of what truly we need to do to address this crisis. Their solution is criminalizing their loved ones, and to that I have a quote back that I say, you can't arrest your way out of a health crisis, Madam Chair, and we are in a health crisis. People are dying, families are losing loved ones, and we have to open the door for those loved ones who are struggling with addiction. They can't just snap their fingers and get there. We need to give them a pathway to safety, Madam Chair, one that is compassionate, that one that's based on evidence. We know that safe consumption sites save lives. Over 55,000 overdoses have been overturned at safe consumption sites, Madam Chair. 55,000 lives saved. Over 471,000 referrals from safe consumption sites to treatment options. 471,000 lives that were given a pathway to make better choices for themselves, to get help with their addiction. Madam Chair, we can't look away. Safe consumption sites in communities that are well managed, well resourced, means that we are meeting people where they are. not judging them, not stigmatizing them, not telling them to go to a back alley to shoot up and die, but to say, come on inside. Let me help you. Let's talk about it. I see you in your struggle. On that side of the House, they pit harm reduction against treatment. This isn't an either-or debate, Madam Chair. This is about saving lives. We've all lost, I've lost a dear friend to an overdose, someone who I've known all my life. Every resource was made available to him, and he died alone, leaving 2 beautiful children and a wife behind. I'm a mother, Madam Chair. I worry about my kids. We all worry about our young people. That's why prevention is so important. That's why we have the No Opioids program, Ease the Burden program for our tradespeople. We are doing the work with jurisdictions in every community that wants help in this country. We are there for them. That's why we have the ETF in this budget 2024, Madam Chair, $150 million over the next 3 years for communities, Indigenous communities, municipalities who need our help. But on top of that, $200 billion in bilateral agreements where over 30% on average is to mental health and substance use. This is on top of the health transfers, Madam Chair. Because there's no one silver bullet to this. Treatment is not the only answer. You have to get people to treatment. You cannot treat someone if they are dead. You cannot treat someone if they are dying at home alone or in a back alley or on the streets of many communities in this country. We are losing people because there is a toxic, poisoned drug supply. That's where enforcement comes in our pillars, Madam Chair, and that's why we work with law enforcement. But law enforcement is asking us to stand up to each and every one of us in communities, to work with evidence, to work with experts, to work with peer support workers, outreach workers, healthcare workers, to save lives. And it's uncomfortable, Madam Chair, seeing someone struggling with addiction, seeing someone in their most vulnerable and worst moment is painful. But on this side of the House, a comprehensive approach says, even if it's hard, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's difficult, we do not look away. We meet the moment, we meet the challenge. We have $1 billion since 2017, Madam Chair, as opposed to 2/3 cuts under the previous government. Because we know it's not just about throwing money at this, Madam Chair, it's about building the systems that we need with provincial partners who are responsible for health, because this is a public health crisis, Madam Chair. This is not a criminal one. This is why we put into place things like C5, bills like C5, to ensure that we are moving people out of the criminal justice system, into healthcare, into supportive environments. Why? Because we care, Madam Chair. Governments are meant to invest in their people. That is what we do on this side of the House. We invest in people. We don't cut. We don't look away. We say, we are going to find the tools so that you live one more day, so we can show you a pathway forward, so that we can show you a way to get the health care you need, that someone will address that wound, that someone will lead you to the supports that you need. But you have to build this, you have to invest in them, Madam Chair. And harm reduction is a key part of that process. And to pit harm reduction against treatment, to say it's either or, it's all or nothing, it's black and white, it just takes treatment, Madam Chair, means that they are not seeing the person in front of them and the health and services that they need. On this side of the House, Madam Chair, for every single one of us who have lost a loved one to this opioid crisis, for every single one of us that wants communities and young people to be safe, we need to invest in a strategy that we know that works. That is prevention, harm reduction, treatment, recovery, and yes, enforcement too, because public safety and public health here go hand in hand. But we will not look away. I will not look away to those people who know we can save their lives, whether it's naloxone kits, whether it's drug checking, whether it's safe consumption sites, We know when you close safe consumption sites, overdose deaths go up because people go back into the shadows. We want to bring people into the light, Madam Chair. We want them to know that they're going to see another day. We want them to know that we are investing in them because they matter. And that is the work, Madam Chair, and that's what I invite every member of this House to stand up and support. Because the NIMBYism and the slogans and the fear and the stigma we are seeing on the other side will just put people back in the shadows. Madam Chair, I want us to see the light.
There's 9 seconds left.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions will be for the Minister of Health through you, Madam Chair. As the critic for agriculture and agri-food and supply management, that's what my focus will be. I'll begin with questions that have to do with the Pest Management Regulatory Agency, Madam Chair. The certification and licensing of phytosanitary projects, people from the sector hope for more efficiency and transparency from the agency. Of course, nobody calls into question the independence of the scientists at the agency. That is essential. And the precautionary principle, which is very important, must be protected. But communication leaves a lot to be desired. Timelines are very long, and when people from the agriculture sector receive answers, they're very brief, not very detailed, which stands in the way of dialogue and collaboration. What does the Minister think of communication between the agency and the stakeholders? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Health. It's so important to ensure that communication is fast and efficient, and it's also very important to ensure that there's quality and health at the same time. And of course, I can work with my honourable colleague and also with the Minister of Agriculture to ensure that there's speed in communication for the stakeholders. That's important. And to ensure that the process is as quick as possible, but at the same time that the process, well, that we ensure that there's quality and health. The Honourable Member, thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're going through a difficult time with climate change. Even agency scientists are concerned about emerging diseases caused by climate change and the globalization of markets. As he's mentioned, we need to have more efficiency. In parallel, we must ensure food resilience for the country. That's of fundamental importance. We have a duty to show that we have the precautionary principle, but we also have to prevent disease in plants so we can provide food to people. With reciprocity of standards, could the Minister explain? I'll give 2 specific examples. Last year, a specific product for carrots was lightly changed, and the certification process was so long in Canada that we almost had a situation where our producers couldn't produce and where we would have imported carrots from the United States that would have used the same product. There's a concern with efficiency here. With beets, Madam Chair, Nortron was not approved this year. It was to replace another product there was an issue with. Nortron, the request was presented 12 years ago. I don't think that's a reasonable timeline for a response. It was not approved. We're not calling into question the independence of the scientists and the precautionary principle, but it seems to me that 12 years doesn't make any sense. Does the Minister have a plan to increase transparency, communication, and efficiency with the agency? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, yes. It is essential for us to modernize our system in general and specifically in the area that the member mentioned. The member is correct, absolutely. With climate change, there's a lot of change around the world, and certainly in this area. It is of great concern to me, and it's essential that we modernize our system and that we ensure that the efficiency is there, but at the same time that we ensure quality and protect people's health in general. So there's a balance between the two, and I really appreciate in the member's question that there's an emphasis on that matter, respecting the independence of the scientists. But I want to work with the member on this issue. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Excuse me, I was going too quickly. A suggestion recognizing what is done in other jurisdictions, perhaps a partnership with other jurisdictions. There's a bill that was tabled, C-359, a private member's bill, that would look when a product was approved in 2 different jurisdictions that are recognized by Canada, perhaps develop a system that is quicker. This is a suggestion, and the Bloc Québécois will be there to collaborate in the interest of maintaining the precautionary principle and the independence of scientists. Last question on this topic, Madam Chair. Regulating the thresholds tolerated for products. In 2 recent occasions, the agency, and I'm saying this in a constructive way to improve communication, how can the minister explain that there's more fluoxanil on beetroots for products imported from the United States? And the previous year, the glyphosate rates went up over the summer. During the construction vacation, it came out on a Friday afternoon, so it wouldn't be noticed. I don't think this is an attitude of openness and transparency and good communication, and this increases fear in people, Madam Chair. I'd like for him to give his impression on this. Perhaps this summer, during the major vacation period, there won't be any bad surprises. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for the question, Madam Chair. Not your question, but the question from the member. For me, it's absolutely essential to find ways to modernize our system to ensure that the process is faster, more efficient. I agree with that. I want to work with the member opposite on this matter, specifically for the other issues with the communication on this. We can work together. We can work with officials in the department more generally, and perhaps we can have a more detailed conversation on this because it's more specific. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I hope there won't be any bad surprises during the vacation period this summer. Now, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, there's a major issue currently with the duck industry. 80% of it is in Quebec. With duck liver, it's 100% in Quebec. There's a lack of collaboration once again with this agency. And in addition, I would tell the minister that both agencies, the CFIA and the PMRA, don't seem to communicate much. And these are things we notice in government institutions. It's really a problem. Currently, duck producers need to import genetics from France, where there was a massive vaccination program. There's a supplier who has no vaccines. We respect scientific decisions, but here we have a solution. This has been dragging on for months, and there seems to be a lack of collaboration at the agency. Can the minister commit with the people in the industry to look at this issue and try to make progress quickly to resolve the situation and to preserve the industry? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's very reasonable, and absolutely. I will work with the member opposite on this matter. And I agree. It's very important to ensure there is collaboration. And we can assess this issue. And as quickly as possible, I will speak with the member about this. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'm only ever reasonable and will have to speak on a number of occasions. Still with the duck industry, Madam Chair. Exports are very difficult right now for our producers, Japan, Taiwan, China, because of the avian flu. So we have to show that there's no avian flu here, and currently there is no avian flu. But Japan and Taiwan in particular, also China, are requiring documents from the agency, and the agency has not yet provided them. And given that it would be too much, but it's an agency of the Government of Canada, it's surprising that they would say that it's too much. So could there be action on this as well? Because in parallel, our producers are not able to export, but at the same time, ducks are coming in from Thailand, from Hungary, and from France. And according to our producers, they don't always respect our national standards. I'd like to have a brief reaction on that, please. The Honourable Minister of Health. We are so proud, Madam Chair, of the quality of our product in Quebec and throughout Canada. And it's very important that we ensure that quality continues. On the matter of avian flu, this is a situation that currently is in a good state, fortunately for animals, but also for people generally. And we will continue to monitor the situation, and certainly I will work with the member on the matter of exports of our product as well. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you. I'm trying to go a little bit more quickly. I still have a lot of material. Could the Minister tell me where we are in setting up the DNA test that was developed by chicken producers to detect chicken that has crossed the border? They try to make it seem like it's acceptable, but for a number of years, producers have developed a test. It would be very simple for the agency to include it in their inspection sites. Would it also be possible to enshrine the program set up by producers with a certification from the agency, something that could be very simple, an annual review? That's a request from the industry.
The
Honourable Minister of Health. That was a lot of questions and a lot of detail, but they're very important questions. And I will send an answer as quickly as possible with all the details. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When it comes to labeling, the Minister knows about this. I talked about it with him recently. I brought up the situation of cranberries, where sugar is added. So there's added sugar, so the cranberry is dried and then sugar has to be added. So they're concerned that it's being labeled now as if it's candy. Is the Minister willing to contemplate a kind of interim measure or an exceptional measure? Could he explain why in that industry there was a proposal of Nutri-Score, which would give a letter grade A, B, C, D, E. So cranberry, instead of being an E, could be a B or a C. Why did the agency not consider that? The Honourable Minister of Health. Well, that's so important for the consumer to get the right information, and it's important that the information appears on the label. And if there's too much sugar in our food, in general there is too much sugar, and so it's important for all consumers to be able to see, especially when sugar is added, that it's not naturally occurring. So when sugar is added, it's particularly important for the consumer to see that. But the situation with sugar is sugar causes a lot of illness. It's a danger to our health in general. But Madam Chair, the idea is just to put the information there so that the consumer can see it and make a choice. The Honourable Member, thank you, Madam Chair. Is the deadline or the time frame of January 1st, 2026. Could there be an extension or something to give people a bit more time? Just a quick yes or no on that, please. The Honourable Minister of Health. Well, we talked with the industry, and those discussions have been going on for a long time. We can certainly continue the conversation, but for me, right now, it's important to go ahead with the information being there for everyone to see. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, you've got 30 seconds left. This won't take a long time. I have another topic. People with thalidomide. There was an announcement recently that extended the coverage period, and I was very happy to see that because I have constituents that are affected by this. My question is, does he think that extension will cover everyone? But if there are some exceptions, will the minister undertake to cover those outliers? The Honourable Minister, I'm very concerned about the situation, and I will be presenting more information soon. It won't be long, but I'm not ready right now, unfortunately, to say anything about that.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I begin this evening, I want to recognize that both ministers have been over 3 hours now providing answers of substance to all parliamentarians, and I appreciate them for that. I'd like to start by following up on a letter I sent to the Minister of Health, and we had a conversation about a month ago, calling to renew investments for support and training for HIV self-testing kits. As a reminder to the Minister, in my community, the AIDS Committee of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo area recently expanded their services to Guelph, Wellington, and for over the past year, supported over 600 people in testing for HIV. 94% of the people engaged requested assistance from a peer worker to ensure they understood and completed the test correctly. And so while the test kits remain available, the funding for support from a peer worker had ended. When we last spoke, the minister had shared that he was planning to look into this. Can he share if the federal government will resume funding for the support of these self-test kits, and if so, when?
The Honourable Minister has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to member for his question. I appreciate the continued conversation on this topic, and I really appreciate his very earnest advocacy. It's an area where we know when folks get tested, we can get them the drugs that they need, and it becomes a very manageable condition rather than what it had been in the past, a death sentence. And it is wholly remarkable for me to be able to talk with folks and see the transformation they can have. So in the first order, the pilot project, the test kits will continue, as I've mentioned. The support around them, we're continuing to look at how that might be possible. And obviously there's provincial jurisdiction here, and provincial partners need to be coming to the table with their own action in this space. But, you know, we really need to make sure that people get tested. That's not just a federal responsibility. So these kits will continue to be available. We're looking at how we might have supports that are around that. This was a pilot project, and we are, helping provinces here, but they really need to be stepping up as well.
The Honourable Member.
Would the Minister or member of his team be open or to accept a meeting with ACWA to hear directly from them about how important the support for these test kits is?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Absolutely, I would welcome that. And I think one of the things that I could say really rapidly, and the member can give me more time if he chooses, so he can come back. Because I have enough, if he wants to ask me and give me a little more time on that piece, I have something else to add.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to move to the next question. My next question is on a concerning limitation, Bill C-64, brought to me by a senior in my community. Now, the bill, of course, is designed to provide coverage for specific prescription drugs and products intended for contraception and the treatment of diabetes. My concern of that and that of this constituent is that critical equipment to administer medication and to monitor blood sugar levels for people with diabetes, like real-time continuous glucose monitoring devices, are not included. Instead, the Health Canada website states that, quote, the federal government is announcing its intention to establish a fund to support access to diabetes devices and supplies, end of quote. Glucose monitoring devices cost between $2,000 to $6,000 per year and are a crucial part of diabetes management. And so while providing insulin is an important measure, and Greens support it wholeheartedly, I'm concerned that this senior is still being on the hook for hundreds of dollars a month for this essential tool in managing her diabetes, even with the passage, once we get there, of Bill C-64. will the minister commit to establishing this fund to ensure that glucose monitoring devices required by diabetics will be covered across the country, and if so, by when?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, absolutely. I think that the fund is established specifically for that purpose. Now, it's going to vary province to province, but what I want to be able to see for those that are in need and who are in income insecure situations, that we are going to have that ability to do that. And one of the things to go back to because now I get a chance to go back to the other issue, one of the things talking about sexual health and about contraceptives is as we're having conversations in the pharma space, I'm having conversations like with Manitoba about, because they're really taking leadership there, to see that how we can spread and increase that action around sexual health. And to me, that certainly includes action on AIDS.
Our member.
I'm encouraged to hear that on both fronts. I appreciate that. I'd like to share with the minister about another constituent of mine, Noor Aisha. Noor is battling an incurable rare cancer. For it, she requires an oral drug. The name is Pemazyre. It's been approved by Health Canada, but is not recommended by the Canadian Drug Agency for public coverage. So Noor's oncologist recommends she take this drug to help her live longer, but it costs $800 per tablet. They have to be taken daily. It's a cost of over $15,000 per month. Here's what Dr. Jennifer Knox, a medical oncologist at the Princess Margaret Cancer Centre, professor of medicine at the University of Toronto, here's what she had to say about Pemazyre. Quote, "This drug represents real progress, a key scientific and clinical advancement." Noor's family has had to turn to starting a GoFundMe to help her fight cancer and live longer because the Canadian Drug Agency hasn't recommended Pemazyre for coverage. My question for the minister is, what steps is the government taking to address this gap between Health Canada's approval of rare cancer drugs and the CDA's recommendations for public coverage to ensure that patients like Noor can access the treatment they need without prohibitive cost?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the first order, I want to say through you to the member and to Noor how sorry I am that she's going through this, and to her family, and how dreadfully difficult it would be to get that diagnosis and to live with that condition, but then have to worry about her medication on top of it. And we do have action on drugs for rare diseases. We're negotiating now with provinces to try to identify what drugs we can see to help folks who are in these conditions where there are a rare condition with rare drugs, so that they can help deal with these extraordinary costs. But it's one of the reasons why it's so important that we take the collective action we're taking with PharmaCare and take these steps, because we do need to get to a world where everybody gets the medication they need and they're not in the kind of situation you're describing that Noor is in, or that the member was describing Noor was in.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister share more about what can be done working with provinces and territories to address this seeming gap? The issue why it seems like Noor can't access is, of course, because it's approved by Health Canada, but not listed by the Canadian Drug Agency as a recommended for public coverage. Can you share more, just briefly, about what can be done working with provinces and territories to address this?
The Minister has 25 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the level of specificity, perhaps the member could send me the specific details and I can get directly back to him. I want to be precise, and I want to be able to dig into the specific circumstances as it relates to that exact drug. It's a very fair question. I want to be able to do that for both him and for Noor.
The Honourable Member.
Absolutely be happy to do that and appreciate the specificity. I'd like to ask next about Dylan and Kim. They're two of many parents in my community who've shared with me what it's like to raise a child living with CF. In their case, it's their son, Jackson. Now, as you know, Madam Chair, kids like Jackson need expensive medication like Trikafta that can significantly improve their quality of life. Given the high cost of Trikafta and other CF drugs, many families struggle to afford it unless covered by private insurance. Those that don't have access often only do, or those that do have access only do because of private access through or private insurance through their employer. It often means that the value of this coverage is actually more than the person makes in their salary. Of course, no child should go without essential treatment due to their family's financial constraints. My question for the minister is, can he share when this government plans to move forward with the pharmacare program that would include drugs like Trikafta, and at minimum, maybe at least would require private insurers to cover the drugs that public plans do, as I understand already is the case in Quebec, and as CF Canada is calling for?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So first of all, to Dylan and Kim, I appreciate your advocacy. I can't imagine how difficult that circumstance is, and that's exactly what we want to shut down. This is precisely why we're acting in pharmacare. Now, one of the questions that we have, and I think it's very important, we have a pilot in PI that's working very well. It's based on a fill-in-the-gaps model. The model that Bill C-64 is based on a universal model. And so looking at now in a real world, those two models and which one is best to use as a delivery mechanism for all drugs is, I think, the question. We have a committee that's going to be looking at that over the next year and really painting that path forward. So these are very active matters of consideration. And I think it's one of the reasons why it's so important we establish that bedrock, which is the legislative foundation for pharmacare in Bill C-64, and take this action so that we can make sure that we get to help families like Dylan and Kim. That is envisioned in Bill C-64, but very much in my heart and in my mind as we're working.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister likely knows, I'm hesitant to use the word pharmacare at this point because it's so restrictive to contraceptives and diabetes. I know that that's his vision for where he wants it to go. I'm thinking for parents like Dylan and Kim who want to understand more when this could be expanded to them, could we hear at least the Minister's aspiration for when he would look to see that expansion in place?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say that our healthcare system has always been iterative. We've built it out a piece at a time, and and that means that one of the most frustrating things for me as health minister is to go to different parts of the country and hear stories of things that we could do on a preventative basis and aren't doing. I mean, we could talk about in Iqaluit. I was up talking with Indigenous leaders, Inuit leaders rather, about tuberculosis outbreaks out there. Like, there are things that we still have happening.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would love to continue that conversation with the Minister. As the Minister knows, Canada also has one of the highest rates of MS in the world, with more than 90,000 Canadians living with this disease. And of course, while the cause is still unknown, emerging research has highlighted the potential for significant advancements in the prevention of MS. I've heard directly from constituents that they want to see the Government of Canada commit $15 million to fund MS research in partnership with MS Canada, focusing on prevention, repair, and regeneration. I understand that the Minister has also met with MS Canada just earlier this month. Can he share what it will take for this government to commit these funds?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I'm extremely happy in the last budget to see us respond to the Bouchard report and be putting very major money. I think it's $2.5 billion into research, generally a very significant portion for health research. Through the Canadian Institute for Health Research, we've funded an enormous amount of research into MS. The member is absolutely right. Canada is a leader, unfortunately, when it comes to MS. And so we also need to be a leader in research. And so when I look at these investments, it's certainly my hope that that independent agency will be taking a look at these requests and deepening our commitments in research. But those dollars in the budget are absolutely essential to that end.
Member.
I appreciate the Minister for meeting with MS Canada. It's best he hears from them directly than from me, but also to know that there are parliamentarians across all sides who are keen to see that investment made, potentially, for example, in the next fall economic statement. I'd like to turn to a question to the Minister of Mental Health. Madam Chair, there are two local mental health service providers in my community, Thresholds and the CMHA of Waterloo Wellington, who've been struggling for months to secure funding for a mental health emergency room to provide appropriate care for people in crisis and to alleviate strain on overcrowded emergency rooms. There hasn't been government funding available, so they've had to open this summer using their own budgets, and they've got about 3 months of staffing support available to demonstrate how critical this support is. Given the urgency of the situation, of course the provincial government also needs to step up. But given the urgency and the critical need for this kind of facility, I'd like to hear what the minister believes the immediate actions the federal government could take to support these kinds of local initiatives and ensure that people in crisis have access to the care they need without overburdening emergency rooms.
Last question, depending on how long the answer is, the Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for his question. I know he's such a staunch advocate on mental health and helping those who use substances in our communities. Madam Chair, I don't think there is a quick fix to getting our health systems to incorporate mental health in the full spectrum of care. This is why we are taking an integrated approach through the bilateral agreements. As I mentioned earlier in the evening, just for example, in Ontario, $700 million of their $3.1 billion bilateral agreement is towards mental health and substance use, and we have to move the needle. We're not there yet. Community service organizations have been the bedrock of providing mental health services in this gap that we see across jurisdictions. That being said, this is exactly why programs like the Youth Mental Health Fund are being put into place in Budget 2024, but there aren't quick fixes. We are moving mental health into the healthcare systems. We are seeing, for the first time ever, there are mental health ministers in nearly every jurisdiction across this country, which shows us that there is a prioritization to work collaboratively. I'm happy to meet with the member to talk about what's going on in his own community with regard to CMHA, and local CMHAs do terrific work, and happy to discuss.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Madam Chair, today the minister stood and stood by her failed decriminalization project in British Columbia after being forced to walk it back. Last week, she voted against ruling out the expansion of drug decriminalization everywhere else in Canada. Will the minister unequivocally commit today to never expanding her insane decriminalization policy from BC anywhere else?
The Honourable Minister.
Sadly, Madam Chair, I have to say again, the stigmatized language from the other side of the House is highly disturbing. Decriminalization is one tool of many in addressing the overdose crisis. We see it in jurisdictions around the world, such as Switzerland, Portugal, Spain, because we know it's an important tool that we need to use. I really wish the member would look at the evidence and the facts rather than rhetoric.
The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, the failed experiment in British Columbia was walked back by the minister herself after being forced to do it after a request from BC because of so many deaths. Will she rule it out for her own city in Toronto?
The Honourable Minister.
As the member well knows, we have said no to the Toronto proposal, but again, Madam Speaker, she seems to ignore this many stakeholders and evidence supporting a full use of tools to address the overdose crisis. People are dying because of street drugs. They're not dying because of decriminalizing.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Will she say no to Toronto forever?
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, we don't deal with hypotheticals on this side of the House. We deal with facts. I wish the member would actually engage in an evidence-based conversation on what a comprehensive strategy to addressing the overdose crisis looks like.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Chair, it's not a hypothetical, it's a yes or no question. Will she rule out decriminalization for Toronto going forward?
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, the member is misleading Canadians. The proposal was already rejected. There is no new application on the books, and we don't deal with what ifs and what abouts. We deal.
Member for Thornhill.
It is a very, very simple question, and I think the people of Toronto who have watched crack being smoked in a hospital, people shooting up in a park next to children, whether she will say no to decriminalization in Toronto going forward. It's a yes or a no.
The Honourable Minister.
Current proposal was rejected, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member.
It's a yes or no question. Yes or no, will the minister rule out decriminalization for Toronto, for Montreal, for Halifax? I'll even expand the question for her.
The Honourable Minister.
There are currently no proposals put before Health Canada for those jurisdictions.
Honourable Member.
Speaker, we're aware that the proposal was rejected from Toronto. Now, if the Liberals win the next election, will she decriminalize? Will she decriminalize? Will she commit to never decriminalizing this in Toronto?
Stop the clock. I just want to remind other members not to try to participate in this debate unless they have the floor. The Honourable Minister, and just so the Honourable Member knows, there's 1 minute and 26 seconds left. So now the Honourable Minister in 14 seconds, please.
Well, just like the member doesn't have a crystal ball of what will happen in the next election, Madam Chair, we don't have a crystal ball on what jurisdictions will need, and ask the federal government to collaborate with them in addressing the overdose crisis.
Honourable Member.
The Minister is asked yes or no if she will commit to never decriminalizing drugs in Toronto, illegal drugs, her failed, insane drug policy of British Columbia. She's asked if she's not going to bring it forward in Toronto, and she cannot answer the question. I'm going to give her one more opportunity. Will she commit to never decriminalizing drugs going forward in Toronto?
The Honourable Minister.
I would kindly ask the member to check her language and the stigmatization of those who need our help in addressing substance use and addictions, Madam Chair. We deal with facts, we deal with experts, we deal with evidence, we deal with healthcare systems on this side of the House, and we will continue to work.
The Honourable Member has 25 seconds. If she's sharing her time, is she sharing her time? The Honourable Member.
I'm going to ask the Minister one last time tonight. One last time. Whether she will decriminalize drugs, illegal drugs, from her insane policy?
Oh, sorry, the mic was shut off. I'll allow the Honourable Member to re-ask her question.
I will ask one more time. Will the Minister commit to not decriminalizing drugs in Toronto going forward? The people of Toronto want to know what she's going to do in her own community because she's already let down BC.
Honourable Minister, there's no more time, but I will allow her to respond.
The City of Toronto knows that it needs healthcare services from the province and to work collaboratively with all levels of government to save lives and address those who use substances. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, I just want to double check. So the time is being split into 3. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Is diversion being tracked?
The Honourable Minister.
According to DASA, it is being tracked, and the RCMP.
Honourable Member.
How is diversion being tracked?
The Honourable Minister.
DASA assists us in tracking diversion.
Honourable Member.
BC is looking to add chemical tracers to their safe supply. Will the government make these tracers required in all safe supply across this country?
The Honourable Minister.
That would have to be in discussion with pharmaceutical companies, but as the member mentioned earlier, counterfeits of drugs are being made in the illegal market to look like real drugs, so it will be challenging.
Honourable Member.
The government funds these so-called safe supply programs. They could make it mandatory to put these tracers into the drugs. Will they do it, yes or no?
The Honourable Member.
The member fails to recognize that in the illicit toxic drug supply, counterfeits of prescribed drugs and prescribed alternatives are on the illicit market, so it's difficult to...
The Honourable Member.
The Minister is making arguments as to why tracers are absolutely required in these government-funded safe supply. Will she commit to putting tracers in the safe supply that they're funding, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
The member is misleading in her assessment that putting tracers in will mitigate diversion. It's one of many tools, but counterfeit illicit drug supplies will also be an issue, and she hasn't addressed that in terms of enforcement.
Honourable Member.
The Minister is actively enabling illegal drug trafficking by not employing every tool available to fight drug diversion. Why will the Minister not add tracers to their drugs?
The Honourable Member. Minister.
We haven't currently received such a request, Madam Chair. However, as I mentioned, that would be a collaborative work with pharmaceutical companies and prescribers and provinces, and at this point in time, there's no request before us.
The honourable member.
Will the minister ask her colleagues to increase penalties for diversion?
The honourable minister.
Enforcement is a key part of addressing the illicit toxic drugs.
The honourable member.
Will you ask your colleagues to increase penalties?
The member needs to address all questions and comments through the chair. The honourable member.
Minister, thank you. Will the minister ask her colleagues to increase penalties for diversion, yes or no?
The honourable minister.
They don't listen to chiefs of police from across the country who say that decriminalization is an important tool.
The honourable member.
I'm asking very simply about increased penalties for people caught diverting drugs, illegal drugs. Will the minister commit today to asking her colleagues to look at increasing those penalties, yes or no?
The honourable minister.
Diversion is illegal, Madam Chair. The member well knows it, and law enforcement is doing everything it can and has the tools available to it to address diversion.
The honourable member.
Thank you. We know shipping containers aren't being scanned for cars. Are they being scanned for drugs?
The honourable minister.
That would be a question to the Minister of Public Safety. However, we are in conversation.
The honourable member.
Has the minister advocated for increased drug screening at our ports?
The honourable minister.
We work with all levels of government and law enforcement to address diversion.
The honourable member.
What about at our borders?
Honourable minister.
All levels of enforcement.
1 minute. The honourable member.
What are precursor chemicals?
The honourable minister.
Precursor chemicals are part of the synthetic components that we see on.
The honourable member.
What has been done to actually ban these precursor chemicals?
Working through the trifentanyl group and our other countries, we are addressing it.
This member.
The RCMP clearly asked us at committee and stated that many precursor chemicals were not illegal, despite them asking for it. When will the minister act to ban these precursor chemicals?
The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, unfortunately, the member doesn't recognize that many of the pain management medications that are used in hospitals and medical facilities are part of these components, and we have to move carefully to make sure that we are addressing all issues.
The honourable member.
People are dying. When will they take action and act to ban these precursor chemicals to prevent drugs from being circulated in our communities?
Last question from the member, the honourable minister. We're out of time, but I'll let her respond.
People are dying, Madam Chair, and it is absolutely tragic.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, when did your government fully commit to so-called...
Member to address questions and comments through the chair, not directly to the minister. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Minister, when did the government fully commit to safe supply?
Again, the honourable member is addressing it directly to the minister. He should address it through the chair. I'll have the time restart on this here, and so maybe put the word "the" in front of minister, and that might work. The honourable member.
That's great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to the minister. When did this NDP Liberal government fully commit to so-called safe supply?
The honourable minister.
Madam Chair, we've had a comprehensive program since 2017 looking at all option tools and resources to address the toxic drug supply.
Madam Chair, through you, could the minister tell Canadians since 2020, when they fully committed to safe supply, how many Canadians have died from overdose?
The honourable minister.
Sadly, we've lost 42,000 Canadians due to overdose, Madam Chair, but 86% of overdose deaths in the last set of data was from the illicit toxic drug supply, not...
Honourable member.
Through you, Madam Chair, what was the average street price of Dilaudid in Ottawa before so-called safe supply was introduced?
The honourable minister.
I don't have that number, but I'm happy to get it for him, but I'm sure he'll tell me.
The honourable member.
Well, through you, Chair, I'm quite happy to educate the minister that it was $25 before so-called safe supply was introduced, and perhaps the minister might know what the so-called safe supply has done to reduce the street price of Dilaudid. Maybe the minister could tell us what it is now. It was 25. Maybe what is it now?
The honourable minister.
I am aware that the street price of diverted hydromorphone has lowered in many jurisdictions across the country, Madam Chair, but we see that the majority of overdose deaths are because of illicit fentanyl and not to the drugs that he is referring to.
The honourable member.
Through you, Madam Chair, those people who really care about this issue know that the street price for Dilaudid has reduced from about $25 to $1 to $2 per tablet, shockingly. Madam Chair, through you, could the minister tell Canadians, has the import and supply of heroin ever been allowed in Canada?
The honourable minister has 30 seconds.
Eric. Yes.
The honourable member.
And through you, Chair, could the minister tell Canadians, has heroin been legally imported in Canada in the last 5 years?
The honourable minister.
As physician, he should well know that heroin is used in the standard practice of medicine in terms of pain management.
Well, through you, Chair, oddly enough, I did have a pain clinic for 15 years. That's not true. But anyway, that being said, Fair Price Pharma, did they import 15 kilograms of heroin into Canada in November of 2021?
The honourable minister.
Just to correct the record, it is true that heroin is used in medical practice, but no, we did not. Health Canada did not import 15 grams of heroin.
The honourable minister, member.
Through you, Chair, has any private firm been granted a dealer's license to legally possess, produce, sell, and distribute opium or heroin in Canada?
The honourable minister.
There are license holders that can import for research purposes, Madam Chair.
Honourable member.
Through you, Chair, that's not what I asked. Legally possess, produce, sell, and distribute opium and heroin in Canada. Those were the words. Yes or no?
The honourable minister.
As mentioned, they've been licensed for research purposes, so the answer would be no.
The honourable member.
Those
1 minute.
Pardon me? Canadians should know that Sunshine Lab was granted such a dealer's license in January 2023. Has any private firm been licensed to legally produce, sell, or distribute cocaine in Canada?
The honourable minister.
No.
Member.
True, Sunshine Labs was granted a license November 22. How about ecstasy?
The honourable member, minister.
Again, Madam Chair, Health Canada licenses are for research purposes only.
January 24, allowing them to manufacture up to 20 kilograms of ecstasy. How many applications for dealer's license are currently pending?
The honourable minister.
I'd be more than happy to get back to the member with an exact answer from officials.
The honourable member, 7 seconds.
Would the minister reject further licenses for MDMA or ecstasy, cocaine, and heroin?
A brief answer, the honourable minister.
As heroin mentioned before is used for medical purposes, we cannot withhold those licenses. However, we will continue to work to ensure there are strict regulatory mechanisms in place.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services and Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From one Northern Ontario member to another, I want to acknowledge the special emphasis on Northern Ontario. It's such an opportunity to speak tonight in this important conversation about health care and health outcomes in this country, and I've been listening all night to the questions and answers on a broad range of health-related issues, and the pattern of questions from the Conservative Party members all have a similar theme. On the one hand, Conservative members have questioned the federal government about investments that they feel haven't been ambitious enough, like the Member of Parliament for the Bay of Quinte, who implied that the federal government has not spent enough to help the province of Ontario deliver effective treatment for substance use disorders. And yet, he has voted against every measure to support the over $600 million to Ontario to do exactly that. No wonder Premier Ford is worried about what a Conservative federal government would do if they were elected. Because it is important, Madam Speaker, that the federal government continue to support communities across the country. And yet, despite their rhetoric, it's clear that the members opposite do not support any of the measures that doctors, community health providers, law enforcement professionals, researchers, or even other orders of government say are critically important to save lives and help people reach towards the light of recovery. But people like Carolyn Carl in Thunder Bay, who lost her daughter Dana almost a year into Dana's recovery, know that recovery is fragile and that compassion, love, and ongoing support is what it takes to recover from substance use addiction. Her daughter Dana relapsed on alcohol one night, took one dose of a substance that she thought was cocaine, and died of an opioid overdose that night in her own bedroom, like the majority of people who die of opioid overdose alone. This devastating tragedy left her mother determined to help others who struggle with substance use disorder, a condition that far too many of us know is chronic, reoccurring, but treatable. But lest we think it's only substance use disorder treatment that the Conservatives are opposing, they've also voted en bloc against pharmacare and the Canadian Dental Care Plan. No matter what Canadians need or ask for, Conservatives' main response is, you're on your own. And yet, Canadians have always believed in taking care of each other. Indeed, if you ask Canadians what they think sets our country apart from others, many will say our public health care system. That's the difference here, Madam Chair. We see an ongoing pattern of attack on the health of Canadians who need the most help. Those who can't afford medication. Those who have lived with dental pain and decay for years. Those who need care for their sons and daughters to keep them alive another day as they strive to heal from the burden and trauma of substance use. And yet what I hear still, despite this Conservative insistence on abandoning each other, is a deep and abiding love by Canadians of their neighbors, friends, and community members. And it's what I love the most about this country, a deep commitment to each other that sets us apart from many other places in the world. The questions tonight have ranged from ill-informed, like the member from Souris Moose Mountain, who not only failed to understand the jurisdictional right and responsibility of provinces to improve health care, to the many others, including the member from Thornhill, who implied that the government should not ever meet with diverse experts, companies, and stakeholders. Well, as a member of Parliament and a minister, it is my job to hear diverse perspectives, even the ones I don't agree with, on a range of issues. And this line of questioning implies some stakeholders should be shut out from their representatives because we don't agree with them. And by the way, it's indicative of the record under the previous Harper government. In my former role as health promotion planner in Thunder Bay, I was the author of a grant proposal to Health Canada. Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, and Leona Aglukkaq was the Health Minister. Thunder Bay wanted to develop a drug strategy that would help coordinate our efforts to reduce substance-related harms. The funding program prohibited proposals that included harmful alcohol or opioid use. Imagine that, Madam Speaker. The two most harmful substances that constituents in Thunder Bay and around Canada were facing. And the then Conservative government refused projects across the country that dealt with any of them. Madam Speaker, we lost a decade in this work as the leadership on opioid use was missing. To treat substance use and reduce related harms for people and communities, there really isn't one silver bullet. The Thunder Bay drug strategy was modeled on evidence and advice that says to save lives and reduce harm to people and communities, the 4 pillars of prevention, treatment, enforcement, and harm reduction must be in place. Indeed, our community added a 5th, housing, because it became clear that a place to call home was the foundation of healing. And I note Conservative members have voted against housing measures as well. Last fall, our government launched the renewed Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy, which offers a comprehensive, collaborative, compassionate, and evidence-based drug policy. Using the advice of the Canadian Drugs and Substances Strategy, informed by the cross-section of professionals needed to address this issue, the Government of Canada announced over $1 billion in funding, including almost $600 million through Health Canada's Substance Use and Addictions Program. This money, Madam Speaker, supports community-based treatment, harm reduction, prevention, stigma reduction. That's money going directly to the front line of supporting people and their families to heal. The money funds research and surveillance initiatives and supports stronger law enforcement capacity to address illegal drug production and trafficking. But despite the concern that some Conservatives members have raised tonight about enforcement and safety, like the member from Caribou Prince George and the member from Kelowna Lake Country, Conservative members have consistently voted against funding support for enforcement activities. I guess they don't believe in putting the money where their mouth is. Now, tonight, we've heard recriminations about not doing enough to save lives. In 2016, there was only one supervised consumption site in Canada, and Stephen Harper tried over and over to shut it down. Thankfully, the courts agreed that the lives of drug users matter too. Since then, our focus on life-saving means that we've approved 41 of these sites in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec. At these sites, workers, and I have to say, really amazing, hard workers, who are on the front lines of witnessing suffering, and I want to take a moment to thank them right now for that incredibly grueling work. These workers have prevented more than 53,000 overdoses. 53,000 overdoses, with close to 4.5 million visits. That's a lot of people that want to live, that these Conservative members say don't matter. From substance use treatment to dental care, to coverage for birth control and diabetes medication, to support for provinces and territories to bolster their healthcare systems, over and over and over, the Conservative members vote against. So it's hard not to see these questions tonight as cynical. Madam Speaker, Canadians have always rallied around each other, taken care of each other. The idea that some lives don't matter, that our children don't deserve absolutely any measure that saves lives, this is opposite to the Canadian way. So I have these questions for the ministers. First, to the Minister of Health, can you share why diabetes medication was chosen as one of the first medications to be covered by the National Pharmacare Plan?
The Honourable Minister that she's to address questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the Minister. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's precisely because diabetes is a precursor illness, that diabetes, when it's improperly managed, leads to heart disease, to stroke, to blindness, to kidney failure, to amputation, and is unfortunately right now costing, as of the latest estimate, which is 2018, $28 billion to our health system. It's estimated in a 10-year period to increase to $37 billion, and we've got to turn the tide. We need to make sure that people are effectively managing their diabetes so that we don't get those bad outcomes, so that it costs the system less. And fundamentally, it really is an issue of prevention.
That the Honourable Member doesn't want me to interrupt the Minister according to time asked, or
Sure.
does she?
I'm not sure what the question is, Madam Speaker.
So generally, if the question is for 20 seconds, and I would give him an answer for 20 seconds?
That's fine.
Okay, the Honourable Minister.
Well, my second question, Madam Speaker, the shelter I ran in Thunder Bay offered a needle exchange program supported by the local health unit. We wanted to help with the program's goals of reducing HIV and hepatitis C transmission and collect used needles more safely. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions share why, despite the attack of federal Conservative members, that provinces, including those with Conservative premiers, continue to fund this essential public health measure?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague, the Minister of Indigenous Services, for her question and for her compassion. it's so important for us to remember what it means to be Canadian right now, because when we hold each other together, and we're holding each other through many challenging things right now, many, including the tragic lives lost through the overdose crisis, this is where we step up and throw everything we've got at it. And what's amazing about harm reduction and needle exchange is it's not new. It's not new, Madam Chair. It's been around as an evidence-based, proven way to meet people where they're at, to prevent, to open the door for them to come inside and get help. Because when you offer an extended hand and say, hey, come on inside, this is what do you need? What is the first thing you need? You need a clean needle. Let's talk about why you're using that needle. Let's talk about how we get you to a healthier place. So harm reduction is nothing new, Madam Chair. On the other sides of the bench, they stigmatize, they talk about this in terms of their loved ones being criminals, that they should go back to dark corners and hide what they're struggling with. Hide their struggle with substance use and diseases, the disease of addiction, that they should hide. And needle exchanges, safe consumption sites, we know it brings people into healthcare. They walk into that place. We're not just talking about saving lives, Madam Chair. We're talking about getting them the health services they need with the compassion and care that they deserve.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Madam Speaker, contraceptives are not universally accessible, despite being a mainstay of reproductive choice. I can't imagine my life if I had not been able to choose when I would have children. And yet, Conservative members of Parliament have voted against this measure, as well as many of them being greenlit by anti-choice organizations. Women are depending on the Canadian government to protect their freedom. How will this coverage help?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend and colleague for both the question and her advocacy in the space, both in her public and private life. The truth is, it's very frustrating, well, beyond frustrating, to watch some of the members across the way who hold three positions simultaneously. First, that they are against choice. They believe that a woman shouldn't have autonomy over her own body and make a choice with respect to abortion. Secondly, they're voting against women being able to have access to the contraceptive medicine they need to be able to make their own choice about their body and when they would start a family. And third, they won't speak openly or honestly about sex or sexual education. And if you're against all three of those things, then plainly stated, you're against a woman's sexual freedom or health generally. We know that misinformation and stigma is disastrous. We also know that for too many women who don't have the means, they're forced into a circumstance to use contraceptives that are available, that are cheaper, that are less effective. To give a very clear example, oral contraceptives have a failure rate of 9%. We know that an IUD has a failure rate of 0.2%. But so many women can't make the choice to have an IUD because it's too expensive, which means that they lose, in many instances, control over when they start their family. That's fundamentally about freedom. And in my view, it's fundamentally wrong. So I hope that the action that we're taking here is seen as complementary to our action generally to make sure that women have control over their sexual health and their reproductive freedom.
6 seconds left. Does the honourable member have a brief question?
I guess my last question, Madam Speaker, would be for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. And I would like to hear her thoughts about the stigmatization of people who use substances other than alcohol, and yet the attitude of many Conservative members around even further liberalization of alcohol use. You know, alcohol...
We are out of time, so I will allow the honourable minister to respond briefly.
I want to thank the minister for her question. We know that stigma will put people back into the dark shadows, using alone and dying alone, which is why we need to do everything we can to break stigma, open doors, and bring them into the light.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, we know that Health Canada is introducing major regulatory changes under an outdated and broken self-care framework. This has an impact on 54,000 jobs, a $5.5 billion industry, and the Canadian Health Food Association has asked for a simple meeting with the Minister of Health, and he refuses to meet with them. Can he explain to them why?
The Honourable Minister of Health, 20 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, I meet with all kinds of organizations. In terms of natural health products, it's exceptionally important to make sure that we protect Canadians and that we protect the integrity of the Canadian brand. And that's exactly what we're doing with natural health products.
Honourable Member.
No one's disputing that, but it's important that he sits down and meet with these leaders. It has a huge impact on these employees, their customers, and these business owners. Madam Speaker, has the Minister of Health considered that people with disabilities need to undergo 2 rigorous application processes to access disability benefits from both the provincial government and the federal government? And why can't the federal government accept the provincial government's applicants of disability benefits?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I would say, and I hope to talk to the Honourable Member on the first order about natural health products, because the bill that was voted on today would remove our ability to recall contaminated products contaminated with fiberglass or E. coli or feces. And so that is extremely concerning, and hopefully he'll be reconsidering that position as it moves to committee. In terms of the other item with respect to that, I'd be happy to follow up with the member.
Honourable Member.
Well, I'll follow up right now. For many applicants of the disability tax credit, the application process takes a significant mental and physical load. They often require visits to doctors and government offices, which are rejected after all that work. It's having a huge impact on physicians at a time where we're having a doctor shortage. Does the minister believe that the government has a responsibility in making the application process as easy as possible? And could this mean sharing information with provincial governments to avoid this overlap?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, again, I'll come back to it because it isn't my ministry that is responsible for that application process. It resides elsewhere. But that having been said, yes, over on a writ large across government, we want to make processes easier, more streamlined, and reduce administrative burden. I'd be happy to work with the member not just on this issue, which isn't within my purview, but on all issues as it deals with administrative burden.
The Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions has said that the government is meeting the moment when it comes to the toxic drug crisis. Over 42,000 Canadians have died. I can't see that as meeting the moment, Madam Speaker. Honestly, when I see that the government still doesn't have a plan, they still don't have a timeline on how they're going to tackle this issue. How many more people need to die before they declare a public health emergency? And Madam Speaker, I'll say this right now. The stigma starts right here. This government has spent less than 1% in responding to the toxic drug crisis than they did on COVID-19. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member for his question and his compassionate and consistent relentless advocacy on what is a public health crisis. But, Madam Chair, we have put over $1 billion into addressing the overdose crisis in this country. We continue to invest through SUOP, through Budget 2024, the Emergency Treatment Fund, and also through $200 billion in bilateral agreements, of which over 30% on average across provinces and territories is going to mental health and substance use. We need to work with the health systems in the jurisdictions because this isn't a quick fix, it's a long game.
The Honourable Member.
That's not meeting the moment. That's not responding to a health emergency. We can look to Portugal on how they responded to a health emergency. They treated it as that. Madam Speaker, the federal government controls who and how supervised consumption services are provided. These services remain unavailable in most locations across the country, especially in more rural and remote locations. When will this government get rid of the red tape and ensure these services are available and funded nationally?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Can we do more? Yes, we can always do more, which is why we are making the investments that we're making at this time. But let me be clear, Madam Chair, the appropriate mechanism to address the ongoing overdose crisis is not the Emergencies Act. We cannot address it that way. It is pervasive. If it requires much longer-term sustained supports, it is not the right mechanism to save lives.
Member?
The member doesn't need to declare emergency then. Needs to act like it's an emergency. That's what we're looking for, Madam Speaker. That's what the moms and the families who've lost loved ones are looking for, or those that are struggling and the families that are impacted. Now, we know across the country, Indigenous peoples, First Nation, Inuit, and Métis communities, they feel like they're being left out of the government's response to the toxic drug crisis, and they're seeing their communities suffer from loss and increased crime. In fact, last week, Alberta just announced that First Nations and Métis people represent 20% of all apparent unintended opioid deaths, despite representing only 3.4% of the population. Can the minister tell this House how Health Canada is working with Indigenous services and Indigenous leadership across the country to take a healthcare-focused approach to the toxic drug crisis? And is this minister willing to intervene if Conservative premiers like Danielle Smith or Scott Moe continue to let preventable deaths from toxic drug poisoning continue at this rate?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to push back a little bit here because the CDSS and the renewed CDSS actually is our plan in addressing the crisis. And it is, in it, we talk about a really holistic and interdepartmental approach, which means I'll be working with my colleague, the Minister of Indigenous Services, working with the Housing Minister, because we know we need to pull all the threads together in order to address this crisis. There's no one-stop fix for this, as the Conservatives would like to think that it's treatment, and treatment only, and forced treatment at that. The truth is we need many, many tools in the toolbox to address this, and it will take time because we need, the drug crisis is not new, Madam Chair. We need sustained long-term strategies, which is exactly what the CDSS is about, which is exactly why we're investing $150 million in an emergency treatment fund right now, which is why the SUOP, which is over 380 projects across this country have been funded in communities, will continue to do this work.
Honourable Member.
Madam Speaker, when COVID-19 arrived in this country, we put out a plan to get vaccines out to people. We moved and mobilized quickly. We worked through jurisdictional overlap overnight, literally, Madam Speaker, to save lives. But they're not doing it when it comes to this crisis because of stigma. This minister, is she aware that over 20 years of peer-reviewed research shows that safe consumption sites save lives and increase access to treatment? We heard from the Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP that they want more safe consumption sites, not less. And is the minister aware that the surge of overdose deaths in Lethbridge, Alberta, since the closure of their safe consumption site, has tripled? It has actually tripled that of the death rate of British Columbia per capita. In fact, in Regina, where they don't have a safe consumption site, it's double that of Saskatoon. And also, Madam Speaker, it impacts HIV rates when they don't have harm reduction. Saskatchewan has 19 HIV cases, Madam Speaker, per 100,000. To compare that to the second most, it's in Alberta at 4.2. It's out of control. Will this minister intervene?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I am the last person who has to be convinced of why safe consumption sites are so important. Since 2017, with 41 safe consumption sites across this country, we have reversed 55 overdose deaths. We've seen over 4.6 million visits, and we've had over 417,000 referrals to treatment. We know they matter. This is why we work with communities to get them in place. But, Madam Chair, health service delivery is provincial jurisdiction. You know, we can use a hammer and a nail, or we can work collaboratively to move all boats along and have the tide rise. But we have to work with our provincial partners. We're not all on the same page on this. I agree with him. The numbers in Alberta are tragic. But at the same time, Madam Chair, we need to work together as much as we can, because at the bottom line is we want to save lives. This is our goal. These are our priorities. a comprehensive strategy of prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement.
Honourable member.
Agreeing isn't good enough, Madam Speaker. Safe consumption sites are frozen in Ontario. They're not delivering them in those places in Alberta that I talked about. Now, is the minister aware that in 2008, all 9 judges of the Supreme Court unanimously ruled that the federal Conservative health minister's attempt to close Insite went against the country's Charter of Rights and Freedoms by threatening the safety and lives of the people who need to use it? What has changed for this minister, I want to know, and do we need to do this again? Is this what needs to happen, Madam Speaker, given that the minister is saying that she can't do anything, it's outside her jurisdiction?
The honourable member.
Madam Chair, quite to the contrary. It's not that we can't do anything. We are a key part of the approval process to enable safe consumption sites to be established in communities, and we continue to do that work. We are fully committed to doing that work. We know harm reduction is healthcare. We know safe consumption sites are healthcare, and we will continue to support the opening of safe consumption sites. With regards to Ontario, I speak to my counterpart, Minister Tibollo, quite regularly about the report on safe consumption sites, but we need to work together, Madam Chair. This is how we'll combat this.
Member?
Minister, think it's appropriate for Alberta to levy a $10,000 per day fine against people for providing life-saving first aid by operating informal overdose protection sites?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, we are working to make it as easy as possible for communities to be able to access supports to be able to set up the sites that they need.
The Honourable Member.
Does the minister see that this is really a province that's implementing a de facto criminalization of medical practices?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, as I just said, we will work with communities to streamline the process of opening safe consumption sites as much as we can.
The Honourable Member.
Speaker, the federal government should be asserting its jurisdiction and not allowing provinces to threaten draconian penalties to people trying to save lives during a worsening overdose crisis. Madam Speaker, my question to the minister is, when will her government act to ensure that treatment services for substance use are subject to proper regulation, oversight, and are part of Canada's public healthcare system rather than a for-profit Wild West of unregulated, unaccountable, and possibly dangerous private companies?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, we are in complete agreement that treatment services are healthcare services and that there needs to be standards in place. Each provincial jurisdiction does have it's not equal across the board, but do have standards in place. Can we do more to set national standards for this? This is why we've reintroduced the expert advisory panel to be able to look at the crisis in a renewed way to see where we need to do more.
The Honourable Member has 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, during Mental Health Week earlier this month, the Prime Minister stated, quote, "We're making sure that all Canadians have access to the mental health care they need, no matter where they live or what they do. That means making sure that mental health is a full and equal part of our healthcare system," end quote. So in the absence of a dedicated and permanent Canada mental health transfer with accompanying legislation, provinces and territories are under no obligation to ensure the delivery of mental health and substance use health services are on par with physical health services. How does the federal government and this minister intend to address the exclusion of mental health and substance use health services from the Canada Health Act? And how does she and her government intend to ensure Canadians have access to the mental health and substance use health supports they need?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, Madam Chair, the $200 billion in bilateral agreements that myself and Minister Holland signed with all 13 provinces and territories this past year had clear guidelines in terms of indicators and targets that they needed to set in the commitments that they set out in their work plans. And as mentioned previously, on average, over 30% of funding went towards mental health and substance use services. We see the expansion of the IYS, the Integrated Youth Services, in jurisdictions across the country and provinces taking them on and understanding their value when it comes to addressing both prevention and mental health supports, and will continue.
The Honourable Member, 38 seconds left.
Madam Speaker, we know that housing is integral in supporting people with substance use disorder. They announced $250 million for emergency funding in the budget. That could create tiny homes in communities like Port Alberni. And we could trust the province to support wraparound supports and the city to provide land. How quickly can this government get that money out the door? It's an urgent situation, an emergency.
From the minister.
Well, I wouldn't want to speak for the Minister of Housing, but what we can see from the announcements that have been rolling out across the country and our firm commitment to speed up housing, including complex need housing, I am encouraged by the work that we're doing that we'll see housing built.
It being 12:07, pursuant to order made earlier today and Standing Order 81 sub 4, all votes are deemed reported and the committee will now rise. The House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.